Qin Jiuchen, go to hell. Buzz. Qin Feng felt a sharp pain and dizziness in his head. At that moment, a soft voice echoed in his mind. Dear passengers, please note that this train is about to arrive at Zhonghai City. Passengers alighting at Zhonghai Station, please prepare in advance. Hearing this voice, Qin Feng jolted awake, instinctively raising his hands in front of him. This was an instinctive movement formed through countless battles. But when he lifted his gaze and saw the surroundings, he was bewildered, his eyes filled with disbelief. Looking around, it was a crowded train carriage. The carriage was noisy, filled with the clamor of conversations. This scene seems like a distant memory, maybe when I first went to Zhonghai for university. Qin Feng felt a wave of dizziness, shook his head slightly, and murmured, but wasn't I just fighting 3 assassin celestials, and then perishing together with that treacherous woman? Why am I seeing this scene? Is it the reluctance and nostalgia before death? But everything before me seems too real. As he thought, Qin Feng extended his hands and examined them carefully. Not dead, but reborn. The thought flashed through his mind. He looked again. After repeated confirmation, the complex expression in his eyes turned into joy. I am truly reborn. After finally confirming the fact of his rebirth, Qin Feng was overjoyed. This meant that all the experiences of his past life could be redone, giving him a chance to change. Qin Feng came from a very ordinary family. His ancestors had been farmers for 3 generations. Fortunately, he was very diligent, performed well in the college entrance exam, and successfully entered Zhonghai University. This also made his parents proud. After entering university, Qin Feng met the first woman who made his heart flutter, Ouyang Jing. Unfortunately, Ouyang Jing came from a large family, and a grassroots student like Qin Feng could never enter the Ouyang family's eyes. Therefore, as soon as they established their relationship, they were forcibly separated by the Ouyang clan. The person who informed the Ouyang family was Ouyang Jing's most fervent suitor, Wang Xuebin. Wang Xuebin was the legitimate son of the wealthy Wang family of Zhonghai, with business interests spanning various sectors of the city. In his past life, Wang Xuebin saw Qin Feng getting close to Ouyang Jing and leaked their relationship to Ouyang Jing's family. With just that one sentence, Qin Feng was helpless, and the newly established relationship had to end. At that time, Qin Feng was no match for Wang Xuebin at all. Wang Xuebin never regarded Qin Feng as a threat in his eyes. In his view, a rural boy like Qin Feng was not even qualified to be his opponent. But Ouyang Jing had a fiery personality and deeply loved Qin Feng. Even though she was forced to separate from him under family pressure, she never gave Wang Xuebin a kind look. When Ouyang Jing directly stated that she only loved Qin Feng, Wang Xuebin's anger became uncontrollable. This rage naturally shifted to Qin Feng. This caused Qin Feng to live a miserable life throughout his university years. Anyone who got even slightly close to Qin Feng would be warned and retaliated against by Wang Xuebin. It could be said that during his university years, Qin Feng was like a plague. Almost everyone kept their distance from him. After graduation, every job application he made was met with rejection, and Wang Xuebin was behind that too. In addition, the small grocery store that Qin Feng's parents had opened with their life savings gradually went bankrupt for unknown reasons. Seeing the fruits of their hard work vanish, Qin Feng's parents fell gravely ill. Wang Xuebin later confessed all these things to Qin Feng in his past life. In his own words, he wanted to make Qin Feng regret ever being born and opposing him. Under Wang Xuebin's oppression, Qin Feng failed in both love and career in his past life. Even at the age of 28, he was involved in a car accident that sent him and his car plunging into the sea. Fortunately, he survived against all odds, was unexpectedly transported from Earth to a place called the Hengtian Star Domain, and began his journey of cultivation. After a difficult survival adventure, he was accepted as a disciple by Xiaozi, the leader of the Xiaoyao Immortal sect. He was granted the courtesy name Jiuchen. With unparalleled talent and cultivation, abundant resources from the Xiaoyao Immortal sect, and relentless diligence, it took him only 1,000 years to reach the Tribulation Transcendent stage and achieve the title of Celestial Emperor. Of course, the title Celestial Emperor was gradually bestowed upon cultivators at the Tribulation Transcendent stage because no one had truly ascended to immortality in the cultivation world for hundreds of thousands of years. It was almost like putting a crown on one's own head. Qin Feng's cultivation speed was among the fastest in the entire cultivation world in billions of years. Moreover, Qin Feng's combat prowess was astonishing. He contended with various geniuses and masters in the cultivation world and was never defeated. The name Celestial Emperor Jiuchen Qin Jiuchen resounded throughout the entire cultivation realm. Yet, even such a brilliant figure could not withstand the schemes and conspiracies, especially the betrayal of the one he loved and trusted most. It all began when Qin Feng obtained a heavenly treasure during an adventure, the reincarnation pearl. Legend says that whoever comprehends its secret can ascend to immortality and achieve eternal life. Qin Feng shared this secret with his beloved, the graceful fairy. He thought that together they could comprehend the mystery of the reincarnation pearl and both ascend to immortality. Unfortunately, one could know a person's face, but not their heart. Under the immense temptation of immortality and eternal life, love became a mere joke. For some reason, the graceful fairy chose not to share the secret of immortality with Qin Feng, but decided to keep it for herself. Knowing Qin Feng's formidable combat power, she had to poison him secretly. To be safe, she also invited the leaders of the three major assassin organizations, God of Slaughter Hell and Yellow Springs, to act. As a result, Qin Feng, heavily poisoned, fought alone against three assassin celestials. Ultimately, with his overwhelming combat strength, the three assassin celestials fell one after another. But Qin Feng was at his last breath, his nascent soul and spirit on the verge of dissolution. At that moment, the graceful fairy suddenly attacked from behind, and Qin Feng could no longer turn the tide. Seeing the triumphant smile on the graceful fairy's face, Qin Feng was consumed by rage. He chose to self-detonate his nascent soul, intending to take her down with him. Thinking of all this, Qin Feng's eyes involuntarily revealed infinite murderous intent. But as he clenched his fists, he suddenly realized there was no trace of magical power in his body. Could it be a dream? Qin Feng frowned, lost in thought. If it were a dream, that 1,000 years of memories were far too clear and real. Just as Qin Feng was deep in thought, he suddenly discovered something in his mind. The reincarnation pearl. It's not a dream. It's real. At this moment, his consciousness could clearly see the reincarnation pearl. This meant that the 1,000 years in his memory were not a dream, but truly his past life. Before Qin Feng could think further, the train arrived at the station. Seeing this, he naturally dragged his suitcase and got off the train. Standing on the platform, looking at the dense flow of people, Qin Feng showed a faint, almost imperceptible smile, his eyes gradually sharpening. Since heaven has allowed me, Qin Jiuchen, to live another life, I will collect all the debts from my past life, one by one. My benefactors will be repaid 100-fold. My enemies will suffer tortures for 3 lifetimes. Though 1,000 years had passed, in his memory the events that happened on Earth were still vividly remembered. Dear ones and friends, I, Qin Feng, have returned. And as for my enemies, I, Qin Jiuchen, am back too. To family and friends, he was the loyal and righteous Qin Feng, but to his enemies, he was the decisive and merciless Qin Jiuchen. Now, living another life, Qin Feng would rewrite the endings of those unfortunate events and make up for the regrets of his past life. As Qin Feng pondered the events of his past and present lives, he slowly exited the station with the crowd. Having been reborn, he was deeply eager to see his family and friends from his previous life. But he also knew that these matters could not be rushed. He had no magical powers, now unable to fly and travel as he had in his past life. Moreover, transportation these days was not very convenient, and traveling far was quite difficult. If he hastily returned to see his parents, he wouldn't know what to say. Though it wasn't the right time to go back, Qin Feng immediately took out his phone and called his parents. After a millennium, hearing his parents' distant yet familiar voices again filled him with immense emotion. Qin Feng struggled to calm himself and talked with his parents for a long time, only hanging up when they said they had to get busy. After the call, he let out a gentle sigh. In his past life, what Qin Feng regretted most was letting down his parents. Because of him, they had been implicated as well. Under the relentless pressure from the Wang family, his home grew worse day by day, and his parents' health declined steadily. Qin Feng still remembered that when he had his car accident, his father was still in the hospital, and his mother, under such circumstances, still forced herself to work tirelessly outside, scraping together medical fees. Dad, Mom, in this life, I will bring you infinite glory. Qin Feng murmured softly, his gaze unwavering. Leaving the train station, he boarded the special shuttle to Zhonghai University. After getting on, he closed his eyes and focused his consciousness on the reincarnation pearl in his mind. This object had not revealed its secrets to him even in his previous life. He never expected that it would follow him back to 1,000 years ago. Reincarnation pearl. Could it be that I was reborn because of it? Such a question arose involuntarily in Qin Feng's mind, but he had no answer yet. After about 40 to 50 minutes of travel, the vehicle arrived at the freshman reception area of Zhonghai University. Only then did Qin Feng open his eyes again. He was the last to get off, walking behind the crowd as he slowly surveyed this familiar yet unfamiliar school. Zhonghai University was the best key university in the entire city, and even in Jiangnan province, ranking among the top 10 nationwide. The students admitted were the elite among elites, having fought through the fierce college entrance examination. Very few entered purely through family connections or influence. Those who did were invariably from wealthy or powerful backgrounds. After the university moved to the new district and expanded, the campus covered 3,000 to 4,000 acres with hills and lakes within its grounds, creating a beautiful environment. The School of Foreign Languages which Qin Feng attended was built right beside a beautiful lake. Not only were there many female students, but the entrance was also lined with luxury cars, mostly parents personally seeing their children off for registration. Of course, about half of the students like Qin Feng came by the school shuttle. Every arriving freshman was accompanied by enthusiastic senior students to help with registration. Qin Feng naturally did not refuse, even though he had done all this once before. After completing all the enrollment procedures, he headed towards the dormitory. Pushing open the dormitory door, he found someone already inside. "Hello, my name is Zhang Yun." A medium-built, bespectacled boy stood up proactively to greet him. The boy looked rather shy, clutching a thick book in his hands. Qin Feng glanced at it and saw that it was an English book titled Travels with Gulliver, very thick. For a Chinese student to read a thick English book on his own in high school was indeed very impressive. Just like before, seeing this person, a warmth spread in Qin Feng's heart, because Zhang Yun was practically his only friend during his university life in his previous life. Apart from Zhang Yun, almost everyone else had distanced themselves from Qin Feng due to Wang Zubin's warnings. But Zhang Yun never did. He kept helping Qin Feng. Because of this, Zhang Yun also suffered exclusion and pressure during college. Fortunately, his family had some connections and later sent him abroad to study. Thinking of all this, Qin Feng proactively extended his hand and said with a smile, "My name is Qin Feng, your roommate." The two shook hands. Their introductions were simple. "I've already cleaned the dorm. Feel free to sit anywhere." Zhang Yun showed a slightly shy smile, as if not very good at talking to strangers. "Thanks," Qin Feng replied with a nod. Afterward, he found his bed number and placed his backpack on the desk. The room had beds with desks underneath, a standard 4-person dorm. With only the two of them in the room, they couldn't stay silent, so they started chatting casually. Qin Feng enjoyed this long-missed feeling. Soon the other two roommates arrived. The third roommate was a tall fellow at 185 centimeters named Wang Shuang from Liaoqing in the northeast. True to his name, his personality was open and straightforward. When the last roommate arrived, the scene was completely different. His parents and relatives, men and women, came in a group of 7 or 8. Everyone carried large bags and small packages, contents unknown. Because of this, the standard 4-person room was instantly packed with the influx of people. "Oh my, this dorm is so shabby, even worse than the room our maid lives in. Xiaojia, why don't grandma rent a suite in the villa area for you? It would break my heart for you to stay here." A white-haired wealthy old lady entered the dorm and kept nitpicking, her face full of disgust. "All right, grandma, I can manage by myself," a handsome sunny boy replied with slight impatience. A boy with delicate features and a sunny, handsome appearance answered with a trace of impatience. "Everyone, I'm so sorry. This is my son Zhao Mingjia. He's been spoiled since childhood. I will have to trouble you all to look after him from now on." Finally, a middle-aged man with an extraordinary air, looking like a big boss, came in and greeted with a smile. "By the way, no one has eaten yet, right? Come on, let's go. My treat, let's get to know each other." At the dinner table, the 4 roommates each introduced their backgrounds. Zhang Yun came from Gannan Prefecture in the northwest. His father was the 3rd-ranking official in the county, and his mother was a middle school teacher. It could be considered a wealthy family. Zhang Yun's family is outstanding, truly impressive. Zhao Mingjia's father, Zhao Hongxing, nodded slightly in praise after hearing Zhang Yun's introduction. Qin Feng could tell that although Zhao Hongxing's words were complimentary, there was little sincerity in his tone. From this, he deduced that a 3rd-ranking county official did not seem to impress him. Next was Wang Shuang. He came from Liaoqing in the northeast. His family jointly owned a jade shop with assets over 100 million. Wang Shuang comes from a privileged background, yet is already so independent. His future is limitless. "Xiao Jie should learn from you." This time Zhao Hongxing's tone was noticeably more sincere than before. However, his expression remained largely unchanged. That meant even a family with assets over 100 million still wasn't enough to catch his attention. Next, it was Qin Feng's turn. Qin Feng said only briefly, "I come from the countryside." In his previous life, he had said much more at this dinner table and struggled to hide his embarrassment. But in this life, uttering just those 5 words, he spoke them with such calmness. Hearing this, everyone present was slightly surprised. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Hongxing said with a smile, "That's okay, Qin Feng. Even if you're from the countryside, don't be discouraged. With your own efforts, you can still make a name for yourself." The others, like Zhao Hongxing, all assumed that Qin Feng was embarrassed because he came from a small mountain village. To this, Qin Feng did not bother to explain. Although Zhao Hongxing's words sounded comforting, his tone lacked any sincerity. After that, he showed no further interest in Qin Feng and did not speak a single word to him. In Zhao Hongsheng's view, a classmate like Qin Feng was completely useless to his son and not worth cultivating. He even inwardly felt that if his son befriended such a person, it would lower his status. After all, one's social circle often determines one's standing. Finally, Zhao Hongsheng gave a lengthy self-introduction. He was the chairman of Hongxing Group, a genuine big boss. Hongxing Group was one of the top 10 local enterprises in Zhonghai City with assets in the billions. Its businesses included real estate, catering, and apparel. With assets in the billions, it was indeed reasonable to look down on a third-ranking county official and a family with assets over 100 million. But what Zhao Hongxing didn't know was that in Qin Feng's eyes, someone like him was no different from an ant. After all, Qin Feng's previous life was known as the Nine-Dust Immortal Emperor, and countless great powers had bowed to him. Now a mere Hongsheng Group naturally did not warrant a second glance from him. After the meal, the sky had darkened, and Zhao Mingjie was taken away by Zhao Hongsheng's family. The remaining three, Qin Feng, Zhang Yun, and Wang Shuang, slowly ambled back to the school. The place where they had dined was not far from the school. In just over 10 minutes they returned. However, Qin Feng did not go back to the dormitory. Instead, he found an excuse to slip away alone. For him, the most crucial task now was to resume cultivation and restore his strength as quickly as possible. His mana, divine abilities, and even all his magical treasures had vanished. He was merely a mortal with some rudimentary martial arts skills. A dagger or a single bullet could easily take his life. This unsettling feeling compelled Qin Feng to set aside other matters. His priority was cultivation. Zhang Yun and Wang Shuang said nothing about his departure. After a few words of caution, they headed straight back to the dormitory. After they left, Qin Feng strolled slowly along the paths of Zhonghai University's campus, sensing the flow of spiritual energy around him. Places rich in spiritual energy, such as famous mountains and great rivers far from cities, were true paradises for cultivation. In contrast, barren lands like the Gobi Desert, where spiritual energy continuously seeped away, were virtually dead zones. Qin Feng was now determined to find a spot within Zhonghai University where spiritual energy was abundant. After all, he would be spending a considerable amount of time here. Cultivation could not be neglected. After circling almost the entire campus, he finally stopped. This is the most spiritually rich place on the Zhonghai University campus. He looked around and found himself in a secluded grove. Nearby, two low hills formed a miniature valley. Perhaps it was this terrain that caused the surrounding spiritual energy to converge here. A gentle breeze swept through the valley, bringing a wave of coolness. Qin Feng noticed a protruding stone about 2 square meters in area nearby. Though its surface was somewhat uneven, it was not a major concern. Sitting cross-legged on the massive rock, Qin Feng closed his eyes and soon entered a state of deep meditation. The levels of immortal cultivation from low to high were divided into 9 major realms: Qi, refining, foundation, establishment, innate, golden core, nascent, soul, spirit, transformation, return to void, harmony with Tao, and tribulation, transcendence. Qin Feng was now nothing more than an ordinary mortal, so he naturally had to begin at the initial Qi refining stage. Strictly speaking, cultivators at the Qi refining stage were still mortals. The foundation establishment stage was the true entry point for immortal cultivators. Upon reaching foundation establishment, one's speed became extraordinary, and even their physical strength far surpassed that of an ordinary mortal. Moreover, a substantial amount of mana would have coalesced within the body, allowing the free use of various spells. Additionally, the lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator was twice that of an average person. Beyond foundation establishment lay the innate realm, where divine abilities and mana reached new heights, enabling flight through the air. At this stage, a cultivator's lifespan could extend to 300 years. As for the subsequent golden core and nascent soul realms, they were still far beyond Qin Feng's reach. For now, I need to focus on how to proceed with Qi refining. Once I reach the great perfection of Qi refining, I can think about foundation establishment later, Qin Feng murmured. The spiritual environment on Earth was vastly different from that of the cultivation world. Thus, advancing in cultivation on Earth was far more challenging than in the cultivation realm. Fortunately, Qin Feng possessed the cultivation experience of his past life, so he would face no bottlenecks or obstacles until he reached the tribulation transcendent stage. His so-called cultivation advancement was more akin to restoring his former strength. The only question that concerned him now was which cultivation technique should he choose to quickly recover his power without compromising his foundation. In his previous life as the Nine-Dust Immortal Emperor, he had memorized many formidable techniques. However, the more powerful the technique, the higher the requirements and difficulty of cultivation. This seemed to be an inevitable rule. Take, for instance, the Xiantian carefree scripture he had learned at the carefree immortal sect. It was undoubtedly one of the most supreme techniques in the cultivation world. Its power went without saying, as evidenced by the achievements of the nine-dust Immortal Emperor, dominating his era and leading with unparalleled brilliance. However, to truly cultivate the Shantian carefree scripture, one required a high concentration of spiritual energy, the aid of elixirs, and even unique celestial treasures as catalysts. None of these conditions could be met in Earth's current environment. On the other hand, choosing a relatively easier cultivation technique might simplify things in the early stages, but it would inevitably lead to an unstable foundation. By then, forget about the tribulation transcendence stage. Even the spirit transformation or return to void realms would be difficult to achieve. Even if there were opportunities to mend an unstable foundation later, they would require immense fortune and extraordinary opportunities. Just as Qin Feng was deep in thought, searching through his memories for a suitable technique, a mysterious and unfamiliar method suddenly appeared in his mind. The creation reincarnation art. He glanced through it and realized he had no recollection of this technique at all. He had meticulously studied every technique he remembered, even if he hadn't practiced them. But he was certain he had never seen the creation reincarnation art in his past life. As he frowned in contemplation, he suddenly noticed the reincarnation pearl within his mind emitting a faint white light. Moments later, the faint light gradually faded. The creation reincarnation art, the reincarnation pearl. Could there be a connection between the two? Witnessing this phenomenon, Qin Feng naturally linked them together. He then began to study the creation reincarnation art with great focus. After a while, he had firmly memorized the relatively short incantations. To his surprise, this part of the technique only covered the first few realms and did not include the later stages. After a moment of deliberation, Qin Feng decided to cultivate it. First, after studying it, he found that the creation reincarnation art surpassed any technique he had ever encountered. Most importantly, in Earth's environment of depleted spiritual energy, this technique was far more suitable. Second, even if it lacked the subsequent stages, he could still switch to another technique later. After all, a solid foundation was worth any cost. The creation reincarnation art. Seize the creation of heaven and earth, master the cycle of life and death. These were the opening lines of the technique. As soon as he began cultivating, the thin spiritual energy around him surged toward him like a whale drinking water. Not only that, but the energy contained within the surrounding trees, flowers, grass, dew, and even the soil slowly emanated and flowed toward his body. Energy of all attributes seemed to be absorbed without any resistance, all converging into Qin Feng. Witnessing this, even after a millennium of cultivation in his past life, the shock within him was overwhelming. At that moment, he truly understood the meaning of seize the creation of heaven and earth. Everything in the universe could be seized and used for his benefit, a miraculous creation. This sensation of cultivation instantly transported Qin Feng back to the eternal star domain of his past life. Though the environment was far inferior to the paradises like the carefree immortal sect, it was now comparable to an ordinary cultivation site. No wonder it claims to be suitable for cultivation anywhere. At this rate, I am confident I can reach the foundation establishment stage within 3 months. Qin Feng revealed a joyful expression brimming with absolute confidence. If cultivators in the cultivation world knew of his thoughts, they would surely call him a fool lost in delusion. For ordinary cultivators, reaching the foundation establishment stage took decades. Even the most talented with abundant resources from their sects could achieve it in about 10 years, a rarity. In his past life, Qin Feng himself had spent over 10 years to successfully establish his foundation. Throughout the entire cultivation world, the fastest recorded time to reach foundation establishment was 3 years. Of course, those who used special methods like forced spiritual energy infusion were exceptions. The night passed quickly. The next morning, as Qin Feng slowly withdrew his cultivation, he discovered he had reached the first layer of qi refining. He now possessed a faint trace of mana, granting him some minimal self-defense capability, but he was still not much stronger than an ordinary person. Gurgle. The growling of his stomach and the pangs of hunger pulled Qin Feng back to reality. Sigh. It's such a hassle without fasting pills. I suppose I'll have to wait until I reach the innate stage to solve this problem. Cultivation required a balance of tension and relaxation. Qin Feng had no intention of pushing straight to foundation establishment. He jumped down from the rock and headed toward the school cafeteria. As he passed by a student dormitory building, he found himself unable to take another step. For it was there that his first love from his past life, Ouyang Jing, lived. Qin Feng stared blankly at the dormitory for a long while, then let out a long sigh and murmured, Xiao Jing, since everything has started anew, we must get to know each other again and begin everything fresh. When Qin Feng returned to the dormitory after breakfast, the other two were curious about what he had done the previous night. To this, Qin Feng simply replied, I was busy with something. He said no more. Seeing this, the two understood he did not wish to elaborate and refrained from further questioning. Since the registration period lasted 3 full days, they had nothing to do that day either. Zhang Yun spent almost the entire day reading his English masterpiece. Wang Shuang played games all day. After Qin Feng returned, he lay on his bed for the entire day. However, he was not sleeping. Instead, he was thinking about Ouyang Jing. The betrayal of the Misty Fairy had instilled in him an instinctive fear and aversion to love. Though he was unwilling to admit it, it was a reality. Thus, he kept pondering how he should interact with Ouyang Jing when they met again. Since I have been given a second life, why should I be timid? Let everything take its natural course and leave no regrets. This was the decision Qin Feng reached after a day of contemplation. However, his behavior caught the attention of his 2 dorm mates who both arrived at the same conjecture. Could it be that Qin Feng brought his girlfriend to college with him? Wang Shuang asked, looking at Qin Feng lying on the bed. Well, that's hard to say, Zhang Yun replied with a shy smile. Wang Shuang put down his phone and shook his head with a sigh. Even if that's the case, he should exercise some restraint. Look, after just one night, he's completely worn out. In the evening, still on that large rock in the small grove, Qin Feng sat cross-legged, quietly cultivating. Having now selected a suitable cultivation technique, all he needed to do was practice unceasingly. In such a bustling city, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air at night tends to be slightly higher than during the day. This is because many people move about during the day, consuming some of the spiritual energy in the process. It was precisely for this reason that Qin Feng decided not to waste such precious nighttime hours. The next morning, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Then he let out a long exhale. In an instant, he felt completely refreshed. If only I had a foundation pill to refine. I could probably break through to the second layer of qi refinement immediately, Qin Feng murmured to himself. Then he shook his head. In this place, let alone a foundation pill, he couldn't even concoct a foundation elixir. A foundation pill was a type of elixir that enhanced the cultivation of cultivators in the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. It was most effective for qi refinement cultivators, but much less so for those in foundation establishment. Another effect of the foundation pill was that if an ordinary person consumed it, it would strengthen their constitution and eliminate hidden ailments. Generally, an ordinary person who ate a single foundation pill could extend their lifespan by 3 to 5 years. Of course, this effect was not cumulative. No matter how many foundation pills an ordinary person consumed, they could extend their life by at most a decade or so. After all, ordinary people remained mortals, not cultivators. Their lifespan fundamentally did not change. The foundation elixir, on the other hand, was a simplified version of the foundation pill typically concocted by qi refinement cultivators. Since qi refinement cultivators lacked true essence within their bodies, they could not condense true fire and were thus unable to refine pills. To refine pills, one generally had to reach foundation establishment. Moreover, one needed the appropriate talent for alchemy. Therefore, qi refinement cultivators could only use some medicinal herbs for alchemy, and through the most primitive method of boiling, concoct an elixir that was far less effective. In truth, once one's cultivation reached foundation establishment, concocting the necessary cultivation elixirs would not be so troublesome. Because at that stage, a cultivator would have enough spiritual power to arrange simple formations to extract the essence from those medicinal herbs. A cultivation elixir formed this way was far superior to one made by boiling. Regrettably, Qin Feng's current cultivation was merely the first layer of qi refinement. Such a method could only be a thought for now, not something he could achieve. Perhaps I should go into the mountains to search. Maybe he'll make an unexpected discovery. Qin Feng turned his head to look at the distant mountains, having made a decision in his heart. Then he glanced at the time on his phone and said softly, "It's time to go back. The first class meeting seems to be at 9 o'clock. Just as he stepped out of the small grove, he saw a girl in sportswear punching her fists in an open space not far from the edge of the woods. She wore her hair in a high bun, looking very capable. With an oval face, slender willow-leaf eyebrows, a cool and aloof countenance, a pert chest, and a tall, slender figure, she was a rare beauty. The girl's boxing technique, though still somewhat immature, showed some method in her strikes. With the skill she displayed, an ordinary man would be no match for her. Moreover, Qin Feng felt that her boxing style seemed familiar. Of course, that didn't mean her technique was formidable. To him, her abilities were not worth noting. Even if he used the same strength as an ordinary person in his strikes, Qin Feng could defeat this beauty in a single move. Therefore, he merely glanced at her lightly, shook his head, and prepared to leave. When Qin Feng appraised the girl, she naturally sensed it. She slowly withdrew her fists, turned around, and looked at him. She happened to catch the moment. He shook his head. Seeing this, the girl with the high bun asked, "Do you look down on my martial arts?" At this point, Qin Feng and the girl were only about 4 or 5 meters apart. "No," Qin Feng replied, stopping in his tracks and uttering 2 words indifferently. The girl walked up to him, stared at him, and said, "You're lying. I saw you shake your head with a look of disdain." Hearing this, Qin Feng found it amusing. He had indeed shaken his head, but his expression had remained completely unchanged. Of this he was absolutely certain. As an old monster who had lived for over 1,000 years, his expressions were not so easily revealed. Yet now this girl had fabricated such an excuse. How interesting. For a moment, countless thoughts raced through Qin Feng's mind. Raising his eyes to look at the stunning girl before him, noticing the faint beads of sweat on her forehead, Qin Feng said calmly, "I don't look down on you, I'm just a little regretful." "What do you mean?" The girl was slightly taken aback by his words. Seeing her looking like an eager student, Qin Feng added a few more words. "To be honest, among your peers your martial arts are quite good. But your technique clearly shows you've been practicing alone in seclusion. The forms look decent, but they are riddled with flaws. If you were in a real fight, you'd suffer greatly." The girl was shocked by these words, for what Qin Feng said was exactly what her grandfather and father had told her, and more than once. After a moment of astonishment, the girl narrowed her eyes. Then she raised her hands and assumed a fighting stance. "In that case, let me see what your real fight is like." Seeing her move, Qin Feng was also slightly surprised. "You want to fight me?" To be honest, at this moment Qin Feng found the situation quite amusing. He had lost count of how many people he had fought. More precisely, he had lost count of how many lives his hands had ended. Having traversed the cultivation world for a millennium, his footsteps had covered countless star realms, and his hands were stained with blood. "What? You just said my real combat skills are lacking, and now I want to test that. You're not scared, are you?" The girl raised an eyebrow. "Heh." Qin Feng chuckled softly. "There's no need to provoke me. I haven't fought in a long time, so I'm willing to give it a try." To be honest, this sudden duel had piqued his interest. It was like someone who ate rich food every day suddenly switching to a simple dish, a refreshing change. It truly had a unique flavor. Hearing Qin Feng agree, the girl was overjoyed. But when she saw him make no move, she withdrew her hands, frowned slightly, and said, "Didn't you agree? Why aren't you preparing?" "I'm always ready," Qin Feng said with a smile, spreading his hands. "Arrogant." The girl felt a surge of anger. She parted her feet, slightly bent her knees a little, and placed her hands in front of her chest, one forward and one back. Looking straight ahead, she fixed her gaze on Qin Feng and said slowly, "Wing Chun Yilina." Only then did Qin Feng realize why her boxing style had seemed familiar. It was the renowned Wing Chun, famous throughout the country. Though he had never witnessed this style in person, he had seen it many times on television. Even after 1,000 years, those memories remained as clear as ever. Because the girl's technique differed somewhat from what he had seen on TV, he hadn't recognized it at first glance. He supposed it made sense. What was shown on television was for visual effect, so it naturally wouldn't be exactly like the true martial art. Moreover, by announcing herself, the girl had revealed her name. Yilina, surname Yi. Could she be a descendant of that Grandmaster Yi? Qin Feng mused silently. "Qin Juchen, please." Qin Feng uttered a few words with a smile. When it came to sparring, he preferred the name Qin Juchen. Upon this, Yilina resumed her stance, then moved her feet, swiftly closing in on Qin Feng. Just as she was about to make contact, her left hand formed a guard, while her right hand shot out in a rapid attack. Just as Yelena, full of confidence, was about to strike her opponent, she suddenly noticed a strange smile on Qin Feng's face. For some reason, seeing that smile sent a chill of warning through her heart. Yet her move was both offensive and defensive, and she couldn't see any flaw in it. As doubt filled her mind, she suddenly felt her right hand seized and a sharp pain in her right foot. Her balance was lost in an instant, and she toppled to the right. With a thud, Yelena fell onto the grassy patch nearby. "You've lost." Qin Feng's voice came calmly. Turning her head, she saw him smiling at her. "How is this possible? How did you do that?" Yelena immediately stood up, staring at Qin Feng with great gravity. The force of his moves had been very light, no stronger than an ordinary person's. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get up. Seeing her attitude, Qin Feng was somewhat satisfied and explained, "Nothing is impossible. You just haven't seen it before. As for how I did it, I already told you. You have never experienced real combat, and your body is full of flaws. If an opponent catches one of your weaknesses, they can kill you in an instant. Moreover, you are riddled with flaws. So defeating you is far too simple." It was only because Yelena didn't make a fuss over her defeat that Qin Feng was willing to say more. Had her attitude displeased him, he would have turned and left without a word. After speaking, Qin Feng simply smiled, turned around, and walked away. When he had gone no more than 4 or 5 meters, Yelena's voice rang out from behind. "Wait. What? Want to fight again?" Qin Feng turned back, looking at her with a grin. Yelena shook her head. "No, the gap between us is too great. I just want to ask you to teach me how to improve my practical combat skills." Since I mentioned real combat, you'll have to experience it yourself in actual fights, Qin Feng replied with a shake of his head. Then he took 2 steps, stopped, and said slowly, I almost forgot to tell you, if you want to improve your combat skills, you should pick opponents of a similar level. Those too weak or too strong won't be of much use. If they're too weak, you'll knock them out in one go. If they're too strong, they'll just dominate you. Well, that's my advice. No need to thank me. Finally, Qin Feng waved his hand as he spoke and slowly walked away into the distance. Watching his retreating figure, Yi Lina clenched her teeth and muttered, Qin Jiuchen, I'll remember you. The class meeting unfolded exactly as it had in his past life. Self-introductions, the election of class officers, the homeroom teacher's speech. Every moment was as tedious and uninspiring as before. Had it not been for his desire to better integrate into the university environment, Qin Feng would never have attended such a meaningless class meeting. The military training for new students was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. After the class meeting, Qin Feng realized he had 2 days of free time. Instead of lingering on campus, he left the school. His first goal was to search the deep mountains for a place with denser spiritual energy. His second goal was to try and find medicinal herbs that could aid his cultivation. Even if he couldn't concoct the nourishing foundation spiritual liquid, being able to prepare a herbal bath for soaking would be quite good. In September, the scorching midday sun baked the earth. Qin Feng, dressed in casual clothes, entered the East Scenery Mountain to the east of the school. Behind the East Scenery Mountain lay a continuous stretch of countless nameless peaks stretching endlessly into the distance, with many places never touched by human feet. After rushing along the mountain path for some time, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on Qin Feng's forehead. It seems I still need to work harder on my cultivation. He sighed, looking up at the mercilessly blazing sun above. A cultivator who had just stepped into the qi refining stage was not much different from an ordinary mortal and could not yet ignore the scorching heat. Qin Feng found a shady spot, sat down cross-legged, and regulated his breathing for a while. When he stood up again, the heat and fatigue had vanished, leaving him feeling full of energy. By now the sun was slowly sinking towards the west. Qin Feng knew he had to quicken his pace. Otherwise it would soon be dark. In his current state, he lacked the ability to see in the darkness. After nightfall, these woods would be teeming with snakes, insects, rats, and other creatures. Therefore, it was unsuitable to continue traveling through such vast mountains at night. Qin Feng stood up, brushed himself off, and pressed onward. As he arrived at a 3-way fork in the path, 3 people unexpectedly emerged from another trail leading into the mountains. Leading them was a beautiful woman in her early 20s, dressed in a white casual outfit. Following her was a young man of similar age wearing a gray checkered shirt. Bringing up the rear was a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, large eyes, a sharp gaze, and an aura of leanness and toughness. It was a very interesting and peculiar group. Qin Feng could tell that none of these 3 were ordinary people. All 3 of them likely knew some martial arts. In particular, the last man, the tough-looking middle-aged one, gave Qin Feng a faint, subtle sense of pressure even now. This meant that the middle-aged man possessed the strength to threaten Qin Feng's life. Although Qin Feng was only at the first layer of the qi refining stage with meager magical power and a frail body, he still retained the knowledge of many martial arts and combat techniques from his past life of cultivation. Therefore, even a dozen people attacking him together would be no match for him. This further proved that the tough middle-aged man must possess abilities beyond those of ordinary people. Of course, Qin Feng only sensed a slight pressure from the man. If a real fight broke out, Qin Feng was confident he could kill him. This was the absolute confidence of someone who had once been a supreme Immortal Emperor. Aside from that, Qin Feng took a closer look at the leading beauty. He could tell that this woman held the highest status among the 3. Her hair was elegantly coiled up high, her features were cool and refined, her chest was proud, her figure was tall and slender, and her face carried a hint of heroic spirit, giving her a unique charm. For some reason, when he saw this woman, Qin Feng felt she bore a strong resemblance to the girl with the coiled hair he had met by the school lake. It wasn't their appearance that was similar, but their aura. If one were to judge purely by looks, the woman before him was 3 parts more beautiful. However, having lived for 1,000 years, Qin Feng was an old hand at concealing his emotions. His face betrayed nothing. He merely cast a brief, indifferent glance before continuing deeper into the mountains. As Qin Feng noticed them, the 3 also noticed him. They passed each other at the fork in the road, and no one spoke. During that moment, the tough, middle-aged man instinctively stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the woman. His eyes locked onto Qin Feng, his expression tense. When he saw Qin Feng, he also sensed a threat emanating from him. As the bodyguard of the trio, it was only natural for him to maintain utmost vigilance towards a sudden stranger like Qin Feng. After Qin Feng had walked away, the tough, middle-aged man turned to the woman and said softly, "Miss, this man is an expert. We must be cautious." The leading woman glanced at the retreating figure of Qin Feng and shook her head. He's just a passerby. No need to worry. An expert? I think he's just some brat out for a hike in the mountains. I could take care of a guy like that in a few moves, the young man behind her said arrogantly. Hearing this, the woman in front turned back and glared at the young man. That single look was enough to make him shrink his neck, looking quite intimidated. However, he still forced a weak smile and said, "Sis, I was wrong." Within the endless, sprawling mountains, Qin Feng slowly searched, guided by the concentration of spiritual energy. Generally speaking, places with higher concentrations of spiritual energy were more likely to produce natural treasures. Such places were naturally also more suitable for cultivators to train. As time passed, Qin Feng ventured deeper and deeper into the mountains. When evening arrived, he found himself beside a cliff. This was the place with the richest concentration of spiritual energy he had found so far. The density here was a full 3 times higher than at the most spirit-rich spot by the lake at Zhonghai University. This clearly demonstrated the difference in spiritual energy density between famous mountains and bustling cities. Cultivating here would naturally be much faster than at Zhonghai University. Based on his estimation, if he could cultivate here continuously even without the aid of any heavenly treasures, he might reach the foundation establishment stage in just 2 months. The gap between the two was significant. Qin Feng stood at the edge of the cliff looking down into the dark, bottomless abyss. He could clearly sense that the spiritual energy below would be even denser. The reason the spiritual energy at the cliff's edge was slightly higher than elsewhere was likely related to the abyss below. But since it was already dark, he couldn't risk descending the cliff now. Therefore, Qin Feng decided to spend the night cultivating right there on the edge. He planned to go down and explore the bottom of the cliff early the next morning. After making up his mind, he sat down cross-legged on the spot and began to circulate the creation reincarnation art within his body. Immediately, the spiritual energy from the surroundings, the trees, the grass, and even the energy within the soil began to flow slowly towards Qin Feng. He silently refined and absorbed it all. The night passed without incident. When Qin Feng concluded his cultivation the next morning, he discovered he had broken through to the second layer of the qi refining stage. A place with dense spiritual energy is truly different. This cultivation speed almost rivals my time at the carefree immortal sect in my past life. He hadn't expected his cultivation progress to be so rapid even in an environment as spiritually depleted as Earth. Although this was partly due to his recultivation, it was also sufficient to demonstrate just how heaven-defying the creation reincarnation art was. Qin Feng let out a long breath, stood up, and slowly stretched his limbs. A series of crackling sounds emanated from his entire body. He clenched his fists, immediately feeling an immense power surge within him. He walked to the side and suddenly threw a punch, striking a small tree as thick as an arm beside him. With a crack, the small tree as thick as an arm was snapped cleanly in two, falling into the bushes beside it. Qin Feng withdrew his fist, looked at it, and revealed a satisfied smile. Not bad, not bad. This type of miscellaneous wood was much tougher than ordinary trees. Yet even so, it was still broken by Qin Feng's ordinary punch. If such a punch were to land on an ordinary person, it would likely shatter bones and sever tendons. If it struck a vital point, it could very well take the person's life in a single blow. Moreover, this punch revealed a delightful discovery to Qin Feng. Cultivating the creation reincarnation art not only increased his magical power, but also tempered his physical body. In this punch, he hadn't actually used much magical power, it was mainly the strength of his physical body. This clearly demonstrated the toughness of his current physique. It truly deserves to be called the creation reincarnation art, possessing the miraculous power of creation. Qin Feng murmured to himself, immensely pleased. One must know that a fundamental truth circulated in the cultivation world: refining qi is easy, but tempering the body is difficult. This means that training the body is far harder than absorbing spiritual energy to enhance magical power. In the cultivation world, the vast majority of cultivators only absorb spiritual energy to enhance their magical power and rarely deliberately temper their bodies. In truth, it wasn't that they were unwilling, but certain reasons forced them to abandon this path. First, top-tier body tempering techniques were exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain. As for ordinary body tempering techniques, their effects were very poor. It could be said that if one only practiced a common body tempering method, they would be little different from someone who had never practiced one at all. Second, tempering the body required a significant investment of time, sometimes even more than the time spent meditating to absorb spiritual energy. One must remember that the ultimate goal of cultivation was to seek immortality. However, tempering the body did not extend one's lifespan, so spending that time often seemed like a losing proposition. Third, generally speaking, tempering the body also required a large amount of rare and precious resources, which the vast majority of cultivators could not afford. For an ordinary cultivator, even just the task of improving their cultivation through qi refining would keep them constantly busy and exhausted, often with their gains failing to cover their expenses. Therefore, they simply had no surplus resources to use for tempering their bodies. For all these reasons, one can see just how invaluable the supreme body-tempering effect of the creation reincarnation art truly was. Qin Feng walked back to the edge of the cliff, gazing at the abyss shrouded in mist, and whispered softly, "It's time to go down. I hope I'm lucky." Having made his decision, he wasted no more time. He began to descend slowly, using some vines along the cliff face. As he went lower, he could clearly feel the surrounding spiritual energy growing denser. Fortunately, this cliff was not completely vertical. Every time Qin Feng descended a few dozen to 100 meters, he would encounter a gentle slope, which significantly conserved his energy. After spending a full half an hour, he finally reached the bottom of the abyss. The concentration of spiritual energy here was a full 3 times higher than it had been at the cliff's edge above. I never imagined that in an environment as spiritually depleted as Earth there could still be a place with such a high concentration of spiritual energy. Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, a faint smile appearing on his face. The higher the concentration of spiritual energy, the faster one could cultivate. The density of spiritual energy here naturally could not compare to the cultivation world of his past life. Yet it was more than enough to satisfy Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng was secretly rejoicing, a spiritual herb caught his eye. Nourishing foundation grass. This was the main ingredient for refining the nourishing foundation pill. Qin Feng had originally thought it would be impossible to find nourishing foundation grass in an environment like Earth's. Unexpectedly, the very first herb he saw here was precisely that. It could be said that as long as he had the nourishing foundation grass, Qin Feng was confident he could refine the nourishing foundation spiritual liquid or even the nourishing foundation pill. He strode forward, quickly stopped beside the small blue-green plant, examined it closely, and his face lit up with surprise. This nourishing foundation grass actually has a medicinal age of over 10 years. Although refining the nourishing foundation pill did not have special requirements for the age of the herb. However, herbs with a higher age often produced pills of a superior grade, and their effects would naturally be better. With this spiritual herb, even if I find nothing else, this trip will not have been in vain. Qin Feng carefully picked the nourishing foundation grass in its entirety. But his good fortune did not end there. He continued searching deep within this canyon and subsequently discovered many useful spiritual herbs and medicines. Raindrop flower. It can be used to refine pills that clear the mind and stabilize one's qi. Evergreen vine. It can assist beginner cultivators in tempering their bodies. White jade fruit. It can nourish the soul, calm the mind, and its effects are even better when used to refine pills. Purple cloud grass. Heaven's purple cloud grass actually grows here. After Qin Feng had picked over a dozen spiritual herbs, his gaze settled on a palm-sized purple spiritual plant. Purple cloud grass was the main ingredient for refining the purple cloud pill. The purple cloud pill was a type of pill that could enhance the magical power of cultivators in the Xiantian stage, and its effects were excellent. Even in the cultivation world of his past life, purple cloud grass was incredibly rare for low-level cultivators. If a stalk of purple cloud grass appeared in the cultivation world, it would undoubtedly incite a desperate scramble among countless low-level cultivators. They would not hesitate to betray their comrades or kill to obtain it. The survival of the fittest. This was the eternal law of the cultivation world. Qin Feng ceased his search after thoroughly scouring the abyss depths for a full 2 hours. By then he had left no stone unturned. In the end, he had gathered 15 spiritual herbs and plants. One peculiar detail was that these herbs all appeared to be around a decade old. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. Among them, the purple cloud herb was the rarest. What delighted Qin Feng most was that this particular herb bore 9 seeds. This meant that with careful cultivation, he could grow 9 more purple cloud herbs. He took 1 seed and planted it back in its original spot. This was an unspoken rule in the cultivation world for gathering spiritual herbs. Only the most selfish cultivators would uproot everything without leaving a trace. Most would leave some hope for those who came after. With 8 seeds remaining, Qin Feng decided to take them home to cultivate. He believed his care would surpass nature's. Moreover, once he reached foundation establishment, he could set up formations to accelerate the herb's growth. The seed left here, however, had an uncertain fate. Glancing at the time, Qin Feng saw it was only a little past 9 and saw no need to ascend immediately. After all the spiritual energy concentration, here was exceptional. He then sat cross-legged, slowly circulating the creation reincarnation art within him. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy, trees, herbs, and even the energy within the soil surged toward him endlessly. Qi refining layer 3. When Qin Feng rose to his feet, he found he had broken through another layer. It was only a little past 3 in the afternoon. In other words, he had broken through a layer in about 6 hours, an even shorter time than his previous breakthrough. This highlighted the importance of spiritual energy density for cultivation. As he slowly cycled his technique, he felt the mana within him flowing unceasingly. Not bad. Not bad. At Qi refining layer 3, my mana is finally not so feeble. Qin Feng clenched his fists, a joyful expression spreading across his face. He had never imagined he could reach Qi refining layer 3 in such a short time. At this rate, he believed he could reach foundation establishment within 2 months. With the help of the spiritual herbs he had gathered, he was certain the time would be even shorter. Qin Feng looked around, reluctant to leave this place of rich spiritual energy. If not for the freshman military training tomorrow, he might have stayed. Oh well, with today's harvest of spiritual herbs, my cultivation speed won't lag much. Besides, once I reach foundation establishment, I can set up a spirit gathering array. Cultivating within it will surely be no worse than here. Upon reaching foundation establishment, a cultivator's means would become abundant. This was why it was said that foundation establishment was the true beginning for a cultivator. Now at Qi refining layer 3, Qin Feng had a degree of self-protection. He believed that with his current skill, even an opponent with a pistol could not hit him. Thus he felt no urgent need to boost his power. His thoughts turned to living a second life and mending the regrets of his past. University was one of those regrets. He had earned his place at Zhonghai University through his own efforts, a testament to his academic excellence. Attending university and achieving good grades had been his hope before enrollment. Yet due to Wang Xuebin, his past university life had been fraught with hardship. Aside from Ouyang Jing Zhongyun and one other benefactor, his entire 4 years of university held almost no good memories. Given this, Qin Feng was determined not to waste the chance to start anew. Having decided to embrace university life, he would participate in the initial military training. Though such training seemed child's play to him now. With his mind made up, he wasted no more time. He broke off a vine to bundle the herbs he had gathered. Then he climbed back up the cliff using the vines. Perhaps due to his increased cultivation, his ascent was faster than his descent. In less than 20 minutes, Qin Feng was back at the cliff's edge. However, as he stood up, 3 figures appeared in his sight. 2 men and 1 woman. They were the same 3 he had encountered at the fork in the road yesterday. The leader was still the beautiful woman. They stood just 7 or 8 meters apart. Both sides were taken aback by the sudden encounter. Still, Qin Feng paid them no mind. Even at Qi refining layer 1, he was confident he could defeat all 3. As Qin Feng steadied himself, the young man among the trio pointed at him and shouted, "Sis, the pure spirit jade fruit. We finally found it." Following the young man's finger, Qin Feng saw it directed at the herbs in his left hand. Hearing this, the other 2 also turned their gazes to his left hand. The leading woman took out her phone, seemingly comparing something. After a few seconds, the beautiful woman's face lit up with excitement. It really is the pure spirit jade fruit, identical to the picture. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback by their conversation. Pure spirit jade fruit. What is that? Looking down at his left hand, he saw a white translucent fruit among the herbs and understood. Oh, I see. They've mistaken my white jade fruit for this pure spirit jade fruit. Qin Feng mused, inwardly grasping the situation. He couldn't help but find it amusing. The white jade fruit was a common low-grade spiritual herb in the cultivation world. He never expected it to have such a grandiose name on Earth. Before Qin Feng could speak, the young man arrogantly declared, "Hey kid over there, give me that white fruit. Name your price." Hearing this, Qin Feng frowned. In his past life, he had roamed the cultivation world as a figure of immense power and respect. Now he was being called kid by an insolent young master. Even with his good temper and high cultivation, displeasure stirred within him. Moreover, few cultivators who survived the harsh cultivation world were truly kind-hearted. The kind-hearted often perished first. He recalled the renown of 9-dust Immortal Emperor Qin Jiuchen from his past life. Yet he had ultimately fallen to betrayal, his body and Tao extinguished. This event was quietly reshaping Qin Feng's heart. Looking back, he saw that in his past life, he had been too soft-hearted, losing even basic caution. In this life, Qin Feng was determined not to repeat that mistake. He could see how much the 2 across from him valued the white jade fruit. From their eager tone and joyful expressions, he imagined this fruit was vital to them. Yet the young man's arrogant manner irked him deeply. In the cultivation world of his past life, anyone who spoke to him like that would have met their end. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. Just then the leading woman turned and scolded, "Qin Chen, shut up." Then she looked back at Qin Feng and said calmly, "Sir, I apologize. My younger brother has been spoiled since childhood. Please forgive his rudeness. But that white fruit in your hand is something I desperately need. I hope you can sell it to me. We can negotiate the price." Gazing at the woman before him whose beauty was almost overwhelmingly striking, Qin Feng spoke calmly. Yet instead of answering her words, he posed a question, "What is your name?" Hearing Qin Feng's inexplicable query, the woman across from him was momentarily stunned. She could not fathom how his thoughts could leap so whimsically, his question utterly disconnected from her prior remarks. This left her at a loss for words. However, the young man behind her, assuming Qin Feng was flirting with his sister, erupted in anger. "Insolent brat. Do you think my sister's name is something you can simply ask for?" Upon hearing this, the coldness in Qin Feng's eyes deepened. "Then I shall take my leave. I have never been fond of conversing with strangers." With that, he ignored the trio and turned to walk away. As he was about to pass them, the middle-aged man at the rear stepped forward, blocking Qin Feng's path, and said coldly, "The young lady has not given you leave to depart. You cannot go." Although this middle-aged man had sensed a strong threat from Qin Feng earlier, at this moment as the woman's bodyguard, he had to step up and obstruct Qin Feng's way. It was his duty to her. Move aside or face the consequences. Qin Feng raised his eyes to the middle-aged man and uttered slowly. Hearing this, the middle-aged man could no longer contain his fury. Even though he felt threatened by the other as a man, he had to uphold his dignity at this juncture. "Arrogant indeed, boy. Let me see what consequences there will be." The middle-aged man retorted coldly, refusing to back down. Qin Feng said flatly, "Rest assured you will see them soon enough." The moment his words fell, both men's right fists shot out simultaneously. With a dull thud, their fists collided. Purely from appearance, Qin Feng's fist was a full size smaller than the middle-aged man's. After all, in stature, Qin Feng was relatively slender, lacking the middle-aged man's robust frame. Judging solely by size, the clash seemed imbalanced. Yet in the instant following the collision, a crisp cracking sound rang out in the scene. It was exceptionally clear. Then came the middle-aged man's agonized cry as he flew backward. He soared 3 or 4 meters through the air before crashing heavily to the ground with a thud. There the middle-aged man writhed on the ground, clutching his right arm with his left hand. Though the pain was excruciating after that initial outcry, he gritted his teeth and let out no further sound. This showed his remarkable endurance. Had Qin Feng not yet broken through, the man might not have suffered such severe injury. But since Qin Feng's breakthrough to the third layer of the qi refining stage, his strength had surged dramatically. That punch, though a simple move, had been delivered with all his might, naturally yielding such devastating results. Seeing their comrade felled by Qin Feng's single blow, the young man beside him flew into a rage and roared, "You're asking for death." He raised his fist ready to charge at Qin Feng. At that moment, the previously stunned young woman quickly spread her arms to block between the man and Qin Feng, saying placatingly, "Hold your hand, sir. I am Imo Qingqian. This is my younger brother Imo Qingqian, and that is our retainer He Zhong. The earlier incident was our rashness. We were entirely at fault. Please forgive us." Witnessing the power of Qin Feng's punch, Imo Qingqian dared not let her brother engage him. More importantly, the Qing spirit jade fruit she sought was still in his possession. Thus, she wished to avoid conflict with Qin Feng. Otherwise, the purpose of her journey would be thwarted. Imo Qingqian halted at his sister's interception. He too quickly came to his senses. If He Zhong was no match for a single punch, his own fate would be far worse. With this realization, Imo Qingqian merely glared at Qin Feng before turning to help He Zhong, who lay crumpled on the ground. With Imo Qingqian's support, He Zhong rose slowly. The pain was evident on his face, yet he uttered not a groan, instead speaking calmly, "Latestage inner strength." Hearing He Zhong's words, Imo Qingqian turned his head to stare at Qin Feng in shock, exclaiming, "What? He's a latestage inner strength martial artist. How is that possible?" Beside him, Imo Qingqian also looked at Qin Feng with astonishment. Their exchange left Qin Feng, the subject of their discussion, somewhat bewildered. Latestage inner strength martial artist. What do these terms mean? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, pondering their words. In his past life, he had never encountered such designations. Before Qin Feng could ask, He Zhong, enduring the pain, fixed his gaze on him and spoke again. "Based on that punch alone, you must have reached at least the late stage of inner strength, perhaps even the grand perfection stage. Otherwise, an early stage inner strength martial artist like me could not have been so easily defeated. I was arrogant earlier, please forgive me." With that, He Zhong bowed to Qin Feng. He knew well that if he did not apologize, the three of them together would not withstand even a single punch from Qin Feng. His own life mattered little, but endangering the young lady and young master would be unforgivable. Imo Qingqian was inwardly shaken by this scene. Born into a wealthy family, he had He Zhong as a bodyguard precisely because he understood the terror of inner strength martial artists. An early-stage inner strength martial artist like He Zhong far surpassed ordinary special forces soldiers. In terms of combat, even 4 or 5 such soldiers would be no match for him. As for latestage or grand perfection inner strength martial artists, he had only heard of them in legends. Now a young man, met casually in the mountains, seemingly younger than himself, turned out to be a great master of the late inner strength stage. How could Mo Qingqiang not be astonished? Mo Qingqiang was equally taken aback. From He Zhong's words, Qin Feng surmised that this was likely a term for cultivators on Earth. In his past life on Earth, he had never reached such a level, so he knew nothing of inner strength martial artists. What is an inner strength martial artist? Qin Feng asked directly. His question left the three stunned. They could not believe that someone with Qin Feng's skill was ignorant of the term. Had it not been for the earnest look on his face, they might have thought he was mocking them. After a moment of silence, He Zhong was the first to recover, saying, Sir, you truly do not know the term inner strength martial artist. Then how did you cultivate the true qi within you? Oh, you mean the true qi? I cultivated it through my own exploration. Qin Feng replied calmly, offering no further details. He Zhong sensed Qin Feng's reluctance to elaborate, and wisely refrained from pressing further, instead continuing his explanation. Once one cultivates true qi within the body, they possess inner strength. Based on the quantity of true qi, it is divided into 4 realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and grand perfection. Hearing this, Qin Feng grasped the general concept. This classification was essentially no different from the 9 realms of immortal cultivators, merely a different nomenclature for martial artists on Earth. Driven by curiosity, he asked further, and what lies beyond the grand perfection stage? At this question, He Zhong's expression turned solemn as he spoke slowly. Breaking through the grand perfection stage, a martial artist reaches a new realm called the transformation realm, also known as the Grandmaster realm. For a martial artist at this stage is honored as a Grandmaster. At this question, He Zhong's expression turned solemn as he spoke slowly. Breaking through the grand perfection stage, a martial artist reaches a new realm called the transformation realm, also known as the Grandmaster realm. For a martial artist at this stage is honored as a Grandmaster. At this question, He Zhong's expression turned solemn as he spoke slowly. Breaking through the grand perfection stage, a martial artist reaches a new realm called the transformation realm, also known as the Grandmaster realm. For a martial artist at this stage is honored as a Grandmaster. At this question, He Zhong's expression turned solemn as he spoke slowly. Breaking through the grand perfection stage, a martial artist reaches a new realm called the transformation realm, also known as the Grandmaster realm. For a martial artist at this stage is honored as a Grandmaster. At this question, He Zhong's expression turned solemn as he spoke slowly. Breaking through the grand perfection stage, a martial artist reaches a new realm called the transformation realm, also known as the Grandmaster realm. For a martial artist at this stage is honored as a Grandmaster. At this question, He Zhong's expression turned solemn as he spoke slowly. Breaking through the grand perfection stage, a martial artist reaches a new realm called the transformation realm, also known as the Grandmaster realm. For a martial artist at this stage is honored as a Grandmaster. At this question, He Zhong's expression turned solemn as he spoke slowly. Breaking through the grand perfection stage, a martial artist reaches a new realm called the transformation realm, also known as the Grandmaster realm. For a martial artist at this stage is honored as a Grandmaster. At this question, He Zhong's expression turned solemn as he spoke slowly. Breaking through the grand perfection stage, a martial artist reaches a new realm called the transformation realm, also known as the Grandmaster realm. For a martial artist at this stage is honored as a Grandmaster. At this question, He Zhong's expression turned solemn as he spoke slowly. Breaking through the grand perfection stage, a martial artist reaches a new realm called the transformation realm, also known as the Grandmaster realm. For a martial artist at this stage is honored as a Grandmaster. At this question, He Zhong's expression turned solemn as he spoke slowly. Breaking through the grand perfection stage, a martial artist reaches a new realm called the transformation realm, also known as the Grandmaster realm. For a martial artist at this stage is honored as a Grandmaster. At this question, He Zhong's expression turned solemn as he spoke slowly. Breaking through the grand perfection stage, a martial artist reaches a new realm called the transformation realm, also known as the Grandmaster realm. For a martial artist at this stage is honored as a Grandmaster. Grandmaster. Hearing this title, Qin Feng felt a slight start of curiosity, wondering just what capabilities this so-called Grandmaster might possess. Such a title was not something just anyone could bear. Just as Qin Feng was lost in thought for a moment, the woman beside him, named Mo Qingqiang, tentatively spoke up. Sir, that white fruit in your hand is of great use to me. I wonder if you would be willing to sell it to us. Rest assured, if you are willing, the price is no issue. Hearing this, Qin Feng temporarily withdrew his thoughts and looked at Mo Qingqiang. You want this white fruit? Then first tell me, what price can you offer? The white jade fruit held little significance for Qin Feng. After all, in his past life, he was a cultivator at the tribulation transcendent stage. Even though he was reborn and starting his cultivation anew, his mind was far from ordinary. Even refining the white jade fruit into a pill would have no effect on him whatsoever. Just now Qin Feng suddenly recalled that his future cultivation would require many auxiliary herbs. Faced with such a multitude of ingredients, he could not possibly search for them one by one. The best approach was to spend money to purchase them. However, given his current financial status, he was practically penniless. Naturally, he did not have the funds to buy the herbs. Thus, after a moment of deliberation, he turned his thoughts to this white jade fruit. The three people before him were clearly of wealth and status, their family backgrounds undoubtedly extraordinary. Coupled with their earlier eagerness for the white jade fruit, Qin Feng believed they would be willing to pay a substantial sum. Sure enough, upon hearing his question, a joyful expression immediately appeared on Mo Qingcheng's face. Sir, I am willing to pay 1 million to purchase this white fruit. If you find it too little, we can negotiate further. Hearing this, Qin Feng naturally understood the urgency of her desire for the fruit. He smiled faintly, raised 5 fingers, and said calmly, "Final price 5 million. Before Mo Qingcheng could reply, her younger brother Mo Qingchen immediately exclaimed loudly, "What? 5 million? Are you robbing us?" Qin Feng glanced at Mo Qingchen and said coldly, "Wrong. This is far better than robbery. Since you're unwilling, then forget it." With that, he stepped forward ready to leave. In truth, setting the price at 5 million was not Qin Feng being exorbitant. A white jade fruit with a decade of age, while not rare in the cultivation world, was an absolute treasure on a place like Earth. In Qin Feng's estimation, finding a second such white jade fruit on Earth would be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, the price of 5 million was entirely reasonable. Just then, Mo Qingcheng turned and glared at her brother. She quickly stepped in front of Qin Feng and replied, "All right, 5 million, I agree. But we are out and about, and we don't have that much cash on us at the moment." Before Qin Feng could speak, Mo Qingcheng took out a bank card and handed it over, saying, "Sir, this card has 3 million. For the remaining 2 million, I will transfer it to your account as soon as I return home. Sisu." Behind her, Mo Qingchen tried to say something, but was silenced by another glare from his sister. In an era before mobile payments were widespread, it was indeed rare for someone to carry millions on their person. Just as Qin Feng had thought, her background was one of wealth and status. Seeing the bank card offered to him, Qin Feng did not stand on ceremony and took it. "Fine. Remember, you still owe me 2 million. By the way, my name is Qin Feng." With his abilities, Qin Feng had no fear of being deceived by empty words. If Mo Qingcheng dared to cheat him, Qin Feng would make her pay a steep price. His casual demeanor left Mo Qingcheng momentarily stunned. After all, her words carried no guarantee. She claimed there was 3 million on the card, but that was just her word. Who truly knew if it was really 3 million? Thus, in Mo Qingcheng's view, Qin Feng would surely make some demands. For instance, checking the card's balance, leaving contact information, or even insisting on withdrawing cash immediately, and so on. Yet he did none of the things she had imagined. This 5 million transaction seemed as trivial to him as a 5-cent deal. Looking at Qin Feng's calm expression and indifferent gaze, Mo Qingcheng suppressed her curiosity. For some reason, from his eyes, she glimpsed an aura of dominance over the world. She held back her doubts and pulled out another card, saying, "Mr. Qin, please rest assured. This is a fair transaction, and we would not deceive you. This is my contact information. If anything comes up, you can reach me anytime. By the way, may I ask for your phone number, Mr. Qin? Once there is progress, I can contact you promptly." In her mind, building a good relationship with a skilled individual like Qin Feng held many benefits. Seeing Mo Qingcheng's attitude, the displeasure Qin Feng had felt earlier dissipated, and he naturally shared his phone number with her. Afterward, Qin Feng directly handed the white jade fruit to Mo Qingcheng. Witnessing this, even Mo Qingchen, who had been hostile earlier, showed a delighted expression. "Thank you, Mr. Qin, truly thank you." Mo Qingcheng accepted the white jade fruit with repeated thanks. At that moment, her joy and elation were beyond words. Seeing the smile on Mo Qingcheng's stunning face, Qin Feng felt a slight stir in his heart. A sense of familiarity and warmth suddenly surged within him. He took a deep breath, suppressing the strange feeling, and asked slowly, "Miss Mo, may I ask what you intend to do with the white jade fruit?" Hearing this, Mo Qingcheng snapped out of her joy and asked with some confusion, "Mr. Qin, what white jade fruit are you referring to? Isn't this the clear spirit jade fruit?" As she spoke, she looked at the white fruit in her hand. "Clear spirit jade fruit." Qin Feng smiled faintly and said calmly, "I have never heard of that name. But I must tell you, the fruit in your hand is called the white jade fruit. Of course, if you want to back out now, we can cancel the transaction. I'll return your money, and you give me back the fruit." Hearing his words, Mo Qingcheng's delicate brows furrowed. She stared at the white jade fruit in her hand, falling into deep thought. She could tell that his words held no hint of deceit. If Qin Feng had intended to trick her, he wouldn't have brought this up at all. Sis, maybe the fruit has different names in different places. At that moment, Mo Qingchen suddenly had a flash of insight and spoke up. Hearing this, Mo Qingcheng's eyes lit up. That was true. It wasn't unusual for the same thing to have multiple names. In different regions, or even the same region, the same object could be called by different names. Just then, Qin Feng slowly added a reminder. The white jade fruit has the effect of nourishing the soul and calming the mind. Miss Mo, if you confirm the transaction, now don't regret it later. Remember, you still owe me 2 million. Even if this fruit proves useless to you, you must still pay that amount. Hearing this, Mo Qingcheng looked at him with surprise and asked, Mr. Qin, do you also know the properties of this fruit? If what you say is true, then this fruit is indeed correct. The effects of nourishing the soul and calming the mind are exactly what we need. So you intend to use this fruit to save someone? Qin Feng had already guessed the gist of it. Mo Qingcheng nodded and said, To be honest with you, Mr. Qin, my grandfather fell ill suddenly some time ago and has been in a coma. The doctors are at a loss. We received a tip that a fruit called the clear spirit jade fruit grows in the deep canyon of East Jing Mountain, which could cure his condition. That's why we came to search for it. Oh, I see. Qin Feng merely nodded slightly, not intending to probe further. He could tell that there were many details left unsaid in her story. For instance, what illness did her grandfather have? Who directed them to East Jing Mountain? How did that person know about the white jade fruit there? And so on. These matters were none of Qin Feng's concern, and he had no interest in delving deeper. Once the transaction was concluded, neither party had any reason to linger. Thus the four of them left the mountain together. Mr. Qin, may I ask where you work? Mo Qingcheng inquired tentatively. I'm studying at Zhonghai University. Qin Feng replied honestly, seeing no reason to conceal the fact. Though surprised that Qin Feng was still a student, Mo Qingcheng was not overly astonished. After all, the fact that he was a formidable master of the late inner strength stage was far more shocking. After leaving Dongjing Mountain, they parted ways. Hezhong, injured by Qin Feng, naturally needed immediate medical treatment. As for the medical expenses, Mo Qingcheng would naturally cover them. Before parting, she assured Qin Feng that she would pay the remaining 2 million after returning home. Qin Feng was indifferent to Mo Qingcheng's promise. In his eyes, 3 million or 5 million were mere numbers holding no significant difference. However, if Mo Qingcheng failed to pay, the nature of the matter would change entirely. Deception was something Qin Feng could never tolerate, especially after experiencing the betrayal of his most beloved in his past life. It had become a taboo in his heart. After parting, Mo Qingcheng looked at her elder sister and asked, Sis, are you really going to pay the remaining 2 million? Of course I am. Mo Qingcheng nodded solemnly. Mo Qingcheng grew anxious upon hearing this. But that guy is clearly extorting us. Just a measly fruit, and he dares to ask for 5 million. That's an outrageous demand. Sis, I think giving him 3 million is already more than generous. There's no contract or written agreement for the remaining 2 million. I say we just forget about it. Besides, with the Mo family's influence, he wouldn't dare oppose us. Hearing this, Mo Qingcheng furrowed her delicate brows. Qingcheng, watch your words and set aside those crooked thoughts. Do you even realize who you're dealing with? Some people are absolutely not to be offended, and this Mr. Qin is exactly that kind of person. Because I simply cannot see through him. At this point, Hezhong spoke slowly. The young lady is right. Young master, you must not provoke him. This Qin Feng's strength is at least at the late inner strength stage. Most importantly, he is still so young, and there's a high chance he will break through to the transformation realm and become a grandmaster. If you offend such an expert, his retaliation would be something we cannot bear. Compared to that, 2 million is merely a trivial sum. Yes, Uncle Zhong sees things clearly. Mo Qingcheng nodded. Hearing their words, Mo Qingcheng shook his head and sighed. Sis, even if you want to pay the 2 million, you simply don't have the money now. Ever since Grandpa fell into a coma, Uncle and his family have seized control of the finances. The 3 million you paid earlier was all our savings. Look at me, once a profligate young master, now my pockets are cleaner than my face. Under these circumstances, how can you possibly repay that 2 million to Qin Feng? At these words, a sharp glint flashed in Mo Qingcheng's eyes as she spoke slowly. It seems we must plan this carefully. Meanwhile, Qin Feng headed back toward Zhonghai University. But he didn't return to the school. He had realized that living in the dormitory would be highly inconvenient. After all, he often went out at night to cultivate and returned only in the morning. Such behavior would seem far too peculiar. Moreover, if he stayed in the dorm, he would have no private space to prepare the spiritual herbs needed to enhance his magical power. Most importantly, he now possessed 8 purple cloudgrass seeds. He needed to find a suitable place to plant and nurture them. This process would take considerable time, and the fewer people around the better. The school dormitory could not meet such requirements. These issues had crossed Qin Feng's mind countless times. As for the solution, he had already devised a plan. The method was simple: find a place to live outside the school. With 3 million in his possession, he could easily afford a residence provided it wasn't too luxurious. Of course, Qin Feng's choice of residence wouldn't be based on luxury, but on the concentration of spiritual energy. Through observation, he noticed that the spiritual energy density on the east side of the campus near Dongjing Mountain was higher than in the other 3 directions. This was unsurprising, as the rear of Dongjing Mountain was a vast continuous range of peaks, while the other directions were inhabited to varying degrees, with the west being the main urban area. With this in mind, Qin Feng naturally chose a residence near Dongjing Mountain. Due to its proximity to the mountains and distance from the city center, the area near Dongjing Mountain appeared relatively dilapidated. Even the commercial streets and food alleys around the school were on the west side, leaving the east side somewhat desolate. Under these circumstances, housing in this area was naturally cheaper. Qin Feng strolled slowly among the cluster of houses at the foot of Dongjing Mountain. He was looking for any properties available for rent or even sale. Eventually, he found a 2-story villa. It was a 3-bay 2-story building with a separate 1-story house beside it. Both structures were enclosed by a wall forming a private courtyard that was meticulously maintained. The entire property had an antique charm, clearly showing its age. It was here that Qin Feng spotted the rental notice outside. To his delight, a faint spiritual energy emanated from the surroundings of this house, making the concentration here higher than anywhere else nearby. Seeing this, he decided to rent the courtyard before even stepping inside, solely because of its superior spiritual energy density. Of course, if the owner was willing to sell, that would be even better. Cultivating purple cloud grass was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Qin Feng then knocked on the courtyard gate. "Young man, can I help you?" After a moment, the gate opened, revealing an elderly woman in her 50s or 60s. Qin Feng offered a natural warm smile as he addressed the woman, who was sizing him up. "Auntie, I saw the rental notice outside. Is there still a room available?" Hearing this, the elderly woman understood he was looking to rent. She cheerfully invited him inside. Entering the courtyard, Qin Feng looked around. He noticed a flower bed about a meter wide along the wall. It was planted with various flowers and plants, all thriving beautifully. Through conversation, he learned that the owner's children had emigrated abroad. Reluctant to leave their homeland, the elderly couple chose to stay in the 1-story house. Finding the place too quiet, they decided to rent out the rooms. Due to the remote location, even with low rent, few people came to rent. According to the landlady, only a young woman had rented 1 room so far. But she left early for work and returned late, leaving the house as quiet as before. Hoping to have another tenant, the elderly couple kept the rental notice up. The landlady led Qin Feng to the 2nd floor and opened the door to the left room. The room was about 20 square meters, spacious and bright. Its sole balcony faced east toward Dongjing Mountain, an excellent location. This was exactly the dwelling Qin Feng desired. The elderly couple wasn't renting for profit, so the rent was very low. It was only 300 yuan a month. For a room of the same size in the city, the rent would be no less than 1,000 yuan. Hearing the rent, Qin Feng paid for a full year without a second thought. For him, now money was no issue. As for the idea of buying the house, he temporarily set it aside. Qin Feng placed the spiritual herbs in his rented room, but returned to the school dormitory that very night, as the room contained nothing but an empty bed. At the very least, he needed to procure some bedding before moving in. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qin Feng noticed Zhao Mingjia had also come back. However, the 3 roommates cast strange looks at him. He remained oblivious to the fact that his roommates assumed he had been out carousing with a mysterious girlfriend. Unconcerned, Qin Feng paid them no heed. After exchanging a few casual words, he retired to bed. Witnessing this, the other 3 roommates' imaginations ran wild. The following day, the military training for freshmen officially commenced. All freshmen changed into the pre-prepared camouflage uniforms and gathered on the sports field, clustered by class. "Oh, this uniform is so ugly, it completely hides my perfect figure." "Exactly. And the sun is so scorching, my skin is going to get tanned. I was looking forward to training before, but now I absolutely dread it. Sigh. All we can do now is pray for a handsome, sunny soldier. Right? Hopefully he'll go easy on us for the sake of all us beauties." Naturally, these complaints came from the pretty girls in the class. Qin Feng and a few male classmates, including Zhang Yin, stayed quietly on the sidelines, saying nothing. Before long, Qin Feng's ears twitched slightly as he heard the rhythmic sound of marching footsteps. The instructors for the freshmen's military training had arrived. After assignment, 60 students from English Class 5 and English Class 6 were grouped under one instructor. Through introductions, they learned the instructor's name, Chenhua. Chenhua stood about 1.8 meters tall with a robust physique, appearing to be only 23 or 24 years old. His bronze skin and powerful muscles unmistakably marked him as an elite soldier. In this regard, it was no different from his past life. However, unlike his past life, Qin Feng keenly noticed that Xuanhua's eyes were wide, his brows tightly furrowed, and his face was pulled long. His expression clearly indicated a foul mood and bad luck. Such a visage was entirely at odds with the handsome, sunny soldier the girls had fantasized about. The disappointment on the girls' faces was unmistakable. College military training was of course incomparable to real military training. For Qin Feng, the entire training session was exceptionally tedious. It felt like a postdoctoral scholar returning to kindergarten, stirring infinite emotions within him. Each day consisted of 8 hours of training followed by free time. That afternoon, after training ended, Qin Feng purchased some daily necessities at a nearby store and moved into his rented room. He also bought 8 oversized flower pots. These were naturally not for flowers, but to cultivate purple cloud grass. He placed the 8 pots on the balcony which faced East Scenery Mountain, where spiritual energy was most abundant. Subsequently, he planted seeds of purple cloud grass in each pot. Since Qin Feng had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage and could not set up formations, he had to temporarily let the seeds grow on their own. Even so, he was quite satisfied with his new abode. Days passed one after another. Apart from military training, Qin Feng spent every day cultivating in the backyard of his rented house. He also made sure to stay as far away from the corner of his room as possible. He did this to avoid harming the purple cloud grass. After all, once the creation reincarnation art was activated, it would automatically absorb all surrounding energy. With his current abilities, he could not control the range of energy absorption. He roughly estimated that when he operated the creation reincarnation art, the soil within a 10-meter radius around him would be affected. Thus, he had no choice but to stay away from where the purple cloud grass was planted. However, what Qin Feng did not notice was that the cultivation spot he chose was directly beneath the window of another tenant in the house. According to the landlady, Qin Feng knew that the room on the right on the second floor was occupied by a woman in her 20s. But he would return every evening to cultivate and wake up at around 6 in the morning to attend the training morning exercises. The woman opposite seemed to leave for work around 7 each morning, and by the time she returned, Qin Feng had already begun cultivating in the backyard. Moreover, the woman had never once opened her window to look out. Thus, over the course of 10 or so days, the two had never actually met. Truth be told, Qin Feng could not care less about what kind of woman lived in the right room. Although his life was simple, he still felt that cultivation time was far from sufficient, so he had no interest in others' affairs. The woman in the right room was named Su Ying, a nurse at a hospital. She had rented the place because the rent was cheap. Due to the remote location, she had to spend an hour and a half each morning to get to work. Similarly, Su Ying knew the landlady had rented out the left room, but had no idea who the tenant was, only hearing from the landlady that it was a young man around her age. However, she left for work at 7 every morning and returned at 7 or 8 in the evening, sometimes later. The young man had never appeared before she left for work or after she returned. So the two had never crossed paths. Moreover, she never saw the young man opposite on weekends either. If not for the landlady's mention, she would have thought he didn't exist. Of course, she was busy with her own work and had no extra energy to concern herself with others. Soon the half-month of freshman military training came to an end. The last day happened to be Saturday, and after training concluded, Qin Feng returned early to his rented house. Using the spiritual herbs he had gathered to prepare a foundation nourishing elixir coupled with half a month of diligent cultivation, Qin Feng successfully broke through consecutively and had now reached the 6th layer of the qi refining stage. He was just a little short of breaking through to the late qi refining stage. This clearly demonstrated the immense impact of spiritual herbs and medicines on cultivation. Without the foundation nourishing elixir, even if he cultivated daily in the deep abyss of East Scenery Mountain, he would have struggled to reach the 6th layer of qi refining in half a month. After all, the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult progress became. Without external aid, it was absolutely impossible. It was for this reason that Qin Feng valued the purple cloud grass so highly. Generally, purple cloud grass takes at least 5 years to mature, but with the aid of certain formations, the time could be greatly shortened. Furthermore, the older the spiritual herb, the higher the quality of the pills refined from it. This was why Qin Feng was so eager to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Because at the foundation establishment stage, he would be able to set up formations. As Qin Feng entered the small courtyard, he saw a woman in her 20s watering flowers by the flower bed. He immediately recognized her as the woman from the room on the right on the 2nd floor. After half a month, this was their first meeting. Su Ying saw Qin Feng enter the courtyard, put down her work, and a smile appeared on her lips. "Hello, I'm Su Ying. I live opposite you and work at Jincheng Hospital." Qin Feng smiled and nodded in return. "I'm Qin Feng, a freshman at Zhonghai University." He naturally took a moment to appraise Su Ying. a gentle and pleasant woman with a sincere smile, her shoulder-length hair casually draped behind her back. She wore light makeup, her skin appeared fair, and while not a stunning beauty, she was certainly an attractive woman with good temperament. What? You're still a student? Then why are you renting a place? Are you living with your girlfriend? Su-Ying was taken aback and blurted out several questions in a row. After asking, Su-Ying immediately regretted it. She knew she had asked too much. Thinking about her questions, a flush of crimson crept across her cheeks. Asking a stranger about living with his girlfriend was too embarrassing. For a moment, Su-Ying's heart began to race. Just for convenience, Qin Feng replied indifferently, too lazy to dwell on Su-Ying's thoughts, and headed toward the house. Su-Ying watched his retreating figure and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, judging by his shabby clothes, he doesn't seem well off. Renting a place just for convenience. What an oddball. That was Su-Ying's assessment of Qin Feng. Dongjing Mountain Park is named after its proximity to Dongjing Mountain. It is located about 1 kilometer from Qin Feng's residence and boasts a sizable area with a large clear lake at its center. People refer to it as Dongjing Lake. In terms of area, Dongjing Lake is much larger than the lake within the campus of Zhonghai University. Due to its pleasant environment, it has attracted many elderly individuals and fitness enthusiasts. With military training having concluded, and it being a Sunday, Qin Feng made his way to Dongjing Mountain Park after finishing his morning cultivation. After all, balance and practice is essential. During the previous military training, although other students were exhausted, Qin Feng merely regarded it as a form of relaxation. The concentration of spiritual energy here is even higher than that in his small courtyard thanks to its proximity to Dongjing Mountain. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng strolled leisurely along the lakeside of Dongjing Mountain Park. With his eyes closed, he quietly sensed the rhythm of nature, finding peace within himself. In this state, Qin Feng unknowingly circled around Dongjing Lake for quite some time. When he finally opened his eyes, he let out a long sigh. Glancing at the surroundings, Qin Feng felt inspired and practiced some boxing by the lake. The boxing technique he practiced was the foundational boxing style learned by every disciple of the Xian sect in his past life, the 12 Styles of Freedom. The 12 Styles of Freedom may be considered a basic boxing technique, but it encompasses various skills including punches, palms, kicks, and footwork used in unarmed combat. Practicing the 12 Styles of Freedom requires certain levels of cultivation for a cultivator. Generally, those in the Qi refining stage can only manage the first 3 styles. To fully master the 12 Styles of Freedom, one must reach the Golden Core stage. Of course, having reached the Tribulation Transcendence stage in his past life, Qin Feng's insights and understanding far exceed those of ordinary cultivators. Thus, even though he is currently only at the 6th level of the Qi refining stage, he can still manage to perform the first 3 styles of the 12 Styles of Freedom with some effort. Qin Feng immersed himself in his own world, continuously executing the first 3 styles of the 12 Styles of Freedom. The first style, punch technique, stabilizing the land. The second style, palm technique, breaking mountains and rivers. The third style, kick technique, moving the wind and clouds. At times fierce and unstoppable, at times grand and imposing, at times elusive and intangible. What an excellent boxing technique. At that moment, an unexpected voice of praise reached Qin Feng's ears. He slowly retracted his fists and turned to assess the person. A young man in his 20s approached, marveling, friend, excellent boxing technique. I pride myself on having seen many boxing styles, yet I cannot tell what you are practicing. At this moment, despite hearing the other person's compliment, Qin Feng did not pay too much attention. However, since the other person initiated the conversation, it would be rude to ignore him, so he simply replied, "It's just a random form I practice, it doesn't have a name." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the young man smiled awkwardly. It was clear he sensed that Qin Feng was not particularly interested in befriending him and preferred not to engage further. Nonetheless, he genuinely felt that Qin Feng's boxing was quite impressive, and being a martial arts enthusiast, he took the initiative to speak up. Thus, despite noticing Qin Feng's indifference, he still approached and introduced himself. "My name is Du Cheng. It's evident that you possess considerable martial skills. I have also practiced martial arts for many years. How about we spar a bit?" Hearing this from the young man, Qin Feng understood that he was specifically looking to challenge him. Casually glancing at Du Cheng, Qin Feng shook his head slightly and directly refused, saying, "You are not my match. Sparring is unnecessary." His words were quite blunt. He straightforwardly showed no courtesy or regard for the other person. Du Cheng was stunned. At that moment, he thought to himself, "I, Du Cheng, consider myself quite arrogant. Unexpectedly, there exists someone even more arrogant than me in this Zhonghai city." While he admits that this guy's boxing is remarkable, to claim that he is not my match is overly generous. Du Cheng had enlisted at 18, and by 20 he had successfully become a special forces soldier thanks to his own abilities. Now at 22, he was recently selected to join the Wolf Fong Special Operations Team in the Jiangnan military region. The Wolf Fong Special Operations Team can be considered the elite amongst elites. All the soldiers in it are selected from existing special forces. Even with connections, one cannot enter unless their skills are up to par. Only 9 such special forces exist in the entire Huagua. This illustrates just how challenging it is to become a member. Because he successfully qualified for the Wolf Fong Special Operations Team, Du Cheng had a month off. After a month, he would enter the Wolf Fong Special Operations Team for specialized training. Therefore, upon hearing Qin Feng say he wasn't a match, Du Cheng naturally felt quite indignant. Seeing that the other person looked barely 20, Du Cheng was confident he could surpass him even if he had been practicing martial arts since infancy. Thus, Du Cheng glared at Qin Feng with a somewhat unfriendly expression and said, "Friend, you have quite the audacity. Are you so sure I am not your match? To be honest, I have yet to encounter an opponent in the army. Since you are so confident, let's see what you've got." Du Cheng spoke the truth. In the army, he was indeed the top fighter, dubbed the King of Combat by his comrades. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been selected for the Wolf Fong Special Operations Team. Seeing the other person so insistent, Qin Feng merely shook his head and replied helplessly, "Fine, since you are so confident, let's see what you've got." Uncertain if it was intentional, Qin Feng echoed the previous words back to Du Cheng verbatim. He also wanted to resolve this quickly and avoid prolonged entanglement. "Good lad, you truly are bold." Du Cheng naturally picked up on the disdain in Qin Feng's tone and coldly replied, "Kid, let's move to a more open area away from the lake. I'm afraid I might accidentally knock you into the water. To be honest, I have no idea how deep Dongjing Lake actually is." Hearing the other person's cold remarks, Qin Feng smiled slightly and replied, "Don't worry, it will only take one move, so there's no need to change locations. As for how deep Dongjing Lake is, you should be able to measure it yourself today." "You." Du Cheng was nearly choked by Qin Feng's dismissive words, his anger suddenly flaring up as he coldly said, "In that case, prepare for the consequences and take this." With that, Du Cheng pushed off with his foot leaping into the air and delivering a fierce kick at Qin Feng. It is said that punches account for 30% while kicks account for 70%. In terms of offensive techniques, kicks are often more ferocious and effective than punches. Though it appeared to be a standard whip kick, Du Cheng's plan was to change his attack immediately if the opponent made a defensive move. At that moment, he would unleash his ultimate move, the chain kick. In the military, his chain kick had left no rivals unscathed. This time, Du Cheng wanted to show the opponent his prowess, teaching him a lesson for his audacious demeanor. However, just as Du Cheng's leg was kicked out, and before he could change his move, Qin Feng suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his right foot. In an instant, Du Cheng felt as if his right foot were caught in an iron vise, unable to move. Then he saw Qin Feng lift his body effortlessly. At this, Du Cheng's mind went blank. Is this really a human? This was completely beyond his expectations, and by the time he realized what was happening, he found himself soaring through the air. The direction in which Du Cheng was flying was straight towards Dongjing Lake. With a loud splash, his body, weighing over 160 pounds, crashed onto the surface of the lake like a diving bomb. Immediately after, he seemed to vanish from sight, only a series of bubbles rising to the surface. After a while, Du Cheng's head resurfaced from the lake. He could swim, so there was no problem. Furthermore, Qin Feng's earlier move had not inflicted any substantial harm on him. Thus, Du Cheng quickly floated back to the surface after falling into the lake. Looking at Qin Feng, who was smiling by the lakeside, the astonished expression on his face was unguarded. "Damn, so powerful." After a while, Du Cheng finally reacted and let out a curse. "Now tell me how deep Dongjing Lake is," Qin Feng said casually. After speaking, he did not wait for a response and turned to leave. At this moment, still in the lake, Du Cheng quickly reacted and shouted, "Hey, what's your name?" However, Qin Feng did not answer and continued walking away, his silhouette growing more distant. After strolling through Dongjing Park, Qin Feng returned to his room, for he needed to prepare a new batch of foundational spiritual liquid to aid his cultivation. According to his estimation, if he continued to cultivate with the assistance of the foundational spiritual liquid, he could break through to the 7th layer of the Qi refining stage in just 3 more days. That would mark the late Qi refining stage, a realm where his strength would undergo a leapfrogging enhancement. Just then his phone rang. Qin Feng took it out and saw it was Zhang Yun calling. "Hey Zhang Yun, what's up?" Zhang Yun's voice came through the phone. Qin Feng, the class monitor, said that to celebrate the end of military training and to let our class get to know each other better. So there's a class gathering tonight at 7 at Tianqiao Entertainment. I'm supposed to inform the 8 guys in our class. Make sure you're not late. Oh, and since many classmates have their own cars, there won't be a group vehicle arranged. Alright, I'll be there on time. Qin Feng replied indifferently before hanging up. He had experienced this gathering in his past life as well, and he still remembered that some particular events had unfolded during it. Those events ultimately led to Fang Qing, the originally outstanding class monitor, becoming someone's mistress. She didn't even finish her freshman year and dropped out in disgrace. In my past life, faced with such matters, I could only avoid them and dared not intervene. In this life, I want to see who exactly is behind it all. Qin Feng put down his phone, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Tianqiao Entertainment was a good 10 kilometers away from Zhonghai University, already on the edge of the central city. A little after 6 in the evening, Qin Feng took a taxi directly to Tianqiao Entertainment. Getting out of the car, he saw many luxury vehicles parked at the entrance. Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, they were everywhere. Although this wasn't the central city, it bordered the newly developed district that Zhonghai City was focusing on. Thus, it was very bustling with many newly built restaurants, bars, KTVs, and other entertainment venues. When Qin Feng arrived, it was nearly 7 and Tianqiao Entertainment was already ablaze with lights. Entering the lobby, a row of hostesses in uniforms and stockings stood on either side, slender and attractive. Seeing a guest enter, they bowed in unison and greeted him with excellent service. A pretty waitress immediately approached with a smile. "Sir, please come in. How many in your party?" "I'm going to room 1103. Qin Feng stated the reserved room number. Since the gathering had 30 people, the class monitor Fang Qing had booked a large room in advance. "All right, please follow me." The waitress politely led Qin Feng inside. She pushed open the door to room 1103, and Qin Feng walked in. All the classmates from English Class 5 were there. He was the last to arrive. "Qin Feng, you're here. Right on time. 7 o'clock sharp, just as promised." Zhang Yan glanced at his watch and teased. Qin Feng smiled, but said nothing. After that, nothing special happened. Everyone just ate, drank, and sang. Qin Feng never once picked up the microphone. He simply sat in a corner, slowly sipping a glass of water. His unusual behavior didn't draw much attention from the others. Over the past half-month, his statement, "I come from the countryside," had spread throughout the entire class. Most of his classmates regarded him as a joke. After all, even students from rural areas didn't introduce themselves like that. Coupled with Qin Feng's usual quietness and lack of sociability, it naturally made the other students look down on him even more. In their eyes, Qin Feng was not only poor, but also extremely introverted and insecure. Such a person would never amount to much. As a result, apart from Zhang Yan, almost no one else spoke to him. Qin Feng, however, didn't mind. He had endured far more contemptuous and malicious treatment in the past. Having lived for 1,000 years, his mind had long reached a state of profound tranquility. Among the crowd, Zhao Mingjia was the most glamorous. His father, Zhao Hongxing, was worth billions, a prominent figure not only in Zhonghai City, but throughout Jiangnan Province. "Classmates, it's fate that we're gathered here. Please enjoy yourselves tonight. All expenses are on me, Zhao Mingjia." His words drew praise from both the boys and girls in the class. Among them, a student named Ma Chong was the most enthusiastic, his flattery absolutely top-notch. "Brother Jia, how generous. A man like you is destined for great things. I think in light of Brother Jia's generosity, we should all toast to him. What do you say?" "Yes, yes." This immediately drew a chorus of approval. But there was one exception. That was Qin Feng. Because Qin Feng hadn't been drinking, before him was only a glass of water. Seeing Qin Feng motionless, Ma Chong, acting as the lackey, couldn't help but speak lightly. "Qin Feng, Grand Lord Qin, this party is hosted by our brother Jia. Even if you can't drink, you should at least show some courtesy." He emphasized the words Grand Lord, heavily, a clear mockery of Qin Feng's earlier statement, "I come from the countryside." Hearing Ma Chong's words, the others also turned their gazes to Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, since we're toasting Brother Jia, you should at least have one drink." A male student chimed in. Exactly. Even I, a girl, am drinking. How can you, a grown man, be so fussy?" Another female student said impatiently. Others also joined in, all expressing one idea: Qin Feng must toast Zhao Mingjia to show respect. At this moment, Zhang Yan quickly stepped forward to defend Qin Feng. "Qin Feng can't drink, so don't force him. He'll drink his share for him." Seeing this, Qin Feng, sitting aside, felt a warmth in his heart. In his past life, he had also raised his glass with everyone to toast Zhao Mingjia. Thus, none of this had happened. "Zhang Yan, why are you butting in? Can toasting be done by someone else?" Ma Chong glanced disdainfully at Zhang Yan. Just as he was about to say more, the class monitor Fang Qing, who had been silent, spoke up. "All right. Qin Feng doesn't drink, so let's not force him. Let's just enjoy ourselves." Hearing this, the others immediately fell silent. Even Ma Chong, who had been the loudest, backed off without another word. Everyone knew that Zhao Mingjia was very fond of Fang Qing. During military training, he had already begun pursuing her. However, Fang Qing felt nothing for him and had never agreed. Seeing this, the protagonist, Zhao Mingjia, had to step in to smooth things over. "All right, Qin Feng is a well-behaved student, so let's not push him. Come. Let's all drink together." Alright. And so Qin Feng was completely isolated on the other side. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised that the class monitor Feng Qing had spoken up for him. This was something he hadn't encountered in his past life. In his past life, they had both suffered tragic fates and had little interaction. Thinking of this, Qin Feng revealed a faint, elusive smile and suddenly made a decision in his heart. To further display his so-called generosity, Zhao Mingjie even ordered 4 bottles of expensive red wine. Of course, given his wealth, this was merely a drop in the bucket. The entire class got increasingly drunk in such an atmosphere. There was only one exception, Qin Feng. He never took a single sip of alcohol. Before him, there was always that glass of water. Later, Zhao Mingjie, somewhat tipsy, began to boast loudly. I can tell you my father is absolutely top-notch in all of Zhonghai City. The big shots from both the underworld and the legitimate world all have to show my father some respect. Since Zhao Mingjie had spoken, his lackey Ma Chong naturally hurried to flatter him. Brother Jie, how domineering. With the Zhao family's influence, you're not just top-notch in Zhonghai City, but even in Jiangnan province. Who would dare not show your family some respect? Hearing Ma Chong's sycophantic praise, Zhao Mingjie said even more arrogantly, that's right. Let's not talk about others. Take Huang Tianba, the boss behind Tianchao Entertainment. He was once a true underworld boss with over 1,000 men under his command. It's only due to the current situation that he's gradually transitioning into legitimate businesses. But even he has to call my father brother Zhao. Hearing this, a local female student from Zhonghai exclaimed in surprise. Huang Tianba, nicknamed Boss Ba, is said to have excellent connections with leaders from various industries in Zhonghai. There are even rumors that he has backing at the provincial level. Who knows if it's true? Most of the students present came from ordinary families, with only a few being wealthy second-generation heirs. But even those wealthy heirs couldn't compare to figures like Huang Tianba, who dominated Zhonghai. In fact, even Zhao Hongsheng was completely out of his league. Zhao Mingjie's earlier words were just boasting to save face. Listening to these conversations, Qin Feng, sitting in the corner, merely shook his head slightly. He recalled that in his past life, hearing these words had stirred his blood and filled him with ardent longing. He had even admired the big shots they talked about. He had once dreamed of becoming such a figure himself. But now, aside from feeling bored, he had no other thoughts. Apart from being wealthy and fond of arrogant posturing, Zhao Mingjie had no habit of bullying the weak. Thus, Qin Feng didn't harbor any particular dislike for him. In his past life, due to Wang Zubin's warning, they had been roommates who exchanged barely a word. In this life, Qin Feng's mindset had completely changed, yet it seemed they were still destined to be roommates who barely spoke. Amidst the revelry of the crowd, time passed swiftly. After a while, the class monitor Feng Qing and 3 other girls rose together, intending to step out for a bit. Witnessing this, Qin Feng, seated in the corner, couldn't help but lift his eyes, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He recalled that in his past life, it was precisely because these 4 girls left midway that something extraordinary unfolded. Ultimately, this forced the class gathering to conclude prematurely. Subsequently, the other students from English Class 5 were ushered out by the staff. As for what transpired later at Tianchao Entertainment, the classmates remained largely in the dark. Rumors merely whispered that Feng Qing was detained overnight by a certain influential figure and later became his kept woman. Eventually, the story spread far and wide. Amidst the pointed fingers and incessant gossip, Feng Qing failed to complete even her freshman year, dropping out in shame. This time, upon seeing the 4 girls exit the private room, Qin Feng downed the remaining water in his glass in one gulp and quietly followed them out. Initially, he had merely intended to casually observe the truth behind this incident. Yet, having heard Feng Qing speak up for him earlier, Qin Feng decided to personally intervene and lend a hand to this pitiable soul from his past life. The others in the room were already lost in their revelry, oblivious to Qin Feng's actions. After all, Qin Feng had been sitting alone in the corner all along, isolated and unobtrusive, his presence barely registering. He trailed the 4 girls from a distance, weaving through twists and turns until they reached the front desk. Before long, the 4 of them started heading back along the corridor toward their private room. It was at that very moment that 5 figures staggered unsteadily from the far end of the hallway. Chatting and laughing boisterously, it was evident that some among them were inebriated. One of them, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, supported by 2 others, pointed at a short, stout man beside him and declared, "Ma Sainer, you've managed Tianchao Entertainment quite well. I made no mistake in entrusting it to your care." The short, stout man was named Ma Cheng, the 3rd child in his family, hence also known as Ma San. He was the general manager of this very Tianchao Entertainment, its direct overseer. Upon hearing the thick-browed man's words, Ma San quickly responded with a smile. "Ma San, thanks Brother Chan for your appreciation. Rest assured, once fresh goods arrive at the establishment, I will surely summon you for the first taste." This thick-browed man named Huang Chang was the relative of Huang Tianba, whom Zhao Mingjie and the others had been discussing earlier. He was also the proprietor of this Tianchao entertainment, reporting directly to Huang Tianba. Seeing Ma San's astuteness, Huang Chang patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. Ha! Excellent. You truly understand my heart. Rest assured, follow me, Brother Chang, and I guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and honor. As the 5 men staggered into the corridor, Fang Qing and the other 3 girls approached from the opposite end. Since they were attending a gathering, all 4 girls had meticulously dressed themselves up. The innate female desire for beauty was perfectly natural. Especially the class monitor Fang Qing, clad in a white dress that was tautly stretched over her bosom. Not only did she possess an exquisite figure with a devilishly curvaceous silhouette, but her delicate features and skin so smooth it seemed it might break at a touch made her resemble a spirit emerging from the snow, radiating an aura of pure innocence and charm. Although the other 3 girls were not as stunning as Fang Qing, they were still beauties of above-average looks. Adorned in their attractive attire and makeup, the 4 of them walking together formed a truly captivating spectacle. As they walked side by side, they happened to encounter Huang Chang and his 4 companions right in the middle of the corridor. At that moment, Huang Chang opened his bleary, sleep-laden eyes and caught sight of the 4 girls before him. These 4 young women were entirely different from the hostesses working in this establishment, exuding an air of pure innocence. It was precisely for this reason that with a single glance Huang Chang was utterly captivated. Being a lecherous fiend by nature, upon seeing these 4 beautiful girls before him, he could hardly suppress the surge of lust within his heart. He even went so far as to extend his right hand, intending to caress the face of Fang Qing, who was walking in front. Simultaneously, he leered and uttered, "What a stunning dame! This piece is fine goods, I'll take her." Fang Qing, naturally displeased, quickly stepped back to evade his touch. "What do you think you're doing?" All 4 girls glared at them with indignation. At this point, they still assumed the 5 men were merely drunkards from another private room. After all, their party included 30 people with 8 boys among them. Thus, they felt no fear towards these drunkards, brimming with confidence. Huang Chang's grin widened at their reaction. "Oh, Ma Saner, where did you dig up these 4 little fillies? Quite a fiery temper they have. But I like them even more." Ma San, standing by, could only nod awkwardly in agreement. He was well aware that these 4 girls were not employees of his establishment, but rather guests who had come to enjoy themselves. Yet did that truly matter? In Ma San's eyes, pleasing his boss before him was of paramount importance. He then raised his head, fixed his gaze on Fang Qing and the others, and said coldly, "This is Brother Chang. Consider yourselves lucky that he has taken a liking to you 4. If you serve Brother Chang well, you won't be shortchanged." Before Fang Qing and the others could respond, Huang Chang, still supported by his men, wobbled and pointed a finger at Fang Qing, bellowing, "Bah! What for? I only want her. The rest are nothing but common vulgar beauties." "Yes, yes." Ma San quickly nodded, then turned to Fang Qing and barked sternly, "Little girl, being favored by Brother Chang is a blessing earned from your past life. Hurry up and come support Brother Chang." Confronted with these vicious words, the previously assertive 4 girls involuntarily shrank back a step. One of the more timid girls, terrified immediately, tried to flee. But without Huang Chang's consent, she was forcibly restrained by the other men. This entire scene was observed clearly by Qin Feng, who stood at a distance. Now he finally understood the incident that had ruined Fang Qing's life in his past existence. Just as the 2 men intercepted the fleeing girl, Fang Qing sensed the imminent danger and shouted, "Charge through! Run!" Immediately, the 3 girls lunged together at Huang Chang and his men. Unfortunately, they were merely young schoolgirls, no match for these street-hardened thugs. Especially since they were up against 5 men. Though Huang Chang was drunk, the other 4 were completely sober. Consequently, Fang Qing and her friends were easily subdued. Ma San, witnessing this, instructed his 3 underlings, later take the other 3 girls away, find out their private room, and drive all their companions out. "Yes, boss," the 3 subordinates replied in unison. Fang Qing, pinned down firmly by Ma San, was panic-stricken and cried out loudly, "What do you think you're doing? I'm telling you this is against the law. He'll report you." Ma San sneered lasciviously, "Go ahead, little girl, report us if you wish. Let's see if anyone will stand up for you. Besides, you're about to become Brother Chang's woman. Would you like your scandalous photos to spread across the world?" "Huh?" The other 3 joined in with raucous laughter. Fang Qing's heart turned icy cold at these words. This was a blatant threat. Moreover, judging by their audacious confidence, they likely wielded considerable influence. At this moment, Huang Chang seemed to have sobered up slightly. He staggered over to Fang Qing, looked her up and down appraisingly, and remarked, "Not bad. Not bad. This girl is a real stunner. Tonight she's mine." He. Fang Qing, assailed by the pungent stench of alcohol emanating from the thick-browed man, before her felt a wave of nausea. Now she deeply regretted ever coming to this Tianqiao entertainment for the gathering. As she watched his demonic hand reaching out towards her, Fang Qing could only squeeze her eyes shut. She struggled desperately, but to no avail. Just as Huang Chang's outstretched hand was about to touch Fang Qing's jade-like cheek, another hand suddenly seized his wrist. At the same time, a calm voice rang out, "Her you shall not touch." Upon hearing these words, not only Fang Qing and the other three girls were stunned, but even Ma San and his men were taken aback. They turned their heads and saw a young man about 178 meters tall standing beside Huang Chang. At that moment, the young man was casually gripping Huang Chang's thick right hand with his left. This young man was none other than Qin Feng, who had been watching from the sidelines just moments ago. Huang Chang spun around, glaring at Qin Feng, and said coldly, "Kid, who are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs?" At this, Fang Qing slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the young man before her, she could hardly believe it. She never imagined that the one stepping in to help her now was that self-deprecating classmate who had said, "I come from the countryside." He was also the male student with the lowest presence in the class. Hearing Huang Chang's words, Fang Qing quickly signaled Qin Feng with her eyes and shouted, "Qin Feng, get out of here." In her mind, Qin Feng was alone and so slender that he stood no chance against the 5 burly men on the opposing side. Thus, she hoped Qin Feng would hurry back to the private room for reinforcements. Then their class of 20 to 30 people, even if mostly girls, would still be a considerable force. Fang Qing's subtle gesture did not escape the notice of these hardened street thugs. Ma San said coldly from the side, "Leave. You've offended Brother Chang and think you can just walk away." He then signaled to his companion. One of the burly men handed the girl he was holding to another. That man had no trouble restraining a single girl with one hand. This freed up another massive thug among their ranks. The thug cracked his knuckles loudly as he slowly approached Qin Feng, sneering, "Kid, let go of Brother Chang's hand and kneel to beg for mercy, or you'll suffer." "What did you say? Kneel and beg for mercy? That doesn't sound bad," Qin Feng said, smiling at him. As his words fell, Qin Feng moved his left foot and swiftly kicked the back of Huang Chang's knee. With a thud, Huang Chang immediately fell to his knees. Seeing this, the thug realized Qin Feng was mocking him and flew into a rage. "Kid, you're asking for death." Without a second thought, he swung his fist at Qin Feng. At the sight, Fang Qing and the other girls were terrified. They instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear watching what would happen next. In their minds, Qin Feng would surely be beaten until he was covered in blood. Then came a sharp cracking sound. A scream of agony followed. At that moment, Fang Qing and the other 3 girls thought, "It's over. That self-deprecating Qin Feng has been crippled." Judging by the sound, it was either a broken arm or leg. He would be a cripple for life. As their hearts raced with fearful speculation, a calm voice reached their ears. "You alone are far from enough." Hearing this voice, the 4 girls felt as if they had heard a celestial melody. It was a voice they knew all too well. Wasn't that Qin Feng's voice? Filled with doubt, they reopened their eyes. The scene before them left them utterly astonished. There stood Qin Feng, still holding the kneeling Huang Chang's right hand with his left. Meanwhile, the thug who had attacked him now had his entire right arm broken. He lay on the ground screaming incessantly. But it was not over yet. Qin Feng turned and looked down at Huang Chang, still gripping his hand, and said calmly, "You can't even control your own dog. What use are 2 hands? One should be enough." Then came another crack. Huang Chang let out a pig-like squeal of agony. At that moment, his right hand was completely broken at the wrist by Qin Feng. Huang Chang's right palm dangled limply in the air, a sign of a thorough break. It all happened too quickly. So fast that the others stood frozen, unable to react in time. Perhaps the pain sobered Huang Chang from his drunken stupor. He roared furiously, "What the hell are you waiting for? Cripple him." Hearing his command, Ma San and the other 2 thugs abandoned Fang Qing and the girls. They set the 4 girls aside and encircled Qin Feng. Once free, Fang Qing and her companions wasted no time and fled. They weren't abandoning Qin Feng, but going to call for backup. After all, their group had 30 people. "You little brat, you've got a death wish," breaking Brother Chang's hand. The short, stout Ma San charged ahead, lunging viciously at Qin Feng. From Qin Feng's earlier moves, Ma San knew he was a trained fighter with considerable skill. Thus, he approached with extreme caution. He thought that if anything unusual happened, he could retreat in time. Unfortunately, his hopes were too optimistic and reality proved harsh. In less than 3 seconds, the 3 men who rushed at him all fell to the ground, wailing in pain amidst a series of cracks. For Qin Feng, who was now at the 6th level of Qi refining, achieving this was effortless. Not just 3 men, but even 300 would be useless against him. At most, it would take a bit more time. If not for the inappropriate setting, Qin Feng would have killed them. With his current abilities, he couldn't kill without leaving a trace. In a place with extensive surveillance, covering up all evidence was very difficult. Besides, in this law-abiding society, a murder would be a huge problem. His skills were indeed superior to ordinary people, but far from enough to challenge a modern nation. Not to mention strategic missiles and nuclear weapons, even a powerful sniper rifle could pose a fatal threat. Considering all this, Qin Feng showed mercy to these scumbags. He merely broke their limbs as a minor punishment and a warning. After knocking Ma San and the others to the ground, Qin Feng slowly walked up to Huang Chang and stared at him coldly. Meeting Qin Feng's icy gaze, Huang Chang endured the searing pain in his hand and stammered fearfully, What do you want? In warning you, my brother is the infamous Overlord Huang Tianba. He rules the entire Jiangdong district of Zhonghai City. If you dare. Before he could finish, Qin Feng slapped him across the face. Then Huang Chang's mind went blank. He crashed into the corridor wall with a thud and then lay on the ground wailing. Qin Feng stepped on Huang Chang's large head and said coldly, Now I've dared. What are you going to do about it? At that moment, Huang Chang felt as if a heavy truck were pressing down on his head. It seemed like his brains would burst out at any second. By now he was fully sober from his drunken haze. He could clearly feel death approaching, as if it would swallow him whole in the next instant. This was the first time in his life that Huang Chang had ever experienced such a feeling. Ma San and his companions lying nearby instinctively rolled away from the scene. At that moment, fear for Qin Feng welled up from the depths of their hearts. In front of Qin Feng, they felt utterly like infants confronting an adult completely devoid of any means to resist. However, after his initial panic subsided, Ma San endured the pain, pulled out his phone from his pocket, and discreetly sent a message. Just then, Fang Qing and the other girls hurried over with a large group from English Class 5. Leading them was Zhao Mingjie, who had been boasting earlier. Even before reaching them, he shouted loudly, Which bastard has no eyes to dare bully my classmate Zhao Mingjie? He had been bragging in the private room when he saw Fang Qing and the others return, saying they were harassed by some drunkards. Hearing this, how could Zhao Mingjie, a lover of the spotlight, let the opportunity slip? He immediately led the entire class charging over in a grand procession. But as they approached, they saw several large men lying haphazardly on the ground. Some clutched their arms, some their legs, groaning incessantly. Only Qin Feng stood aside, looking as if nothing had happened. Qin Feng only stopped when he saw his classmates rushing over. Yet this scene left Zhao Mingjie, who had been ready to make a grand entrance and display his prowess, utterly stunned. After all, with such an outcome, he had lost a perfect chance to show off and gain glory. At that moment, curiosity stirred within him. Could Qin Feng really be that formidable? He raised his head, looked at Qin Feng standing opposite, and asked softly, Did you do all this? Yes, Qin Feng admitted without denial. Moreover, denying it would be pointless. After all, he was the only one here, and surveillance cameras were everywhere, undoubtedly capturing every move he made. Hearing Qin Feng's confirmation, the other classmates were also astounded. They could hardly believe that the seemingly frail Qin Feng could be so ruthless. He had directly beaten the 5 large men until they couldn't stand. Especially Ma Chang, whose heart was pounding with dread. Looking at the 5 men with broken limbs on the ground, a chill ran through him. After all, he had previously taunted and belittled Qin Feng with his words. Now he was secretly trembling with fear. If Qin Feng had lost his temper and struck him back, then he would likely have ended up like these men. Zhao Mingjie, the leader, wasn't pondering this, seeing his chance to show off slip away. His eyes lit up, and he walked over to Ma San, delivering a fierce kick with his right foot, hitting Ma San's already injured right leg. Caught off guard, Ma San let out another scream. Zhao Mingjie showed no intention of stopping, continuing his assault. After kicking Ma San, he moved on to others, cursing as he kicked. You bastards dare to touch my classmates. You must be tired of living. Let me tell you, not just a bunch of punks like you, even Huang Tianba, the big boss of Tianchao Entertainment, has to give me some face when he sees me. Finally, he approached Huang Chang, ready to strike, when Huang Chang roared from the ground. You little bastard, Huang Chang, Huang Tianba brother. Dare to touch me. I'll make sure you never leave Tianchao Entertainment. In truth, Huang Chang was reluctant to say this. After all, his current state was utterly pathetic. If others in the underworld saw him like this, he would never be able to hold his head up in this circle again. It was too shameful. For this reason, he had kept silent, while Zhao Mingjie kicked and punched Ma San and the others. Even when the other used his identity to boast, he endured it, thinking he would settle the score afterward. But now he had no choice but to speak. If he remained silent any longer, that brat's fists and dirty feet would surely land on him without hesitation. Already severely injured by Qin Feng, a few more reckless blows from Zhao Mingjie might just finish him off. It was with this consideration that Huang Chang shouted those humiliating words. Though shameful, the effect was excellent. When Zhao Mingjie heard it, his descending foot froze in midair. He stared in terror at Huang Chang lying on the ground. You know, Master Ba Huang Tianba. Zhao Mingjie stammered, his face a mask of disbelief. Even the drunkenness seemed to evaporate by half. Seeing that his identity had intimidated the other, Huang Chang sneered. Kid who in Tianchao Entertainment would dare to impersonate my brother Huang Tianbaqian. His words made Zhao Mingjie's heart sink. Despite his earlier boast that Huang Tianba would show him respect, it was pure fabrication. Even his own father didn't command such influence. Just as Zhao Mingjie's heart was filled with trepidation, a cold voice cut through the crowd. Who has the audacity to cause trouble on my turf? No sooner had the words been spoken than a throng of people flooded into the corridor. All were clad in black uniforms, their faces fierce. There were at least 30 of them. They surrounded the students Zhao Mingjie had brought, while a few stepped forward to help Huang Chang and the others to their feet. Then the crowd parted, and a slightly portly middle-aged man slowly strode in. The earlier words had come from his mouth. His identity was unmistakable, a major power in Zhonghai City, Huang Tianba. These men in black were the bodyguards of Tianchao Entertainment, Huang Tianba enforcers. When Huang Chang was being beaten, the employee monitoring the video feed had seen it. Naturally, he immediately reported the incident to the head of security at Tianchao Entertainment. And Huang Tianba happened to be staying at Tianchao Entertainment that night. Thus the scene unfolded. Seeing over 30 fierce men surrounding them, these fresh college students trembled in fear. Such scenes were something they had only ever witnessed on television. Watching on TV, it had seemed imposing and thrilling. But now facing it in person, they felt nothing but boundless terror. Even the previously arrogant Zhao Mingjie was now panic-stricken, quickly turning to bow and apologize. Master Ba, it's all a misunderstanding. I never intended to offend you. Please, for the sake of my father Zhao Hongxing, let us off this once. However, his plea was answered by a vicious kick from Huang Tianba. With a bang, Zhao Mingjie was sent sprawling. Huang Tianba said coldly, Zhao Hongxing, who does he think he is? How dare he ask me to show him face? Even if he were here today, he'd have to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Hearing this, Zhao Mingjie, lying on the ground, felt cold sweat beading on his forehead. He knew all too well that a big shot like Huang Tianba meant exactly what he said. This time he had gotten himself into deep trouble. There was no way this would end easily. At that moment, Zhao Mingjie began to hate Qin Feng in his heart. This country boy he had always looked down upon had not only defied him earlier, but now he had dragged him into such a huge mess. If he had known this would happen, he would never have brought Qin Feng to the gathering. Zhao Mingjie was not alone in this sentiment. Most of English Class 5 believed it was Qin Feng's fault, that he had gone too far, been too heavy-handed, and incurred others' hatred. Consequently, many of them now glared at Qin Feng, who stood aside, their reproachful gazes unmistakable. If not for the 30 or so fierce men surrounding them, most would have already launched a verbal attack on Qin Feng. Huang Chang took in this scene completely. Supported by his men, he turned to face Qin Feng and said with a sinister tone, "You little bastard, do you regret laying your hands on me now?" Then he turned and approached Huang Tianba ingratiatingly. "Brother, this little brat shows you no respect. He needs a good lesson." But before he could finish, Huang Tianba slapped him across the face. The sound was crisp and sharp. Then a cold voice emerged from Huang Tianba's lips. "What did you call me?" Huang Chang staggered, clutching his broken right hand, and stammered, "Mas. Master Ba." Huang Tianba looked at Huang Chang with an indifferent gaze and said slowly, "Listen carefully, you just happen to share the surname Huang. You are not my brother. Know your place. Also, I entrusted Tianchao Entertainment to you to make money for me. If you don't want the job, I can replace you anytime." Hearing this, Huang Chang broke out in a cold sweat and quickly replied respectfully, "Master Ba, rest assured. I will manage the company well and work hard to earn you money." After dealing with Huang Chang, Huang Tianba turned to Qin Feng, who stood nearby. "So you're the one who caused trouble in my territory and injured so many of my men?" "Indeed," Qin Feng replied coolly with just 2 words. This attitude infuriated Huang Tianba, who then said coldly, "Kid, you're quite arrogant. What's your background?" Huang Tianba was now worried that Qin Feng might have powerful connections, so he inquired first. "I'm just an ordinary student. I couldn't stand the behavior of these brutes, so I helped you teach them a lesson." Qin Feng remained calm. "Oomph." Seeing Qin Feng's attitude, Huang Tianba snorted coldly. "Kid, you clearly have no respect for me, Huang Tianba. Since that's the case, you'll have to leave something behind today." "Is that so?" Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he said indifferently, "Then I'm curious to see what you can leave behind." Seeing that Qin Feng showed no sign of backing down, Huang Tianba glanced around and said, "Let's set that aside for now. These classmates of yours will have to stay." Upon hearing this, a glint of killing intent flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. With a crisp sound, he directly slapped Huang Tianba across the face. This move left everyone nearby stunned. After all, there were over 30 thugs gathered here. Yet Qin Feng still dared to act. Kid, you're asking for death. Huang Tianba roared as he came to his senses. But before he could say another word, his neck was seized by Qin Feng. He was far too close to Qin Feng. If your men dare to make a move, he'll crush your throat immediately. Do you believe me? Qin Feng said coldly. At that moment, Huang Tianba felt as if death itself had descended upon him. Don't move. Don't move, he croaked hoarsely from his throat. Seeing this, the 30-plus men standing nearby, though furious, immediately halted. If it weren't for the presence of Zhang Yun, Fang Qing, and others, Qin Feng would have already crippled him without all this hesitation. Let them go and he'll stay to play with you slowly, Qin Feng said coldly, staring at Huang Tianba. He was willing to take responsibility and naturally didn't want these classmates to get hurt. Feeling the increasing pressure from Qin Feng's hand, Huang Tianba found it harder to breathe. He could truly sense the intense killing intent radiating from the young man before him. Without daring to waste another moment, he kept waving his left hand and croaked, "Let them go, let them go." Seeing this, Wang Chang also had to order, "Disperse, let them go." Then the 30-plus burly men who had surrounded them made way. At this sight, the students from English Class 5 were naturally overjoyed. By now, they had already forgotten their earlier grievances against Qin Feng. One by one, like startled rabbits, they fled in panic. From start to finish, no one spoke up to ask about Qin Feng's fate. In the end, only Zhang Yun and Fang Qing remained. Qin Feng turned to look at them and said calmly, "Aren't you leaving?" "But what about you?" Zhang Yun asked with a worried expression. Fang Qing wore the same expression. She knew very well that Qin Feng had offended Huang Tianba because he stood up for her. This was all her fault, not Qin Feng's. "Don't worry about me. Once you're gone, I'll find a way to escape. Hurry up and go. Don't waste time," Qin Feng urged. Seeing his resolute attitude, Zhang Yun and Fang Qing exchanged glances and finally left. They thought that after leaving they would call the police immediately, perhaps still in time to save Qin Feng. After everyone had been gone for a while, Qin Feng finally released Huang Tianba's neck. Cough, cough. Huang Tianba clutched his throat, coughing incessantly. Two of his men quickly supported him, even bringing a chair from somewhere for him to sit. Meanwhile, the remaining 30-plus burly men surrounded Qin Feng, brandishing machetes and clubs. Clearly, they were ready to get serious this time. Faced with such a scene, Qin Feng merely glanced around without any reaction. He simply lifted his eyelids and calmly looked at Huang Tianba across from him. After a while, Huang Tianba finally recovered from his earlier discomfort. He took a cup of water handed over by a subordinate, drank a couple of sips, and then took a deep breath. Finally, Huang Tianba glared fiercely at Qin Feng and said coldly, "Kid, in all my years since entering this life, I've never suffered such a loss. Today, have you thought about how you want to die? Oh, you still want to fight me? With these useless men of yours?" Qin Feng chuckled, lightly glancing at the thugs around him. Hearing this, Huang Tianba's eyelids twitched as he growled, "Kid, you're certainly arrogant. Your martial skills are indeed impressive, but 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Besides, my brothers aren't unarmed now. I don't believe so many of us can't take down just you." "Is that so? Then you can try," Qin Feng said with narrowed eyes. At this moment, he already felt the urge to kill. Just then, a heavily tattooed man standing behind Huang Tianba stepped forward and said, "Boss Huang, this kid is too arrogant. Let me teach him a lesson and show him how to behave." This tattooed man, named Atai, appeared to be in his 30s and was Huang Tianba's top enforcer. His most proud achievement was taking on 10 opponents alone. He was notoriously reckless and vicious in fights. This was precisely why Atai was highly valued by Huang Tianba. "All right, Atai, spare his life for now, but you can do whatever you want with him," Huang Tianba nodded in response. Seeing this, Atai clenched his fists and slowly stepped out from the crowd. As he walked, he kept staring at Qin Feng and said, "Come on, kid, let me have some fun with you." With that, he threw a punch at Qin Feng. The bulging veins on his right arm showed that the punch carried immense force, and it was aimed directly at Qin Feng's face. If such a punch landed on an ordinary person, it would likely kill or cripple them. Such a ruthless move. This is practically murder. Qin Feng thought to himself, a flash of killing intent in his eyes, and swiftly kicked out. His left foot struck Atai's chest, sending him flying through the air. Bang! Atai's body soared high, flying 4 or 5 meters through the air, passing through the corridor and crashing heavily into the wall opposite. Then with a thud, he fell to the ground and lay motionless. Atai, Huang Tianba's face changed dramatically as he looked toward where Atai had fallen. His top warrior had been crippled by a seemingly frail college student with a single kick. Huang Tianba was not only shocked, but also deeply astonished. Such an outcome was beyond his imagination. At that moment, Atai felt excruciating pain all over with an explosive sensation in his chest. With a gurgle, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he collapsed limply on the ground, his fate unknown. Huang Tianba's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, his anger reaching its peak. He waved his hand furiously at the surrounding men and roared, "What the hell are you waiting for? All of you attack together. Kill him." Hearing this, the 30-plus burly men in black, each with angry expressions, raised their machetes and clubs and charged at Qin Feng. Seeing this, a flicker of killing intent flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He moved swiftly, his figure turning into a blur as he charged forward. With each casual palm strike carrying hundreds of pounds of force, anyone struck would at least suffer broken bones and torn tendons. The 30-plus opponents couldn't form an encirclement in the narrow corridor and were all knocked down by Qin Feng one after another. Eventually, he grabbed 2 machetes from their hands. Then the sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed repeatedly. In just a few breaths, the 30-plus men were left wailing in agony on the long, empty corridor floor. Some clutched their arms or legs, screaming loudly. Others had missing limbs, blood gushing out, creating an extremely gruesome scene. The only person still sitting on the scene was Huang Tianba, his face frozen in a dazed expression. Qin Feng discarded the cleaver in his left hand, dragging the long blade in his right, as he strode step by step toward Huang Tianba. The clang of the cleaver striking the ceramic tiles rang out crisp and sharp. Yet at that moment, Huang Tianba found the sound eerily unsettling. Qin Feng kicked him squarely, sending him flying off the chair. Then Qin Feng leisurely settled into the chair himself, gazing down at Huang Tianba lying on the floor, and said in a calm tone, "Now it's my turn to ask you, how do you wish to die today?" Huang Tianba stared fixedly at Qin Feng, his heart a tumult of emotions. He never imagined that his dozens of men would be no match for a mere brat. How terrifyingly skilled this kid was. In all his years, he had rarely witnessed such prowess. But as a seasoned underworld figure, he suppressed his fury and said impassively, "Little brother, you're indeed formidable. However, there's always someone better and the sky beyond the sky. You don't think you're invincible, do you?" Huang Tianba's address shifted from kid to little brother, signaling his reluctant compromise. "Oh, are you threatening me?" Qin Feng asked, looking at him with leisurely composure. The long blade in Qin Feng's right hand swayed incessantly. Seeing this, Huang Tianba's heart chilled, and he quickly softened his tone. "Little brother, you misunderstand. I only meant that it's better to resolve enmity than to keep it. Today's incident was indeed my men's fault. But you've already taught them a lesson, and since your friends came out unscathed, why not let bygones be bygones?" Inwardly, however, he thought, "Kid, once I get past this, it'll surely settle the score." Qin Feng rose from the chair, a faint smile playing on his lips. He then raised the long blade in his right hand and patted it against Huang Tianba's plump face, whispering, "I know you're not convinced. If you want revenge, by all means come. But let me be clear, if you dare offend me again, I won't hesitate to send you to hell myself." With those words, he spun the long blade in his hand and hurled it backward with sudden force. A sharp whoosh cut through the air as the blade embedded itself into the wall across the corridor. A dull thud echoed as the blade sank halfway into the wall. Having said his piece, Qin Feng turned and walked away. The reason he hadn't unleashed a massacre was caution. With his current abilities, if he were to be wanted nationwide, he could no longer live a normal life. That clashed with his plans. Thus, after venting his anger, he spared Huang Tianba and his men. For such insignificant ants, if they dared provoke him again, Qin Feng would not hesitate to kill. Moreover, once he broke through to the Foundation establishment stage, killing without a trace would be effortless. Interestingly, Zhang Yun and Fang Qing had called the police after coming out. Yet until Qin Feng left, no one had entered Tianchao Entertainment. Qin Feng naturally understood the implications, but chose not to dwell on it. With his current power, he lacked the capacity to do so. Huang Tianba had dominated Zhonghai for years, his network of connections extraordinary. Qin Feng knew well that until his skills reached a certain level, some red lines must never be crossed. Those who only sought to show off and act tough never lasted long. In his past life on the path of cultivation, Qin Feng had witnessed countless cultivators, whether with deep backgrounds or formidable skills. Those who recklessly believed themselves invincible always met a miserable end. Everything has its limits. As an old monster who had lived over 1,000 years, he understood this truth deeply. But when his power reached a certain height, he could disregard all constraints. He had experienced that firsthand in his past life as well. Thus, to truly live with passion and redeem past regrets, the fundamental path was to elevate his own cultivation. Then he would sweep away all obstacles. As Qin Feng walked not far from Tianchao Entertainment, he saw Zhang Yun and Fang Qing approaching. "Qin Feng, are you all right?" Zhang Yun looked him over with concern. "I'm fine." Qin Feng felt a warmth in his heart and shook his head slightly. Truly, he was the only friend from his university days in his past life. Beside him, Fang Qing bowed to Qin Feng in gratitude, Qin Feng, thank you. I'm so sorry for causing you trouble. No need to be polite, but just happened to be the right time, Qin Feng replied indifferently. Regardless, you helped me. Feng Qing said earnestly, then asked curiously, by the way, we called the police, but they haven't arrived yet. How did they let you go? Both Feng Qing and Zhang Yun were equally curious. They couldn't believe that Qin Feng alone had defeated the dozens of men in Tianqiao Entertainment. Thus they assumed he must have paid some price to be released. Feng Qing especially asked with a hint of wanting to make amends. Maybe they suddenly had a change of heart, Qin Feng said with a meaningful smile, replying casually. He didn't wait for them to ask further and spoke. All right, today's matter ends here. We should head back. Zhang Yun and Feng Qing could tell Qin Feng didn't want to elaborate and nodded slightly. The three of them hailed a taxi and returned to the university. Back at Tianqiao Entertainment after Qin Feng left, the staff sent all the injured to the hospital for treatment. Qin Feng had been measured and none of them were in mortal danger, but most would be permanently disabled. After treating his injuries, Huang Tianba was admitted to the hospital's finest ward. Now Huang Chang and Ma Sen, both with slings around their necks, stood by Huang Tianba bedside. Ma Sen, have you checked on that person? Huang Tianba asked coldly, his murderous intent palpable. Ma Sen immediately replied respectfully, boss, we've found out. They're all freshmen at Zhonghai University. The kid who attacked us is named Qin Feng from a small village in Wudong County, Lingnan Province. In just 2 or 3 hours, they had uncovered Qin Feng's entire background. This showed the extent of Huang Tianba power. Hearing Ma San's report, Huang Tianba eyes widened. What? Just a kid from the countryside. With such extraordinary martial skills, does he have any other special background? Ma San continued, boss, according to our investigation, this Qin Feng has nothing special about him. He's never been known to practice martial arts. If there's anything notable, it's his good grades which got him into Zhonghai University. Huang Tianba snorted coldly. Good grades are useless. He's just a poor college student. As long as he has no special background, it's easy. Beside him, Huang Chang thought for a moment and ventured, boss, should I use some special methods to get him thrown into prison? Huang Tianba had dominated Zhonghai for years, relying not just on his 1,000-strong gang, but on his connections and background. Otherwise, given his status, he would have been taken down long ago. With his influence, sending someone to prison was not difficult. Huang Chang's suggestion was clear. They had done such things before, framing people with practiced ease. Huang Tianba pondered, frowning. After a moment, he shook his head slowly and said, that little bastard dared to slap my face. I must take revenge personally. Sending him to prison would be too easy. As he spoke, his eyes blazed with murderous intent. Yes, boss. Huang San quickly nodded in agreement, knowing that Huang Tianba was ready to kill. As he spoke, his eyes blazed with murderous intent. Yes, boss. Huang San quickly nodded in agreement, knowing that Huang Tianba was ready to kill. The next day was Monday. The freshman year officially began with classes. When the students of English Class 5 saw Qin Feng arriving for class, unscathed curiosity stirred within them. Though Zhang Yun and Feng Qing had informed them the previous evening of Qin Feng's safe return, they still found it hard to fathom how he had managed to convince the other party to drop the matter. In the end, they could only speculate that the police call made by Zhang Yun and Feng Qing had played a role. They assumed that Huang Tianba of Tianqiao Entertainment had released Qin Feng out of concern over the police report. As for the actual truth, none of them could even imagine it. Naturally, Qin Feng offered no explanation. He simply found a seat and sat quietly in a corner. The first teacher to arrive was the homeroom instructor for English Class 5, named Mu Lingmei. She taught English and was a woman of about 26 or 27 years. With a tall, slender figure and delicate features, she was a stunningly cold beauty who lived up to her name. Most importantly, she was a returned overseas doctor who remained unmarried. Thus, Mu Lingmei became the dream lover of many teachers and students at Zhonghai University. In his past life, Mu Lingmei had been quite kind to Qin Feng. The reason was simple: Qin Feng excelled in English. Students who performed well often earned their teacher's favor. This was an eternal, unchanging truth. However, for reasons unknown in his past life, Mu Lingmei had taught Qin Feng for only 1 semester at Zhonghai University before resigning and leaving. After that, he never saw her again. Of course, Qin Feng did not dwell on these matters now. At this moment, his mind was solely focused on waiting for a certain time. That time was the moment in his past life when he first met his first love, Ouyang Jing. At the thought, an involuntary smile crept across Qin Feng's face. With his mind preoccupied, he paid no attention to the teacher's lecture. After the morning classes ended, Qin Feng made his way to the library, his heart filled with anticipation. That was the place of their first encounter. Arriving at the corner etched in his past life memory, he took a book from the shelf and read quietly. Time ticked by second by second. For some reason, Qin Feng felt the passage of time was excruciatingly slow. He had waited only half an hour, yet it felt longer than the decades or centuries he had spent in secluded cultivation in his past life. After a while longer, a girl in a light, white dress entered his view. Fair-skinned, delicate features, and a pair of large, sparkling eyes. She was exactly as she had been in memories spanning 1,000 years, unchanged. Her jet-black long hair was casually clipped with a water-blue hairpin, with a few stray strands falling by her ears, adding an extra touch of purity and otherworldliness. This girl was Ouyang Jing, the first love etched deep in Qin Feng's heart. In truth, during his past life in the cultivation world, one reason he chose the ethereal fairy was that she bore a striking resemblance to Ouyang Jing. This reason Qin Feng had buried deep in his heart, unknown even to the ethereal fairy. At this moment, Ouyang Jing naturally did not notice Qin Feng. Her eyes were intently scanning the shelves. Just then a hand holding a book appeared before her. Simultaneously, a gentle voice reached Ouyang Jing's ears. "Excuse me, are you looking for this book?" Hearing the voice, Ouyang Jing was momentarily startled. But then she saw the book before her, English Level 4. And her face lit up with joy. She took the book, turned around, and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you so much. How did you know I needed this book?" As she spoke, Ouyang Jing studied Qin Feng. From his attire, she could tell that the young man before her likely came from a modest background. Yet he appeared spirited and sunny. Most notably, the way he looked at her was deep and clear, free of any ulterior motives. Suddenly, a strange feeling welled up in Ouyang Jing's heart, an indescribable sensation. Seeing the delight on Ouyang Jing's face, Qin Feng felt the whole world was beautiful. "I just felt it," Qin Feng said with a gentle, sincere smile. "You're quite amusing. Are you some kind of fortune-telling immortal?" Hearing his words, Ouyang Jing was taken aback for a moment, then teased with a laugh. Before he could answer, she extended her right hand. "Hello. My name is Ouyang Jing from the School of Management. Nice to meet you." "Hello. I'm Qin Feng from the School of Foreign Languages." Qin Feng extended his right hand and gently held hers. After 1,000 years, he held her hand again. The feeling was exactly the same. "Xiao Jing, in this life, I will protect our past life love. No one will stand in our way." Qin Feng thought silently, his gaze fixed on Ouyang Jing. Only when he noticed the strange look on her face did he realize he was still holding her hand. He quickly let go, slightly embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I was thinking about something else." Upon hearing this, a blush crept onto Ouyang Jing's cheeks. For some reason, she had sensed an unusual aura from this young man. Moreover, she vaguely felt that this aura was somehow connected to her. Whether it was an illusion, she couldn't be sure. "By the way, you're from the School of Foreign Languages. What's your major?" Ouyang Jing quickly changed the subject to ease the awkwardness. "English," Qin Feng answered truthfully. Hearing this, Ouyang Jing looked astonished and exclaimed, "Wow, that's amazing. English is my biggest headache. I'm preparing in advance to take the English Level 4 exam this December. I've heard it's easiest to pass during freshman year, and it gets harder later on." In truth, what Ouyang Jing said was not wrong. Apart from English majors, many college students' English proficiency tends to decline sharply. In other words, their English might be decent at the start of university, but by their junior or senior years, they've likely returned much of their knowledge to their teachers. "If you need any help, I can assist you," Qin Feng offered with a smile. "Sure, I'll let you know when I need it." Ouyang Jing readily agreed. Then they exchanged contact information. Even after 1,000 years, Qin Feng naturally hadn't forgotten Ouyang Jing's contact details. But Ouyang Jing was unaware of this. Somehow, even though it was their first meeting, she felt as if she were reuniting with an old friend. They chatted casually for a few more moments until Ouyang Jing's phone rang. After finishing the call, she looked at Qin Feng apologetically and said, "Qin Feng, I'm so sorry, but my roommates are calling me. I have to leave now." "No problem. Go ahead. We'll meet again, won't we?" Qin Feng replied with a smile. "Yes, we will. Then, they'll come to you for English help another time. Bye." With that, Ouyang Jing picked up the book, waved, and left. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Feng's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Qin Feng was in no hurry to address his romantic entanglement with Ouyang Jing, nor did he wish to employ any underhanded tactics. He simply wanted to start from scratch as he had in his past life, and let things develop slowly. For this, he believed, was the truest and most blissful path. As Qin Feng walked out of the library, a sudden thought struck him. "It seems someone still owes me 2 million, doesn't she?" At that moment, he recalled Mo Qingqing, that stunningly beautiful woman. In terms of pure appearance alone, even the current Ouyang Jing was slightly inferior to Mo Qingqing. After all, Ouyang Jing was merely a student, still a touch green and inexperienced. But even a beauty had no privilege to swindle Qin Jishin's money. "I hope I won't have to go collect it myself," Qin Feng murmured with narrowed eyes, temporarily setting the matter aside. As for Mo Qingqing, her failure to repay the 2 million on time was not due to unwillingness or an intent to embezzle the funds. Rather, an unexpected incident had occurred in her family. After the three of them returned to the Mo residence with the white jade fruit, the family naturally received the news immediately. Upon learning that Mo Qingqing intended to administer the white jade fruit to her grandfather Mo Zhongting, the Mo family members unanimously voiced their opposition. Mo Qingqing's second uncle Mo Jianya was the first to obstruct, declaring, "Niece Qingqing, we tolerate your willfulness on trivial matters, but this concerns grandfather's very life or death. You casually picked some random worthless fruit from who knows where, and now you want to feed it to grandfather as a panacea. What if something goes wrong? Can you bear the consequences?" Ever since grandfather Mo Zhongting fell into a coma and Mo Qingqing's father Mo Jianjun was unable to return home, due to special circumstances, second uncle Mo Jianya had effectively seized control of the family. In particular, he had taken direct charge of the Mo family's finances. Consequently, everyone in the Mo household now followed Mo Jianya's lead without question. Even Mo Jianhai, the third son of the Mo family, dared not contradict Mo Jianya under such circumstances. "Third uncle, what is your opinion?" Mo Qingqing turned to Mo Jianhai. Although she knew her third uncle was usually timid, she still harbored a sliver of hope. Mo Jianhai first glanced at his second brother Mo Jianya, and upon seeing the latter's icy stare he sighed, then looked at Mo Qingqing and said, "Niece Qingqing, your second uncle does have a point. Leaving aside whether the fruit you brought back is genuine, even if it is, who can guarantee the authenticity of what those records claim? No one has ever seen such a thing before, nor can anyone verify its true nature." In the Mo family, the eldest son Mo Jianjun had joined the military and was now a general. Due to special circumstances, he had only returned once since grandfather Mo Zhongting fell into a coma. The second son Mo Jianya was involved in politics, but also dabbled in business. Currently, he held a mid-level leadership position in the Ministry of Commerce. In reality, he was the one pulling the strings behind all of the Mo family's various enterprises. As for the third son, Mo Jianhai, he had been a spoiled playboy since childhood. Knowing he could not match his two older brothers, he had never dared to compete with them. To this day, he only owned a single listed company worth a few billion. However, that was more than enough for him. Mo Jianhai was well aware that if he dared to undermine his second brother Mo Jianya at this juncture, the company under his control would likely be taken back by his brother through some scheme. He was utterly no match for Mo Jianya. Just then, a fashionably dressed, middle-aged woman appearing to be in her 30s or 40s walked in from the door. Overhearing their conversation, she chimed in, "Qingqing, your second and third uncles are right. You're not getting any younger. You should find a good man and settle down. Stop running around causing trouble." This was Mo Qingqing's second, and a sharp-tongued and selfish woman. Although she had been married out for years, she still liked to consider herself a member of the Mo family. Moreover, she always had to meddle in the family's affairs, big or small, to seize some advantage. "Second aunt, we are discussing grandfather's medication now. Let's not digress," Mo Qingqing said, barely suppressing her anger. Hearing this, her second aunt shrieked, "Medication? What medication? Is it some quack remedy or the potion of a street charlatan?" In truth, she had already heard their discussion clearly. She asked this deliberately. She knew full well that most people present would not support Mo Qingqing, and someone would surely pick up her words to embarrass her. As expected, no sooner had she spoken than Mo Qingqing's second aunt-in-law jumped in, saying, "What medication? It's nothing but some worthless fruit niece Qingqing picked up from who knows where. It's not even as good as a quack's medicine." Her words were venomous, belittling the white jade fruit Mo Qingqing had brought back as utterly worthless. Backed by her husband Mo Jianya, she held absolute power over the family's finances. Therefore, Mo Qingqing's second aunt-in-law saw no need to show her any courtesy. Taking advantage, Mo Qingqing's second aunt exclaimed loudly, "Oh my! Qingqing, how can you be so thoughtless? Are you trying to harm grandfather? You've been spoiled by him since childhood, and now you're being so unfilial. You're not even married yet, and you already have such ideas. Once you are, you'll probably deny being a member of the Mo family altogether." This barrage of words was a thorough veiled attack on Mo Qingqing. Before she could respond, Mo Qingqing, who was standing nearby, could no longer restrain himself and roared, "Enough! How dare all of you gang up to bully my sister? Do you even know? For grandfather's illness, my sister has neglected her studies and even given up the company she worked so hard to build. Now that she has finally found a glimmer of hope with this miraculous herb, you still slander her. Are you worthy of being called elders?" Although Mo Qingqing was a spoiled young master, he had immense respect for his sister, Mo Qingqing. Their mother had passed away shortly after giving birth to him. Mo Qingqing had raised him since he was a child. The saying, "the elder sister is like a mother," could not be more true. In the household apart from grandfather Mo Zhongting, Mo Qingqing only listened to his sister. He would even turn a deaf ear to his father Imo Jianjun. Thus he absolutely could not stand to see his sister being bullied. Seeing this, his second aunt-in-law's anger flared, and she began to mock him without restraint. "Oh my! Our young master Imo has developed a temper, has he? Don't forget who raised you. Without the Imo family you'd be nothing but a parasite. Think about it. You've been nothing but a good-for-nothing prodigal your whole life. Have you ever made the slightest contribution to the Imo family?" Although her words were meant to taunt Imo Qingchen, they were largely true. In the past, Imo Qingchen had done everything except the right things. He had no sense of shame and would take anything he could get his hands on. He was a textbook example of a spoiled, worthless, rich, second-generation heir. Enraged by his aunt-in-law's mockery, Imo Qingchen was about to curse back when Imo Jianya spoke sternly. "Enough. This is the main hall of the Imo residence, not a marketplace. The matter of administering the medicine to grandfather is postponed until your elder brother returns, and we hear his opinion." Having said that, Imo Jianya turned and left. Naturally, Imo Qingcheng's plan to give the white jade fruit to grandfather Imo Zhongding was thus thwarted. Her heart was filled with anxiety for her grandfather, and this worry caused her to temporarily forget the 2 million she owed Qin Feng. She was of course unaware that Qin Feng would suddenly remember this matter half a month later. And so 2 weeks passed. It was at this time that Imo Qingcheng's father Imo Jianjun finally completed his special mission and returned to the Imo residence. It was at this time that Imo Qingcheng's father Imo Jianjun finally completed his special mission and returned to the Imo residence. Imo Jianjun strode into the Imo family estate in an immaculate military uniform, a single star gleaming on his shoulder, a testament to his rank as a major general. In his 40s, standing nearly 6 feet tall, he exuded an air of sharp vitality. Attaining such a high military rank at his age was due not only to the influence of the Imo family, but also to his own exceptional abilities. A career soldier, Imo Jianjun had always been decisive and formidable. Even Imo Jianya, who held the reins of the family, had to tread carefully in his presence. That was precisely why Imo Jianya had earlier remarked, "Let's wait for Big Brother to return and hear his thoughts." It wasn't out of genuine respect, but rather a hint of fear. "Father, you finally returned." Standing before her grandfather's private sanatorium, Imo Qingcheng looked up and saw her father, her heart brimming with joy. Because this meant that if she could persuade her father, she could finally administer the medicine to her grandfather Imo Zhongting. Ever since her mother's death, her father had poured all his energy into the military. That was one reason for his rapid promotions. Perhaps because of this, the bond between father and daughter was not particularly close. After all, sometimes they would see each other only a few times a year. Imo Jianjun snorted coldly, his face dark with displeasure. It was clear he was deeply dissatisfied with his daughter. "If I hadn't come back, who knows what reckless scheme you'd be cooking up. I've told you before, those unverified things are not to be trusted. Besides, for your grandfather's illness, I even called in old friends from the military, and even they were powerless. So Qingcheng, I warn you again, stop this foolishness." Imo Qingcheng knew instantly that someone in the family had already reported the previous events to her father, likely with some embellishment. Otherwise, even her father, with his usual displeasure, wouldn't have spoken that way. Even so, Imo Qingcheng felt a deep disappointment at her father's attitude. After all, he had returned and made his judgment without even asking her a single question. Imo Qingcheng initially wanted to ignore her father, but for her grandfather's sake, she patiently explained, "Father, I know exactly what I'm doing. After grandfather fell ill, you only brought one person to see him, just once. How can you be so certain there's no hope?" "You." Imo Jianjun's eyes widened, his face turning pale. He raised his hand as if to strike his daughter, but seeing her stubborn, haggard expression, he slowly lowered it. He knew in his heart that he had no right to criticize his daughter. Imo Qingcheng and her brother had been raised by their grandfather Imo Zhongting since childhood. Imo Jianjun had devoted himself entirely to his work, neglecting his children's upbringing and failing in his duties as a father. Thus he owed them a great deal. Thinking of this, Imo Jianjun let out a deep sigh. "Fine, Qingcheng, ill indulge your willfulness one last time. But you must understand, even though your grandfather is now a living corpse, as long as he is here, our Imo family will not fall. If heaven forbid something happens to him now, our family might not be in danger, but our current prosperity will be over. So I can agree to let you give him the medicine. But you must reconsider your relationship with Chu Zhongqi of the Chu family. I heard that Chu Zhongqi is coming south for your sake. This time I want you not to be willful or break your promise. You must try to get along with him." Though Imo Jianjun agreed to Imo Qingcheng's request, he seized the opportunity to make a demand. Chu Zhongqi was the foremost scion of the Chu family in Yinjing, a child of destiny showered with praise. The Chu family was one of the 4 great families of Yinjing. To a certain extent, it could even be considered one of the 4 great families of the entire country. Their power was immense, and even the current Mo family could not compare. Mo Jianjun's aim was naturally to solidify the Mo family's standing through a marriage alliance. Although he was a general, his status and prestige still could not match the old master Mo Zhongting. If Mo Zhongting were to pass away, the family would need external support to maintain its glory. And Chu Zhongqi of the Chu family was the prime candidate in Mo Jianjun's eyes. Hearing her father's words, Mo Qingqing was first shocked, then heartbroken, and finally nearly despairing. She couldn't believe that her own father would use this matter to threaten his daughter at such a time. Is this even my biological father? Mo Qingqing cried out in her heart. But for her grandfather Sake, after a moment of silence, she lifted her vacant eyes, nodded slightly, and uttered a single word, fine. Then she turned and walked away. Her silhouette was so lonely, so desolate. Afterwards, with Mo Jianjun's support, no one else in the Mo family dared to oppose her. Even the previously vocal second aunt of the Mo family remained silent. At last, Mo Qingqing boiled the white jade fruit into a decoction and administered it to Mo Zhongting. But there was no change. 3 days passed. Old Master Mo Zhongting remained in that same state of a living corpse. Seeing this, Mo Qingqing's second aunt sneered sarcastically, "Oh my, what a miraculous divine medicine. 3 days, and still no reaction. Could it be a rotten fruit picked up at the market?" Mo Jianya merely sneered from the side, then turned and left without a word. He knew well that there was no need to say anything more at this point. Afterwards, the second aunt, second uncle's wife, and everyone else departed. "Qingqing, your willfulness has gone on long enough. Now just stay home and prepare to welcome Chu Zhongqi from Yanjing." Mo Jianjun said these words with a look of disappointment before turning and leaving. The room was left with only Mo Qingqing and her younger brother Mo Qingchen. How is this possible? Why didn't the pure spirit jade fruit work? Mo Qingqing collapsed weakly by the bedside, murmuring to herself, "Sis, don't be like this. This isn't your fault at all. You did your best." Mo Qingchen, heartbroken, knelt down to comfort her. "Besides, I suspect that fruit wasn't a pure spirit jade fruit at all. That guy Qin Feng said it was called a white jade fruit, didn't he? So it's very likely we got the wrong one." At that moment, Mo Qingchen's mind was still clear, and he knew how to console his sister. Hearing this, Mo Qingqing suddenly looked up at him, her eyes lighting up. Seeing his sister's expression, Mo Qingchen was startled. He looked down at himself, puzzled. "Sis, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Qingchen, we still owe him 2 million. I completely forgot about it. It's been half a month already." Mo Qingqing slapped her forehead. Hearing his sister bring this up, Mo Qingchen's face flushed with anger. "Sis, how can you still think about that? That worthless fruit didn't work at all. How could it be worth 5 million? If you ask me, when we get the chance, we should get back the 3 million he cheated us out of." Seeing her brother like this, Mo Qingchen glared at him. "Qingchen, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Qin is not someone you can provoke. Besides, the fact that he could identify that fruit and describe its effects shows he knows a great deal about such spiritual herbs. Maybe I should go to him and try." Her eyes began to gleam with hope. "Sis, don't be foolish. That kid clearly tricked us." Mo Qingchen retorted directly. Mo Qingchen didn't listen. She stood up straight away. Mo Qingchen stopped her, asking, "Sis, what are you planning to do?" "Go find him," Mo Qingchen replied succinctly. Seeing this, Mo Qingchen shook his sister by the shoulders. "Sis, snap out of it. He's just a kid. What does he know?" Mo Qingchen looked at her brother and said calmly, "Regardless, I still owe him 2 million. As it stands, I don't have the money to pay him back. So I have to go and see him about this myself." Zhonghai University. After their first meeting, the relationship between Qin Feng and Ouyang Jing grew increasingly close. Although they had yet to confirm their relationship, they had become very good friends. They met each time under the pretext of assisting Ouyang Jing with her English. In the indoor basketball court of Zhonghai University, several students were intensely playing basketball. Among them, a student who stood about 1 meter 80 tall was particularly eye-catching. Besides being handsome, the basketball danced in his hands without a hint of pause. His skills were quite impressive. He then executed a layup. Thud! A three-pointer. Instantly cheers erupted from the boys. "Brother Bin is amazing. Brother Bin's such skill." The handsome university student was named Wang Shuabin, currently a third-year student and the president of the student council at Zhonghai University. In addition, he was the son of Wang Zhihai, the richest man in Zhonghai. At Zhonghai University, Wang Shuabin was indeed a hotshot. He was surrounded by many sycophants and beautiful admirers. Because of this, his influence at Zhonghai University could only be described as terrifying. At that moment, a tall student about 1 meter 80 rushed in and shouted upon seeing Wang Shuabin, "Brother Bin, I've noticed that a guy has been getting very close to Sister Ouyang these days." Hearing this, Wang Shuabin casually tossed the basketball in his hand. Bang! It went through the hoop again. The others turned around to look at the tall student. They all knew that the sister Ouyang referred to Ouyang Jing. Wang Shuabin picked up a towel from a nearby student, wiped his forehead, and asked casually, "Zhang Chao, what's going on?" The tall student who rushed in named Zhang Chao was one of Wang Zubin's loyal followers. After a brief pause, he continued, "Brother Ben, I've noticed that sister Ouyang has been getting quite close to a freshman guy. At first I thought they were just ordinary classmates, but in the last couple of days I've often seen them together looking like a couple. It seemed quite abnormal, so I specifically came to report this to you." "Oh really? A freshman? What's his background? Tell me about him," Wang Shuabin asked casually, taking a bottle of water and taking a sip. "From my investigation, that guy's name is Qin Feng, a freshman from the Foreign Languages College. He comes from a small village in Wudong County, Lingnan Province. He doesn't have any special background." Zhang Chao quickly relayed all the information he had gathered. Upon hearing this information, the surrounding students chuckled, clearly disdainful. After all, a country bumpkin from a rural area couldn't possibly catch their eye. Wang Shuabin felt the same way. After hearing this information, his interest in Qin Feng diminished significantly. Having known Ouyang Jing since childhood, he was well aware of the expectations her family had for her. A kid from the countryside, no matter how good his grades are, could never be accepted by the Ouyang family. To avoid dampening the spirits of his underlings, Wang Shuabin looked up at Zhang Chao and said lightly, "Zhang Chao, I've noted this matter. You can keep an eye on that kid named Qin Feng. As long as he doesn't do anything outrageous, just leave him be. Of course, if necessary, you can still warn him to stay away from Ouyang Jing." After saying this, he called the other students to play basketball. Zhang Chao naturally took the order and left. Qin Feng and Ouyang Jing walked out of the library together, chatting and laughing. "Qin Feng, I found your English to be really impressive. It feels better than what my English teacher teaches us." Ouyang Jing looked at Qin Feng with shining eyes like a little fan. "It's okay, I just watch more often, and it's nothing special," Qin Feng replied with a smile. In truth, his words were quite modest. His current level of English was indeed much higher than that of an average English teacher. Compared to his past life, it was an unimaginably greater improvement. All of this, of course, was thanks to his renewed journey in cultivation. Although he was currently just in the chi refining stage, he was considered a novice cultivator. His mind's ability to absorb knowledge was naturally not comparable to that of an ordinary person. It could be said that he grasped ordinary knowledge at a glance and learned it instantly. In order to tutor Ouyang Jing in English, he even set aside a whole day to study a vast amount of knowledge. His solid English foundation, combined with studying English with Ouyang Jing every day, made his progress in English not surprising at all. "TCH, I praise you just once, and you start to puff up." Ouyang Jing pouted, her girlish demeanor on full display. Then she glanced at her watch and said, "Qin Feng, let's call it a day. It's time for the appointment I made with my girlfriends. Let's get in touch again tomorrow. Bye." With that, she flashed a charming smile, waved, and left. "All right, go on." Qin Feng smiled and waved back. Just after Ouyang Jing left, Qin Feng's phone rang. He answered it, and a pleasant female voice came through. "Mr. Qin, I am Mo Qingqing. I have arrived at Zhonghai University and would like to know if we could meet somewhere." "Oh, the creditor has arrived." Qin Feng smiled slightly. He had been thinking about this matter a couple of days ago. However, he had been spending time with Ouyang Jing these days, so he temporarily set it aside. "Sure, just wait for me at the south gate of Zhonghai University, and I'll be there shortly." After saying this, Qin Feng hung up and walked toward the closest south gate. It was only a distance of 200 to 300 meters, very close. When Qin Feng arrived at the south gate of Zhonghai University, Mo Qingqing had not yet arrived. She probably wasn't in the vicinity before. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry and just waited there. At that moment, 3 tall students walked toward him. The leading one was Zhang Chao, one of Wang Zubin's loyal followers. Qin Feng naturally recognized Zhang Chao. In his past life, he had been warned by Zhang Chao numerous times, both openly and covertly. One could say that if Wang Shuabin was the mastermind behind the scenes, then Zhang Chao was the frontline soldier. Seeing his old enemy from his past life, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing across his gaze. Zhang Chao had come because he had heard a subordinate report that Qin Feng was seen leaving the library with Ouyang Jing. He hurried over after receiving this information. Previously, he had only been keeping an eye on Qin Feng, but now Zhang Chao felt it was time to warn that bumpkin Qin Feng. As the 3 approached him aggressively, Qin Feng showed no signs of panic, calmly observing them. When they were about 2 to 3 meters apart, Zhang Chao and the others stopped glaring at Qin Feng. Qin Feng gazed at the 3 of them indifferently, not uttering a word. After a standoff of several seconds, it was Zhang Chao who broke the silence first. "Kid, your name is Qin Feng, right? Let me warn you to stay away from Ouyang Jing." Looking at the arrogant Zhang Chao, Qin Feng smiled faintly and replied, "Oh, why should I? Why should I? Why should I? The standoff outside the school gate quickly drew a crowd of students coming and going. When Zhang Chao heard Qin Feng's words, "On what grounds?" he was taken aback. He couldn't fathom that this weakling dressed like a country bumpkin would dare speak to him like that. Had the fool not noticed there were 3 of them on his side? Seeing Qin Feng's indifferent attitude only fueled Zhang Chaos' irritation. He sneered, "On what grounds?" "On the grounds that you're not worthy. You're a country hick from the sticks. Everything you're wearing doesn't even add up to $200, and you still have the nerve to ask on what grounds." Zhang Chao circled Qin Feng, looking him up and down, and continued, "Listen here, kid, I'm telling you. Ouyang Jing is from an affluent family. She's not someone a poor wretch like you can dream about. Look at your pathetic self dressed like a migrant worker, and you still want to feast on swan meat. Why don't you just take a piss?" Before Zhang Chao could finish, a light sound rang out. Slap. A blow landed on Zhang Chaos' face, sending him flying off his feet, completely unprepared. With a thud, he crashed to the ground. "Your mouth is too foul. I'm just cleaning it for you. No need to thank me," Qin Feng said nonchalantly, rubbing his right hand. The sudden turn of events stunned the onlooking students. The seemingly weaker party had dared to strike first, and not just any strike, a slap to the face. Mercilessly. This abrupt change left not only the watching students, but even the 2 who had come with Zhang Chao frozen in shock. Zhang Chao, lying on the ground, clutched his left cheek and sat up sideways, roaring viciously, "You bastard! You're asking for death. What are you waiting for? Beat him to a pulp." Hearing this, the 2 men snapped back to reality. "All right." Exchanging glances, they rolled up their sleeves and lunged at Qin Feng. Slap. Slap. 2 more light sounds rang out, and the 2 attackers were sent sprawling to the ground with a single slap, each just like Zhang Chao before them. Throughout it all, Qin Feng stood rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. Seeing how effortlessly he had dispatched 3 people, the surrounding students were utterly dumbfounded. A student who looked so frail and skinny had swatted down 3 much more robust opponents like they were mere mosquitoes with just a few slaps. Look at his speed. He's definitely trained. Yeah, he's trained, and his skills are no joke. Isn't that Zhang Chao the one who hangs around Wang Xuabin? He didn't expect to kick an iron plate this time. Zhang Chao is easy to deal with, but Wang Xuabin behind him is no simple matter. This kid beat Zhang Chao, which is indirectly a slap in the face to Wang Xuabin. I'm afraid his days at Zhonghai University are going to be tough from now on. That's true. With Wang Zubin's influence at Zhonghai University, he practically rules with an iron fist. Making trouble for a student is child's play for him. Isn't that perfect? We get a front row seat to the drama. Yeah, right. The onlooking students buzzed with chatter. Qin Feng paid no heed to any of this. At that moment, he was smiling warmly at Zhang Chao, who was still on the ground, and said calmly, "What was that you said earlier? Telling me to stay away from Ouyang Jing. Do you even have the right?" Zhang Chao, clutching his half-swollen face, managed to sneer despite the pain. Don't get too cocky. You're nothing but a poor kid from the countryside. What makes you think you're worthy of Ouyang Jing?" After all, they were at the school gate with so many students watching. He was betting that Qin Feng wouldn't dare go too far. And indeed, that was the case. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Qin Feng found it hard to be too harsh. Still, he wasn't particularly disappointed. After all, when it came to his past life enemies, he didn't want to finish them off in one go. He preferred to take his time to make them regret everything they had done, even in hell. Virum. Just then, the low roar of an engine shattered the tense atmosphere. Everyone turned to look. A red car slowed down and came to a stop at the school gate. Oh my God, isn't that a Maserati? It sure is. I recognize the model, a Maserati Grand Cabrio. It costs over 3 million yuan. Wow, this is the first time I've seen such a luxury car, even at Zhonghai University. The students murmured among themselves. The car pulled to a stop, and a breathtakingly beautiful woman stepped out. Her hair was elegantly coiled up, her features cool and refined, her chest pert, and her figure tall and slender. Every step she took exuded charm. It was Mo Qingqing, the one who had called earlier. Since the crowd was gathered around Qin Feng and the others, Mo Qingqing spotted him immediately. Unfazed by the stares around her, she walked gracefully toward Qin Feng. As she approached, the onlookers instinctively parted to make way for her. She stopped 2 meters in front of Qin Feng. The bystanders were now curious. Who was this stunning beauty? And what was she doing at Zhonghai University? But the next moment left everyone utterly astonished. After stopping, Mo Qingqing bowed deeply to Qin Feng. She spoke, "Mr. Qin, I'm truly sorry. I broke my promise. I've come specifically to apologize to you. Please come with me. I will give you a satisfactory explanation." With that, she remained bent over, gesturing a respectful please. Silence. The previously buzzing crowd fell into dead quiet. Zhang Chao, still on the ground, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The poor country boy he had looked down upon was now being treated with such reverence by a stunningly beautiful woman. From the luxury car, it was clear she was wealthy and influential. Yet this only deepened Zhang's chaos confusion. How could Qin Feng command such respect from her? Had his investigation been wrong? Or had the world changed so fast? Zhang Chao was completely lost in disbelief. Qin Feng cast a cold glance at Zhang Chao and his two companions, then uttered a single phrase, "Let's go." Without looking back, he strode toward the Maserati. The surrounding students instinctively widened the path, even more all eyes fixed on Qin Feng as he walked past them. Only after Qin Feng got into the car and it sped away did the crowd snap out of it, buzzing with chatter. Who is that guy? Judging by his demeanor, could he be the scion of some major family? A major family scion. He doesn't look like it. Which young master would wear cheap street clothes? Yeah, that's really strange. Meanwhile, Zhang Chao, roused by the chatter, quickly called his two buddies. Let's go. We need to report this to Brother Bin right away. Yeah, that's really strange. Meanwhile, Zhang Chao, roused by the chatter, quickly called his two buddies. Let's go. We need to report this to Brother Bin right away. At the Rongjiang restaurant, a reputable star-rated establishment in Zhonghai City, Qin Feng, Imo Qingqing, and Imo Qingqian sat together in a private room. Imo Qingqing spoke first. Mr. Qin, I came this time specifically to apologize to you. Due to some unforeseen circumstances at home, I was unable to repay the 2 million I owe you in time. Hearing this, Qin Feng showed no reaction, merely listening quietly, as if the 2 million were not his concern. Seeing that Qin Feng remained silent, Imo Qingqian continued, but rest assured we will not default on your 2 million. Although I don't have 2 million in cash right now, the car we drove here today is nearly brand new. I hope it can serve as payment for the debt. What do you think, Mr. Qin? What? Imo Qingqian exclaimed from the side. Sis, that's my beloved car. Before he could finish, Imo Qingqian silenced him with a glare. At that moment, Qin Feng raised his eyes to look at Imo Qingqian and asked calmly, are you referring to that Maserati? Yes, Imo Qingqian nodded. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng turned to Imo Qingqian and asked with a smile, it's your car. Are you willing to give it to me? Seeing Qin Feng's smile, Imo Qingqian felt an inexplicable urge to punch him. Yet he knew that if he did, he would be the one getting beaten. At that moment, he wanted to say no, but catching his sister's pleading gaze, he swallowed hard and reluctantly nodded, of course I am. After all, we owe you the money. In his mind, he thought, if not for my sister, I'd make you spit out not just the 2 million, but the previous 3 million as well. Hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled softly, how good. Though I know you're utterly unwilling deep down. The fact that you said it is not bad. So, Mr. Qin, do you agree? Imo Qingqian tentatively asked. I would like to agree, but unfortunately, I just turned 18 this year. I haven't gotten my driver's license and I don't know how to drive. Qin Feng shrugged, looking helpless. Not knowing how to drive was a lie, and not having a license was the truth. Hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Imo Qingqian's eyes, for she truly had no 2 million to repay Qin Feng. Unless she resolved the debt of 2 million first, she couldn't bring herself to ask Qin Feng for help in treating her grandfather's illness. But before she could speak, Qin Feng continued, though you owe me 2 million, am not in urgent need. You came to me specifically to explain the situation. That's good. So you can keep the 2 million for now. They'll give you a year. He raised one finger. Imo Qingqian's heart leaped with joy. She never expected Qin Feng to be so accommodating. After all, their last encounter had left her with an impression of him as tough and ruthless. Imo Qingqian stood up and bowed deeply. Mr. Qin, am truly grateful. No need for such formality. Oh, I dislike it. Qin Feng waved his hand and took a sip of tea. After sitting back down, Imo Qingqian hesitated before tentatively speaking. Actually, besides apologizing, I also wanted to ask for your help. As she spoke, she kept her eyes on Qin Feng's expression. After all, she had already failed to keep her word regarding the 2 million. Qin Feng had been lenient not to pursue it. Now asking for another favor might provoke him further, which was why Imo Qingqian was so cautious. Hearing her words, Qin Feng slowly set down his teacup and said calmly, Miss Imo, do you take me for a bodhisattva who saves the suffering? His tone was slow and soft, but the chill in his words was unmistakable to the two present. Though it was the sweltering September heat, it felt as if winter had descended. Mr. Qin, please don't misunderstand. I never meant that. Imo Qingqian quickly stood up to explain. I'm grateful you let the 2 million slide. But the trouble I'm facing now concerns my grandfather's life, and I cannot turn a blind eye. I saw you gathering herbs deep in the mountains last time, and you seem knowledgeable about medicinal herbs and their properties, so I came to seek your help. But rest assured, I won't ask for your help with empty words. Whether you succeed or not, I'll pay you an additional 1 million as compensation. Hearing this, Imo Qingqian grew anxious beside her sisu. Before he could finish, his sister raised a hand to stop him. Mr. Qin, if you agree to help, I will definitely pay you 3 million within a year. After hearing this, Qin Feng turned to look at the stunning woman before him with an air of leisure. So whether I succeed or fail, you'll pay me 1 million. It seems the Mo family is indeed wealthy. But Miss Mo, are you so certain my help is worth 1 million? Hearing this, Mo Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. You flatter me, Mr. Qin. Uncle Zhong once said you're at least a latest-stage inner-strength martial artist. A single favor from such a master is easily worth 1 million. In fact, I'm the one getting the better deal. And if you can truly help, the Mo family will owe you a great debt. Mo Qingcheng emphasized that it was the Mo family that would owe the debt, not just herself. She was well aware that once her grandfather regained consciousness, he would surely agree to this decision. That was why she dared to make such a commitment. As Mo Qingcheng saw it, even if Qin Feng couldn't help, it would only cost her 1 million, a trivial sum for her. Yet it would give her a chance to build a rapport with a great master like Qin Feng. Why not? Qin Feng twirled his teacup and smiled lightly at Mo Qingcheng. Miss Mo, you're quite honest. You didn't deceive me. Since I've come to share this meal with you, you might as well tell me about your situation. Hearing this, joy surged in Mo Qingcheng's heart. Clearly, Qin Feng's attitude showed he wasn't holding a grudge. So Mo Qingcheng proceeded to recount everything about her grandfather's condition in detail. It turned out that Mo Qingcheng's grandfather, Mo Zhongting, had suddenly fallen into a coma a year ago, and the cause had yet to be diagnosed. During this time, the Mo family had taken him to countless internationally renowned hospitals. Mo Jianjun had even used his personal connections to invite a master from a special military department at the national level to examine Mo Zhongting. Unfortunately, it was all to no avail. Mo Zhongting still lay in bed like a corpse, showing no signs of recovery whatsoever. After listening to Mo Qingcheng's account, Qin Feng raised his eyes and asked calmly, what did you do with that white jade fruit last time? White jade fruit? Mr. Qin, you mean the spirit-cleansing white jade fruit? Mo Qingcheng paused briefly before answering. Honestly, I boiled it into a decoction and gave it to my grandfather, but unfortunately it had no effect. Boiled it into a decoction? How exactly did you boil it? A strange expression crossed Qin Feng's face. Sensing that his question carried deeper meaning, Mo Qingcheng explained in full detail. I simmered it over low heat for several hours, just like brewing traditional Chinese medicine, and then gave the final decoction to my grandfather. Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile and shake his head. If a decoction made that way actually worked, that would be truly strange. Mr. Qin, do you mean that fruit shouldn't be boiled into a decoction? Mo Qingcheng, being sharp-witted, naturally caught the implication. Qin Feng had no intention of hiding the truth and continued to explain naturally. The efficacy of the white jade fruit lies primarily in its pulp. Simmering it over low heat for hours would boil away all its medicinal properties, leaving it utterly useless. Consuming the white jade fruit raw yields excellent results. Of course, refining it into a pill using special methods would be even more effective, but such methods are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Otherwise, just as you did, all the medicinal properties would be lost. In truth, Qin Feng could fully understand Mo Qingcheng's actions. After all, she was not a cultivator and had no experience handling such herbs. In their common understanding, they treated these herbs like ordinary Chinese medicine, which only led to futile hopes. Upon hearing Qin Feng's explanation, Mo Qingcheng was filled with regret. It's all my fault, she said, slapping her forehead in self-reproach. Sis, how can you blame yourself? You had no way of knowing these things. Mo Qingcheng, standing nearby, quickly comforted her. He could not bear to see his sister in pain. Mo Qingcheng's remorse was genuine. When she had bought the white jade fruit from Qin Feng, she had already sensed his extraordinary expertise in spiritual herbs. Yet at that time she had forgotten to ask him how to properly use such a spiritual herb. Recalling this now pained her deeply. Fortunately, Mo Qingcheng was no stranger to adversity. After a moment she composed herself and looked at Qin Feng, asking, Mr. Qin, do you still have any of this white jade fruit? I am willing to pay 5 million for it. Seeing the earnest hope on her beautiful face, Qin Feng slowly shook his head. The white jade fruit is not like ordinary herbs, it cannot be obtained at will. Moreover, we still don't know exactly what afflicts your grandfather. Even using the white jade fruit might not be effective. After a pause he added, when I have time I will go and see for myself. In truth, he had been reluctant to say this. After all, he was not a merciful bodhisattva. Yet on Mo Qingcheng's face, he saw the shadow of someone from his past life. That person, he owed her much. In the end, she had even died for him. Thus, after much deliberation, Qin Feng chose to help. Mo Qingcheng, no matter how intelligent, could not know this. Overjoyed by his words, she quickly rose to thank him. Mr. Qin, thank you. When would you be available? So I can arrange to pick you up. The day after tomorrow, Saturday, it'll be free, Qin Feng replied after a moment's thought. Meanwhile, Zhang Chao returned and reported everything that had happened at the school gate to Wang Shuabin without exaggeration or omission. After listening, Wang Shuabin rubbed his hands and said calmly, from what you say, that kid has some skill, able to easily defeat the three of you. Moreover, a beautiful woman in a Maserati treats him with respect. Could such a person really be an ordinary student from the countryside? His eyes fixed on Zhang Chao with obvious reproach. Binge, I don't know either. But according to my investigation, that's the truth. Zhang Chao shrank back, feeling uneasy. Then go investigate again. Thoroughly this time, Wang Shuabin said, casting him a glance. Yes, right away. Zhang Chao hurried off. After Zhang Chao left, Wang Zubin's calm expression finally furrowed, and he murmured to himself, Qin Feng, no matter where you came from, or who you are, if you dare covet Ouyang Jing, I will make you regret being born. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. After parting with the Mo siblings, Qin Feng returned to school and continued his usual routine, attending classes and going on dates as if nothing had happened. On Friday after class, he returned to his small courtyard and saw Su Ying tending to the flowers in the garden. Seeing Qin Feng approach, Su Ying felt a bit awkward. This was only their second meeting since the last time. To ease the tension, she put down her watering can and said with a smile, I got off work early today and bought some groceries. Let me cook and we can eat together. Consider it a neighborly introduction. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he had grown tired of eating at the school cafeteria. The mass-produced food was truly unappetizing. Having someone offer to cook was a pleasant surprise he wouldn't refuse. He smiled and replied, all right, thank you very much. It saved him from having to go out for dinner that evening. Soon Su Ying knocked on his door, and in the second-floor living room, a table full of delicious dishes awaited. The food was excellent, utterly incomparable to the cafeteria's fare. This is really delicious. Thank you. If you ever need any help, just say the word, Qin Feng promised with a smile after finishing the meal. All right, I won't be shy about it. Then Su Ying replied half-jokingly, not taking his words seriously. Little did she know that in his past life, countless powerful cultivators had offered priceless treasures just to hear a single word from the nine-dust Immortal Emperor, yet they were rebuffed. Now with just one meal, she had obtained a personal promise from Qin Feng. At that moment, Su Ying had no idea what this promise meant. But in the future, she would come to understand just how precious it truly was. At that moment, Su Ying had no idea what this promise meant. But in the future, she would come to understand just how precious it truly was. At that moment, Su Ying had no idea what this promise meant. But in the future, she would come to understand just how precious it truly was. At that moment, Su Ying had no idea what this promise meant. But in the future, she would come to understand just how precious it truly was. At that moment, Su Ying had no idea what this promise meant. But in the future, she would come to understand just how precious it truly was. At that moment, Su Ying had no idea what this promise meant. But in the future, she would come to understand just how precious it truly was. At that moment, Su Ying had no idea what this promise meant. But in the future, she would come to understand just how precious it truly was. At that moment, Su Ying had no idea what this promise meant. But in the future, she would come to understand just how precious it truly was. The next morning at the crack of dawn, Qin Feng boarded the Maserati of the Mo siblings and departed from Zhonghai. The Mo family throughout all of Huaxia could be considered a first-rate aristocratic clan. Particularly in the provinces of Jiangnan, the Mo family held a position of paramount importance. However, their main stronghold was not in a bustling provincial capital like Zhonghai, but in the somewhat remote Jiangzhou. Hence the reputation of the Mo family of Jiangzhou across the southern provinces of Huaxia. 2 hours later, the vehicle entered Jiangzhou City, driving along a lakeside road, steadily advancing forward. During the journey, Mo Qingcheng occasionally introduced the surrounding scenery to Qin Feng. For instance, she specifically mentioned the beauty of a nearby lake called Minghua Lake. Finally, the car came to a stop before a large courtyard of green bricks and gray tiles. The three disembarked. Qin Feng looked around and noticed that the concentration of spiritual energy here was significantly higher than elsewhere. Of course, it was still far from comparable to the spiritual energy density within Dongjing Mountain. Mr. Qin, this is the Mo residence. Please come in. Mo Qingcheng made a respectful gesture of invitation. The entire Mo courtyard was steeped in an ancient aura seemingly detached from the modern metropolis around it. It truly possessed a unique charm. As they walked along the tranquil path, they occasionally passed elderly individuals reeking of medicinal herbs and white-clad nurses. Upon seeing the Mo siblings, they would pause to nod in greeting. These were all personnel hired by the Mo family to attend to the elder Mo Zhongting. The environment here is quite good, suitable for convalescence. Qin Feng offered a slight compliment. Soon the three arrived before an independent small courtyard. This was where Mo Zhongting recuperated in solitude. At this moment, the place was bustling with people appearing rather lively. This was somewhat unexpected. After all, this was the elder Mo Zhongting's quiet retreat. Ordinarily, aside from the attendants, others rarely visited. Even Mo Jianya and Mo Jianhai would only come once every 10 days or half a month. They were all preoccupied with their own affairs and lacked the leisure to care for a living corpse. Just then a middle-aged man emerged from the courtyard. Seeing the Mo siblings, he quickly nodded in greeting. Miss Young Master, you've returned. Uncle Kuan, what happened? Why are so many people here all of a sudden? Mo Qingchun waved his hand and asked directly. This middle-aged man was Chun Kuan, formerly the elder Mo Zongting's driver and bodyguard, utterly loyal to him. Since the Mo siblings were raised by their grandfather Mo Zongting from childhood, Chun Kuan also cared for them deeply. Qin Feng appraised the middle-aged man before him and sensed the latent energy within his body. This man's martial arts were quite impressive, far surpassing He Zhong, who had previously guarded the Mo siblings. Of course, even so, dealing with him would be a matter of a single move for Qin Feng. He posed no threat whatsoever. Hearing Mo Qingchun's inquiry, Qin Kuan wasted no time and replied directly. Second Master somehow invited several elderly gentlemen claiming they are divine physicians of exceptional skill. They are currently inside treating the Master. Divine physicians? Huh. Mo Qingchun let out a soft laugh and said, grandfather has been ill for over a year. What divine physicians haven't we consulted? Besides, second uncle always uses his work as an excuse to be busy. When did he ever become so concerned about grandfather's condition? All right, Qingchun, don't talk nonsense, Mo Qingchun interjected hastily to stop him. After all, this was the Mo residence, and it was inappropriate for Mo Qingchun to speak of his elder in such a manner. Qin Kuan was not surprised by this, and answered him, not entirely sure of second master's intentions, but I heard that second miss went to great lengths to invite these divine physicians. The second miss he referred to was not Mo Qingchun's younger sister, but rather her sharp-tongued and acerbic second aunt. Let's go in and see, Mo Qingchun said, not delaying any further. Thus the four of them entered the small courtyard together. At this moment, many doctors and nurses could be seen bustling about fetching items, apparently acting as errand runners for the so-called divine physicians. As the four stepped into the room where Mo Zongting was recuperating, they were noticed by Mo Jianhai and the second aunt, among others. As for Mo Qingchun's father, Mo Jianjun, he had returned to his military unit a few days earlier. Oh my, our dear niece Qingchun has finally returned. I wonder what rotten fruit you've picked up from some fruit stall this time. Seeing Mo Qingchun and the others, the second aunt was the first to speak sarcastically, showing no restraint befitting an elder. Second aunt, that's enough. Mo Qingchun roared angrily. He could not bear to see his sister bullied. The second aunt, naturally more displeased, strode forward a few steps, stared at Mo Qingchun, and shrilled, "Oh my Mo Qingchun, you prodigal wastrel, daring to speak to your elder like this. This is outright rebellion." Mo Qingchun clenched his fists, ready to disregard everything and curse back, but Mo Qingchun promptly held him back. "Qingchun, stop it." But the second aunt was relentless. Seeing Mo Qingchun's clenched fists, she feigned anger and said, "What? Your fists are bigger than a fight. Are you planning to hit someone?" Just as Mo Qingchun was about to speak, second uncle Mo Jianya interrupted. "All right, stop arguing. The divine physicians have finished their diagnosis. Let's hear what they have to say." At that moment, everyone turned to see three white-haired old men emerging from the inner room. Each wore a contemplative expression, as if deeply pondering the illness. Standing aside, Qin Feng slightly twitched his nose, closed his eyes, and utilized his rather weak divine sense to perceive. "Three divine physicians, how is my father's condition?" Mo Jianya stepped forward to inquire. One of the elders wearing reading glasses replied, "First, Mr. Mo, your father's illness is indeed quite peculiar. Based on my decades of medical experience, this is caused by an evil invading the body, leading to severe soul damage, hence his unconsciousness." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the plump white-haired elder beside him retorted, No, old brother, how could this patient have an evil invading the body? It is clearly the result of years of overwork and weakened essence and blood." Before the bespectacled elder could refute, the thin, small elder on the other side stroked his long beard and said slowly, "Both of you are gravely mistaken. Elder Mo's coma is due to a rare and peculiar poison found nowhere in the world. It is not caused by his own factors. That's incorrect. It is definitely an evil invading the body. This is a foolish view. I am certain it is weakened essence and blood. Gravely mistaken. The illness is due to poisoning by a rare toxin." Subsequently, the three so-called divine physicians fell into a heated argument. Each held their own opinion, refusing to yield an inch. This spectacle left everyone else on the scene utterly bewildered. Three men, three opinions. Now they did not know whom to believe. Just then an incongruous soft laugh suddenly sounded in the room. Three men, three opinions. Now they did not know whom to believe. Just then an incongruous soft laugh suddenly sounded in the room. Three men, three opinions. Now they did not know whom to believe. Just then an incongruous soft laugh suddenly sounded in the room. 3 men, 3 opinions. Now they did not know whom to believe. Just then an incongruous soft laugh suddenly sounded in the room. This soft chuckle instantly shattered the existing atmosphere. The 3 divine physicians ceased their bickering, turning their gazes simultaneously toward the source of the sound. The person standing in that spot was none other than Qin Feng. At that moment, everyone's eyes converged upon him. Was it you who laughed just now? The bespectacled divine physician, his face cold, was the first to speak in accusation, his tone utterly hostile. Yes, Qin Feng replied with complete composure. Seeing Qin Feng's attitude, the plump divine physician beside him grew even more irritated, asking coldly, "What are you laughing at?" "I recalled something amusing," Qin Feng answered indifferently. "What amusing thing?" The lean divine physician joined in, pressing relentlessly with a chilling expression. At this, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, his expression shifting abruptly as his tone turned icy in reply. "Nothing much. I just remembered the scene of those charlatans on the street fighting for customers." "Insolent brat. Arrogant whelp." The 3 divine physicians erupted in furious condemnation. Seeing the 3 old men flaunting their seniority, Qin Feng showed no mercy as he said, "You can't even figure out the patient's ailment, yet you dare to boast recklessly here." To be honest, given his temperament, had this been another place, he would have long since taught these 3 arrogant divine physicians a lesson. What divine physicians? In Qin Feng's eyes, they didn't even qualify as charlatans. You have no sense of decency." The bespectacled divine physician, panting with rage, turned to Mo Jianya and asked, "Mr. Mo, is this how the Mo family treats their guests?" "If that's the case, then I won't treat old Master Mo's illness. He'll take my leave now." With that, he actually strode toward the door. The other 2 divine physicians did the same. Seeing this, Mo Jianya quickly stepped forward to dissuade them. "Alas. 3 divine physicians, please calm down. He is not a member of the Mo family. I will give you an explanation right now." Then turning to Qin Feng, he asked with a displeased expression, "Who are you? Who allowed you into the Mo residence?" Facing the impeccably dressed Mo Jianya, Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. In Qin Feng's eyes, he was truly no more significant than an ant. At this moment, Mo Qingcheng stepped forward and said, "This is Mr. Qin Feng, whom I specially invited from Zhonghai to treat my grandfather." Hearing this answer, Mo Jianya was momentarily stunned. He had assumed this young man was merely a friend of Mo Qingcheng's. How could he possibly be a physician? Given how young he looked, he was probably still in school. Before Mo Jianya could speak, the second aunt of the Mo family burst into laughter. "Ha! What? Bringing in such a greenhorn to treat the old master? Tell me, niece Qingqing, are you out of your mind? This is even more absurd than the time you picked a rotten fruit from a fruit stall." Her demeanor suggested she had just heard the world's funniest joke, and the sarcasm in her words was unmistakable to anyone present. Before Mo Qingqing could explain, the bespectacled divine physician couldn't hold back, sneering, "So young and already learning to swindle instead of walking the right path. Young fellow, let me give you a word of advice. Some things are not to be trifled with." The plump divine physician chimed in, "Exactly, you're still wet behind the ears, yet you dare to treat people." The lean divine physician also seized the opportunity to taunt with a grim expression, "Boy, tell me who your master is. I'd like to see which irresponsible fool raised such an arrogant disciple." Upon hearing their sarcastic and barbed remarks, the onlookers adopted an attitude of simply watching the drama unfold. Qin Feng raised his eyes, fixed his gaze on the last thin doctor, and merely replied coolly, "A quack like you is unworthy of knowing my master's name." Then he turned to the other 2, his tone icy, "As for you 2, you're even more worthless, not even qualified to speak with me. And yet you dare to judge me. This brat is arrogant. This kid is ignorant. This fellow is insolent." The 3 renowned doctors were provoked to fury by Qin Feng's words. "Is that so? Then tell me, what exactly is old Master Mo's illness?" Qin Feng gave them no respite, directly demanding an answer. "Well," the 3 exchanged glances, their eyes darting about, but none of them replied. They all knew that once they answered, they would each give a different diagnosis. None could convince the others, and none had proof to support their claim. Wouldn't that be slapping their own faces? After a moment's thought, the bespectacled doctor deflected the question back to Qin Feng, sneering, "Since you're so arrogant, why don't you tell us what's wrong with old Master Mo?" "Old Master Mo is not ill," Qin Feng replied calmly. His words were like a stone thrown into a still lake, sending ripples through the crowd. Everyone present was astonished. The conclusion was that he wasn't sick. How could that be? Upon hearing this, all those present inwardly shook their heads. They all believed that this Qin Feng, who seemed to have come from nowhere, was nothing more than an ignorant greenhorn. Even the Mo siblings looked at Qin Feng incredulously after hearing this. After all, their grandfather, Mo Zhongting, had been afflicted with a strange illness for over a year, remaining unconscious. They had been attending to him all this time and were fully aware of his condition. To say their grandfather wasn't ill was something they found extremely hard to believe. Yet at this moment, they could not immediately step forward to refute Qin Feng's words. After all, they were the ones who had invited him. Moreover, seeing Qin Feng's confident demeanor, Mo Qingqing clung to a sliver of hope. But the fat doctor beside her burst into laughter. Ha! This kid is indeed arrogant and ignorant. If old master Mo weren't sick, how could he have been in a coma for over a year, bedridden and unawakened? He looked at Qin Feng as if he were an idiot. Given Qin Feng's earlier attitude, he had expected some formidable skill. But it turned out he was just a reckless youth who knew nothing but wild boasts. At this point, Mo Jianya's expression darkened. He turned to Mo Qingqing and said coldly, Qingqing, where did you find this fool? How dare he say such a thing? Get him out of here. His words were already quite harsh. Mo's second aunt stepped forward to chime in exactly. Niece Qingqing, why don't you listen to your second uncle and throw this fellow out? And hey, raise a suggestion from your aunt, find some time to go to a mental hospital. Heh. Her laughter was truly grating. Qin Feng cast a glance at Mo's second aunt, gave a cold smile, and shook his head without saying a word. It was indeed not worth arguing with someone who was about to die. Someone, Mo Jianya shouted toward the door. If Qin Feng refused to leave, he was prepared to have him forcibly escorted out. Uncle, you've gone too far. Mr. Qin is my invited guest. At that moment, Mo Qingqing stepped forward to defend Qin Feng. She absolutely would not allow him to be driven out of the Mo family. Moreover, deep down she harbored an inexplicable trust in Qin Feng. Yet Qin Feng remained utterly unmoved by all this. When he didn't wish to come, no one could force him. When he didn't wish to leave, no one could make him. Such was the absolute confidence Qin Feng possessed after a millennium of experience. Just then the bespectacled divine physician stepped forward, a strange smile curling on his lips as he spoke. Mr. Mo, hold on. I'm quite eager to hear him explain why old Master Mo has been unconscious for over a year despite being healthy. His intention, of course, was not to listen to a reason, but to further humiliate Qin Feng. He was certain that this beardless youth would be at a loss for words. If Qin Feng dared to spout nonsense, he could expose him on the spot and make him look foolish. Then turning his gaze to Qin Feng, he said slowly, Young man, you were also invited here to treat the patient. Go ahead and examine him, then share your diagnosis. His words clearly revealed his condescending attitude, flaunting his seniority. Qin Feng glanced at him and replied indifferently, I told you you're not qualified to speak with me. You. The bespectacled divine physician was so incensed by Qin Feng's arrogant demeanor that his chest heaved uncontrollably. Before he could say another word, Qin Feng continued, Well, since I'm here, I might as well enlighten you. The reason old Master Mo has been unconscious is an illness. It's a curse of the goo worm. Goo worm? Mo Qingqing interjected, her face etched with confusion. Mr. Qin, what does goo worm mean? Having only heard the words, she couldn't grasp the meaning behind them. A goo worm, the insect of sorcery, Qin Feng clarified. Mo Qingqing, standing nearby, asked incredulously, What? Are you saying there's a goo worm inside my grandfather causing his coma? Yes, Qin Feng nodded. Mo Qingqing was about to ask further, but the bespectacled divine physician cut her off with a loud laugh. Ha! A goo worm? How naive, boy. Blaming an unknown ailment on a goo worm. Clever, I must say. That way you can spin any tale you like, and none of us can disprove you. What a cunning scheme. Admirable, truly admirable. Exactly, talk of goo worms is nothing but folklore and tall tales. Such things don't exist, the plump physician chimed in mockingly. Heh, the notion of goo worms is pure fallacy. Old Master Mo has been poisoned, the lean physician added in agreement. Moreover, since you entered this room, you haven't even approached old Master Mo for a look. How can you possibly draw such a conclusion? It's obviously baseless nonsense. Qin Feng turned to the last lean physician and said calmly, From a certain perspective, a goo worm infestation can be considered a form of poisoning. That's why I said earlier that you're marginally better than those two, merely a quack. But strictly speaking, a goo worm is a goo worm and poison is poison. The two are fundamentally incomparable. As for diagnosing the cause, why must one get so close? That's merely the antiquated method clung to by quacks like you. Enduring such contempt, the bespectacled divine physician could no longer bear it. He stepped forward and said coldly, Young man, the claim of a goo worm is utterly absurd. Prove it to us if you can. The plump divine physician also spoke with indignation. Yes. Anyone can spout nonsense without evidence. Prove it if you have the guts. If you can truly demonstrate that old Master Mo has a goo worm inside him, I will roll out of the Mo family estate. Yes. If you can prove it, all three of us old men will roll out of here. The thin divine physician joined the fray, unwilling to be outdone. Is that so? Then your wish will soon be granted. Qin Feng replied indifferently. Seeing the three old men so obstinate and oblivious, he decided to teach them a harsh lesson. Hearing this, the bespectacled divine physician grew even more displeased and said coldly, "Young man, well, take that bet. If you prove old Master Mo has a goo worm, the three of us will roll out of here. But if you can't prove it, you'll be the one rolling out. How about it?" "Fine. I can't wait to see the three of you rolling out." Qin Feng smiled mysteriously. Then he strode toward Mo Zhongting. Mo's second aunt and Mo Jianya were about to say something, but after much deliberation held their tongues. They were also curious about the outcome of this bet. Of course, they were even more eager to see the young man brought by Mo Qingqing roll out of the Mo residence. After all, that would be a direct slap to the faces of the Mo siblings. As for the others, their thoughts were unknown. Presumably, most were merely watching the spectacle unfold. Among them only, Mo Qingqing still harbored a glimmer of hope. For some reason, she felt that Qin Feng would not act without reason and must have his own plans. This inexplicable sense of trust was something she had never experienced before. Qin Feng slowly approached Mo Zongting's bedside and looked at the elderly man lying on the bed. He turned to the three divine physicians and said calmly, "Make sure you watch carefully. I don't want to see you try to deny it. You'd better figure out the best way to roll out of here yourself," the bespectacled divine physician retorted angrily. Then Qin Feng slowly raised his right hand. He gently placed his palm on Mo Zongting's abdomen. His hand moved upward along the middle of the abdomen all the way to the throat. At that moment, Qin Feng uttered a single word, "Open." Mo Zongting's mouth immediately opened. At the same time, a golden goo worm 2 to 3 centimeters long flew out from his mouth. Strangely enough, after flying out, the golden goo worm hovered 3 inches above the mouth. Above it, Qin Feng's right hand blocked its path. What was most horrifying and disgusting was that the golden worm was still wriggling incessantly. It was unmistakably a living creature. Witnessing this, everyone present was utterly shocked. The scene before them completely defied their understanding. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought such a thing only existed in outlandish films. "Three divine physicians, have you seen clearly?" Qin Feng turned his head and asked calmly. Instantly, everyone's gaze converged on the three of them. The facts were undeniable. Old Master Mo indeed had a goo worm inside him. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, their expressions turned extremely grim. Just as they were at a loss for words, Qin Feng pressed his right palm down slightly. The golden goo worm instantly re-entered Old Master Mo Zongting's mouth and vanished without a trace. "What are you doing?" Mo Jianya snapped back to reality and rushed forward, demanding with a stern voice. By then, the others had also come to their senses and crowded around. Qin Feng lifted his gaze to Mo Jianya and narrowing his eyes as he said coldly, "Are you speaking to me?" Seeing the icy look in Qin Feng's eyes, Mo Jianya felt a chill creep into his heart for reasons he couldn't fathom. It was as if he had been locked onto by a primordial beast on the verge of being devoured in an instant. He swallowed hard, unable to utter the reproachful words that followed. The main reason was that he suddenly realized he must not offend Qin Feng at this moment, as he still needed the latter to extract the goo worm. Thus he restrained his impulse to call for help. However, just because he remained silent didn't mean no one else would speak. At that moment, the second aunt of the Mo family began shouting loudly while pointing aggressively. "You brat, what do you think you're doing? How dare you stuff that worm back into the old man's mouth? Are you tired of living? Get it out of there right now." She spoke with an air of condescension, as if Qin Feng were her servant. Seeing this, Mo Qingqing's heart sank, knowing trouble was coming. Slap. As expected, a crisp sound of a slap echoed through the scene. Everyone turned to look and saw a handprint blooming on the second aunt's right cheek. Across from her, Qin Feng slowly withdrew his left hand and said calmly, "Though you are but an aunt, I still despise your clamor at my ear." "You?" The second aunt clutched her right cheek, staring at Qin Feng in disbelief. "If you utter another word, I won't hesitate to give you another slap," Qin Feng said coldly. Were it not for the inappropriate occasion, she would have already become a corpse, though she wouldn't live much longer anyway. Gazing into Qin Feng's bone-chilling eyes, the second aunt felt fear and terror for the first time. Her sensation mirrored Mo Jianya's earlier, as if her very life were under grave threat. After that, she truly couldn't utter a single word. It was then that Mo Qingqing, suppressing her agitation, asked with utmost respect, "Mr. Qin, may I ask what you mean by this? Why did you extract the goo worm only to put it back?" Qin Feng glanced at Mo Qingqing, but didn't answer her question immediately. Instead, he turned to look at the three divine physicians on the other side and said coldly, "The wager is settled. Now all of you roll out of here promptly. You insolent whelp, don't go too far. Indeed, we are your seniors, yet you show not a shred of respect. Leave some leeway for future encounters." The three men retorted in a flurry of angry words. What? Are you planning to renege? Qin Feng sneered. The bespectacled physician adjusted his glasses and racked his brain for a rebuttal. We are not reneging. What just happened was nothing but your trickery. That so-called goo worm was merely conjured up through some deceit of yours. Otherwise, why would you put it back into old Master Mo's mouth? He said this purely to be obstinate. In truth, everyone had witnessed the scene clearly. Those present understood that there was indeed a goo worm inside old Master Mo's body. But at this point, the three physicians had no choice but to resort to shameless denial. After all, if they truly had to roll out of there, they would never be able to show their faces again. They clung to their status, acting arrogantly with their age, believing that Qin Feng wouldn't dare to force them in front of so many onlookers. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng merely smiled contemptuously, turned to Mo Qingqing, and said calmly, Miss Mo, do you now understand why I put the goo worm back into your grandfather's mouth? Hearing this, the three physicians' hearts jolted, realizing they were in trouble. Before Mo Qingqing could answer, Mo Jianya interjected coldly, Gentlemen, since you made a wager, you must abide by it. Otherwise, I will have someone assist you. Upon hearing this, the three divine physicians felt a chill in their hearts. After all, the most authoritative voice here was none other than Mo Jianya. His stance made it clear that the three of them would have to leave this place today. The bespectacled divine physician, the most hot-tempered among them, was deeply aggrieved by such treatment and roared at Mo Jianya, Oh, don't you forget that it was you who earnestly begged us to come here in the first place. Now you're burning the bridge after crossing it. Isn't that utterly shameless? His words rang true. Just 2 days ago, for reasons unknown, Mo Jianya had suddenly become extremely concerned about Mo Zongting's illness. Through special channels, he had sought out these three divine physicians. To invite them, he had promised numerous benefits and spoken many flattering words. Yet now Mo Jianya's about-face was a stark contrast to his former self, leaving the three physicians naturally indignant. In truth, Qin Feng was also taken aback by Mo Jianya's unexpected support. After all, Mo Jianya had previously treated him quite poorly. Not only Qin Feng, but even the Mo siblings were astonished. Mo Jianya's attitude had shifted far too rapidly. Oomph. Mo Jianya snorted coldly. I hired you at a high price to treat the old master, not to boast arrogantly here. Moreover, the bet was of your own making. Since you've lost, the terms must be honored. This matter takes place within the Mo family, and as the current interim authority, I cannot show partiality. By the end, Mo Jianya spoke with a righteous air, as if embodying justice itself. Second brother, isn't this a bit harsh? After all, we invited these three physicians. Mo's second aunt hesitated before speaking softly in their defense. She stepped forward for them because they had been brought in through her connections. Each of them had special backgrounds, and humiliation here might lead them to hold a grudge against her. Thus, she felt compelled to speak. Silence. Mo Jianya turned and barked sharply. These three have no real skill, yet they parade as divine physicians and swindle in our Mo family. Being told to leave is already lenient. He knew well that if the three didn't honor the bet, Qin Feng would not treat Mo Zongting, and he was now desperate for the old master to awaken. Therefore, he cared not whether he offended these physicians. This sudden turn of events transformed Qin Feng, the protagonist, into a bystander watching the drama unfold. The others present did the same, all eyes fixed on the three physicians. Finally, Mo Jianya summoned several burly men. As they lined up and slowly approached the three physicians, the previously defiant trio instantly turned cowardly, one by one, rolling out of the house in disgrace. Of course, once outside the Mo residence, they unleashed a torrent of curses. Regardless, the enmity was sealed. Qin Feng naturally paid it no mind. After dealing with them, Mo Jianya turned to Qin Feng and spoke respectfully. Mr. Qin, I truly apologize. My past mistakes were all my fault. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. The goo worm in my father's body requires your expertise, and our Mo family will surely repay you handsomely. Seeing Mo Jianya in such a state, Qin Feng couldn't help but recall a saying, first arrogant, then deferential. How laughable to think upon it. He said, did I ever say I would treat your father? Qin Feng replied indifferently. But, Mr. Qin, I have already done as you asked and driven the three of them out. Mo Jianya was taken aback, utterly perplexed. Their leaving was merely fulfilling the bet. It has nothing to do with whether I treat the patient. Qin Feng picked up a napkin to wipe his hands, as if he truly intended to wash his hands of the matter. At that moment, Mo Jianya was greatly alarmed. Yet he was astute enough to know that this young man responded to gentleness, not force, and could never be coerced. Thus, he turned his gaze to Mo Qingqing behind him. He thought to himself that since his niece had managed to bring this person here, there must be some connection between them. In the end, he could only pin his hopes on that bond. Seeing her second uncle's look, Mo Qingqing felt nothing but deep disappointment. Nevertheless, this matter concerned her grandfather's life and death, so Mo Qingqing could not stand idly by. She stepped forward and spoke softly, Mr. Qin, our Mo family was in the wrong. We will surely offer you satisfactory compensation. After speaking, she bowed deeply to Qin Feng. Witnessing the sincere and resolute expression on Mo Qingqing's face followed by her bowed posture, Qin Feng felt a sharp pang in his heart. This scene was achingly familiar. Though nearly a millennium had passed in his memory, it remained as vivid as ever. Mo Qingqing's figure gradually merged with the woman in his memories, blurring the lines between them. For a moment, he fell into a daze. After a while, he came to his senses. Looking at Mo Qingqing still bowing before him, Qin Feng stepped forward, gently helped her up, and said softly, Miss Mo, you are too kind. Since I promised you, I will see it through. However, before that, you need to prepare something. Otherwise, even if I remove the goo worm, old Master Mo's life will still be in danger. Hearing this, Mo Qingqing's heart tightened. She quickly asked, Mr. Qin, what do you need? Please tell me, and I will find it as soon as possible. Concerned for her grandfather's life, Mo Qingqing dared not be careless. Yes, with the Mo family's resources, as long as it exists, it won't be a problem, Mo Jianya added, subtly boasting about the family's influence. At this, a strange smile flickered across Qin Feng's face. He said flatly, I need a large bowl of Tiankui blood. Upon hearing this request, Mo Qingqing's face instantly flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze. Most of those present looked bewildered, while only a few showed expressions of shock and awkwardness. The prodigal young master Mo Qingqing was naturally among the bewildered masses. After pondering for a long time, he couldn't contain his curiosity and blurted out, I've eaten pig's blood, chicken blood, and duck blood. I've also heard of black dog blood and black donkey blood. But this Tiankui blood, what kind of blood is it? What kind of animal is a Tiankui? Hearing this question, Qin Feng could only sigh inwardly, what an utter fool. Mo Qingqing had asked loudly enough for everyone present to hear. As a result, many of the women around were mortified, their faces turning even redder. Mo Qingqing naturally noticed these awkward expressions. He then looked at his sister and saw that even his Iron Lady sister had a shy, almost girlish look on her face. This completely shattered Mo Qingqing's worldview. Could his sister really show such an expression? Was she an imposter? Sister, what exactly is Tiankui blood? Why do you look like that? Mo Qingqing pressed relentless in his cluelessness. At that point, an older woman from behind mustered the courage to say, Qingqing, stop asking. So-called Tiankui blood is nothing other than a woman's menstrual blood. What? Menstrual blood? Upon hearing this answer, Mo Qingqing wished he could crawl into a hole in the ground. Damn it, this was utterly humiliating. Fortunately, given his usual image as a prodigal young master, this incident did not have a particularly severe impact on him. Nevertheless, whenever he thought about it himself, he still found it rather nauseating. So driven by curiosity, he asked Qin Feng, Mr. Qin, may I ask what exactly you intend to do with such blood? He simply could not bring himself to utter the words menses blood or menstrual blood again. Seeing Mo Qingqing in such a state, Qin Feng couldn't help but be amused, so he offered an explanation. The golden-colored parasitic worm inside Elder Mo is called the mother-child symbiotic goo. More precisely, this one is the child goo of the mother-child symbiotic goo. There is a corresponding mother goo in the possession of the one who cast the spell. This child goo has been inside Elder Mo for over a year now, and naturally all its metabolic byproducts have remained within his body. As long as the child goo remains alive, these metabolic byproducts pose no real harm to Elder Mo's health on a daily basis. However, if the spellcaster discovers someone forcibly removing the goo, they might resort to a scorched earth tactic, directly controlling and killing the child goo. In that case, once the child goo dies, the metabolic byproducts inside Elder Mo would turn into a deadly poison. At that moment, he wouldn't last even a quarter of an hour before succumbing to the venom. What? This goo is so vicious. Then, what should we do? Mo Qingqing's heart filled with great anxiety, and she cast a worried gaze at Qin Feng. The others felt the same. Although many harbored their own ulterior motives, they were not foolish. They understood that only with Elder Mo alive could the glory of the Mo family be sustained. If he were to die now, their own interests would undoubtedly suffer as well. Qin Feng walked over to a chair and sat down, and a servant of the Mo family promptly brought him a cup of tea. There is naturally a way to remove the metabolic byproducts from Elder Mo's body while ensuring the child goo remains alive. Mo Qingqing was a clever woman. Hearing this, she formed a conjecture and eagerly asked, Mr. Qin, do you mean that menstrual blood can keep the child goo alive? Looking at Mo Qingqing's delighted face, Qin Feng smiled and nodded. Miss Mo is indeed astute. Once the child goo leaves the host's body for a moment, the other mother goo can sense it. That is why I was so hasty to reinsert the child goo into Elder Mo's body earlier. However, with menstrual blood, the situation changes. As long as the extracted goo is placed into menstrual blood, the other mother goo will be utterly unable to detect it. This way, I will have ample time to completely eliminate the child Gus metabolic byproducts from Elder Mo's body. Moreover, even if the other party realizes my intent to forcibly remove the child goo, as long as the child goo remains in the menstrual blood, they cannot instantly kill it. This will also buy Elder Mo enough time. Only in this way can Elder Mo's absolute safety be guaranteed. After hearing Qin Feng's explanation, everyone present understood. So that's it. Mr. Qin, rest assured we will prepare a sufficient amount of menstrual blood as soon as possible. Mo Jianya vowed, thumping his chest. At this moment, he had become the most concerned about Mo Zhongting. Qin Feng cast him a glance, but said nothing. A grown man vowing to procure menstrual blood, no matter how one looked at it, it always seemed rather odd. One must admit that the Mo family's capabilities were not to be underestimated. It took them less than 3 hours to procure a large bottle of heavenly moon blood. The amount was more than sufficient. Qin Feng did not have the nosiness to inquire where exactly this substance had been obtained. He truly harbored no such curiosity. He fetched a large bowl, placed it beside Mo Zongting's bed, and instructed someone to pour a full bowl of heavenly moon blood into it. Then Qin Feng extended his right hand, and repeating the same motion as before, extracted the golden parasitic worm in one swift effort. But this time he quickly placed the offspring worm into the heavenly moon blood within the large bowl. Everyone present witnessed this process clearly. Even though they had seen it once before when they watched the golden parasitic worm fly out of Mo Zongting's mouth again, their hearts still pounded with trepidation. Especially seeing it squirm incessantly within the heavenly moon blood, the revulsion in their hearts was beyond words. Mo Qingqing also averted her gaze, suppressing her nausea, and asked, Mr. Qin, may I ask how we should eliminate the metabolic remnants of the offspring worm within my grandfather's body? Qin Feng did not answer immediately. Instead, he walked to a table, picked up a fountain pen, and wrote a long list on a blank sheet of paper. After a while, he picked up the paper, handed it to Mo Qingqing, and said slowly, prepare the medicinal herbs according to the requirements written here. Then boil a pot of hot water and add all the herbs. When the water reaches a suitable temperature, place Old Master Mo in the bath for 2 hours to soak. Mo Qingqing took the paper and immediately ordered the herbs to be prepared. Over the past year and more, while treating Mo Zongting's illness, the Mo family had amassed a considerable stockpile of medicinal ingredients. Thus, gathering those herbs was hardly a challenge. After that, Qin Feng had nothing more to oversee. Mo Qingqing led him on a tour of the Mo family compound. Then he was treated to fine food and drink. At night, Qin Feng's heart tightened, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Damn, it has to come at this moment, he muttered softly, then hurried out the door. He did not stop until he reached the garden behind the Mo residence. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and slowly began to circulate the cycle of reincarnation art. Spiritual energy and strange forces from the surroundings surged toward him. After several cycles, the true qi within his body seemed to shatter a shackle. Suddenly, Qin Feng's entire aura surged. Centered on him, an invisible wave of force spread outward, bending all the flowers and plants around him. An hour later, Qin Feng opened his eyes once more. The 7th layer of qi refinement. Finally, I've reached the late stage of qi refinement. He clenched his fists, feeling the long-lost sensation of power return. Though it was utterly insignificant compared to his past lives' earth-shattering abilities for him, now every increase in strength added a bit more confidence. Bravado without backing is not courageous posturing, but foolish idiocy. Qin Feng did not immediately get up to return. Having just reached the late stage of qi refinement, he naturally needed to continue cultivating to stabilize his realm. The night passed swiftly. The next morning, Qin Feng's ears twitched as he extended his spiritual sense. With his current cultivation, the range of his hearing far exceeded that of his spiritual sense. Moreover, he could not constantly release his spiritual sense to survey his surroundings. Thus, he first heard the commotion before deploying his spiritual sense to investigate. Slowly opening his eyes, Qin Feng saw an elderly man in a tang suit approaching leisurely, his entire demeanor radiating vitality and vigor. Qin Feng recognized this man. It was the person he had saved yesterday, the Mo family patriarch Mo Zhongting. Watching Mo Zhongting approach, slowly Qin Feng made no move, sitting there in utter stillness. Young friend, you rise quite early. Such diligence, no wonder you possess such strength at so young an age. Mo Zhongting smiled as he spoke, stopping 3 meters before Qin Feng. He was naturally unaware that Qin Feng had not arrived in the morning, but had been sitting there since the previous night. After waking up last night, the Mo siblings had recounted everything that had transpired. Among their tale matters concerning Qin Feng were naturally emphasized. It was only because the hour had grown so late that they refrained from disturbing him. In truth, even now Mo Zhongting found it difficult to believe that this handsome youth before him was a grandmaster of the inner strength late stage. Of course, this so-called inner strength late stage was merely what he had heard from the Mo siblings. Elder Mo flatters me. Seeing your radiant complexion, it seems you have fully recovered. Qin Feng rose slowly, speaking with indifference. To be honest, using the honorific you for Mo Zhongting was already a considerable show of respect on Qin Feng's part. After all, Qin Feng now possessed the mindset of a 1,000-year-old ancient. Heh, this old man must thank you, young friend, for saving my life. At this, Mo Zhongting burst into hearty laughter. Elder Mo is too kind. Miss Mo provided the payment, and I provided the effort. This should be considered a transaction. Qin Feng replied coolly, not placing much weight on the matter. Heh, young Master Qin truly is an interesting fellow. Mo Zhongting chuckled softly upon hearing this. Then his expression turning serious, he said, I have practiced martial arts for many years, and even crawled through battlefields in my youth. I hear you possess remarkable skills. How about we spar a little? As he spoke, his hands slowly rose, assuming a combat stance. Mo Zhongting was among the first generation of generals after the nation's founding. Though retired, he had never ceased his martial training and remained quite formidable. Had it not been for such an unorthodox method as the Gu technique, ordinary means would likely have failed to ambush him. Although he had lain ill for over a year, he had received constant care and adequate nutrition. Thus his physical condition remained reasonably good. Hearing Mo Zhongting's words, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had never expected that upon waking, the first thing this old gentleman would do to his savior was to challenge him to a fight. Extending his spiritual sense to probe, Qin Feng sensed that the energy within Mo Zhongting's body was indeed superior to that of an ordinary person. In fact, it was even stronger than he Zhong had been. That is to say, by the martial rank system of this world, Mo Zhongting was at least an inner strength initial stage martial artist. However, his strength was only slightly greater than he Zhong, still far behind Chen Kuan, whom Qin Feng had encountered earlier. Therefore, facing this old man's challenge, Qin Feng could muster little interest. Elder Mo, you have just recovered from a serious illness. Let us forego the sparring. Qin Feng shook his head, declining in a relatively tactful manner. Having lived for decades, Mo Zhongting had grown shrewd with age and could naturally detect the dismissive reluctance in Qin Feng's words. As a man of military background, he had once traversed storms of bullets and rain of shells. Now he was being looked down upon by a mere lad of 17 or 18. How could Mo Zhongting swallow such humiliation? Instantly, the unyielding spirit of a soldier surged within him. Clenching his fists, he said slowly, Young friend, by saying this, do you hold this old man in contempt? Then let me personally test just how capable such a young inner strength latestage expert truly is. With that, Mo Zhongting tightened his right fist, channeled his inner chi through his body, engaged his waist and legs, and launched a swift punch straight at Qin Feng. From the sheer power and force of that punch, one could never guess that he was an old man nearing his 80s. Though Mo Zhongting's punch appeared formidable, he had deliberately held back 3/10 of his strength. After all, his knowledge of Qin Feng's abilities came solely from Mo Qingcheng's words. As for the truth, he remained uncertain. Thus, fearing he might inadvertently harm the other party, he chose to restrain his power. Despite the withheld force, the speed of his fist did not slacken in the slightest. With merely 3 meters between them, in the blink of an eye, Mo Zhongting's fist was already before Qin Feng. Yet to Mo Zhongting's astonishment, Qin Feng made no move whatsoever. Not only did he refrain from counterattacking, but he did not even attempt the simplest evasion. Could this young man be all show with his past achievements nothing but fabrications? Mo Zhongting speculated inwardly. As his fist was about to strike Qin Feng, it was already too late to retract it. Just as a pang of regret struck Mo Zhongting, his fist seemed to connect with an inflated rubber balloon. The force of his blow was instantly and completely dissipated, unable to advance even a fraction further. This sudden change startled him profoundly. He was absolutely certain that this sensation was not that of striking a human body. Moreover, having thrown the punch himself, he was fully aware that his fist should still be 4 or 5 inches away from Qin Feng's body. Witnessing this, Mo Zhongting quickly lowered his gaze to his own right fist. He discovered it halted 4 or 5 inches before Qin Feng's chest, unable to advance any further. It was as if an invisible wall of air had blocked his fist. No matter how much strength he exerted, it was all in vain. What could it be? Mo Zhongting's face changed color in an instant, and an exclamation of shock escaped his lips. But before he could utter the rest, a gentle breeze stirred around Qin Feng's form. Bang! A surge of powerful energy rebounded, directly impacting Mo Zhongting's fist. In that moment it felt as if a giant wave had crashed heat into his body, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. Stagger, stagger, stagger. He retreated 4 or 5 steps before finally regaining his balance. True Qi externalized. A grandmaster of the transformation realm. Emo Zhongting trembled all over, swallowing hard as he uttered the words slowly. Whether from excitement or injury was unclear. Elder Emo, are you alright? Qin Feng inquired nonetheless. This feat was something he had only been able to achieve after breaking through to the 7th layer of the Qi refining stage. Moreover, to avoid harming Emo Zhongting, who was still recovering from a serious illness, he had exerted extreme control over his strength. If Emo Zhongting were injured under these circumstances, it could only be attributed to misfortune. Emo Zhongting let out a long breath, gave a wry smile, and spoke with a slightly agitated tone. This is actually real. To witness such a legendary martial art with my own eyes truly broadens the horizons of this old man. Then, cupping his fists and bowing slightly with utmost sincerity, he said, to think I was ignorant of a Grandmaster's presence and presumptuously issued a challenge. I implore Grandmaster Qin for your forgiveness. At this moment, Emo Zhongting's heart was overwhelmed with shock. Initially, he had thought Emo Qincheng was exaggerating. After all, a martial artist at the late inner strength stage was an exceedingly rare existence in the contemporary world. Even catching a glimpse of such a figure on ordinary days was extremely difficult. Never had he imagined that this youth named Qin Feng was not merely a late inner strength martial artist, but a reclusive martial arts grandmaster. Grandmaster. This refers to a martial artist whose true Qi cultivation has broken through inner strength and reached the realm of transformation. Within the entire Huaxia nation, such figures are akin to the Time Mountain and Big Dipper in the martial world, renowned and formidable individuals. Most of them govern their own territories in seclusion, seldom interacting with the outside world. For people like them, taking a life is but a flick of the fingers. Ordinary pistols and rifles no longer pose much threat to them. Only a powerful sniper rifle might possibly endanger their lives. But even that requires hitting their vital spots. Yet for an ordinary person to accomplish such a feat, how could it be easy? Emo Zhongting had practiced martial arts for decades and naturally heard descriptions of grandmasters. However, this was his first time witnessing such martial prowess, and he was utterly astonished. If I were to face such an enemy, I probably wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Too terrifying. Even though he had experienced life and death on the battlefield, Emo Zhongting's heart trembled violently at this moment. Qin Feng slowly withdrew his true Qi and waved his hand slightly. Just a trivial skill, nothing to speak of. These words were not pretentious, they came from Qin Feng's genuine heart. In his eyes, this little trick he displayed was hardly something worth boasting about. In his past life, as an immortal emperor, a raise of his hand could destroy stars, a flick of his sleeve could split mountains and crack the earth. Such minor techniques were truly beneath his notice. Indeed, Mr. Qin, you are a martial grandmaster. This is merely a casual act for you. Emo Zhongting let out a light laugh with a sigh. As he spoke, one could clearly sense both admiration and a hint of regret within him. Emo Zhongting now held a high status and was wealthy, but in his youth he had fought on battlefields. Everything he had achieved was earned through his own blood and sweat. Thus he was devoted to martial arts, aspiring to reach its pinnacle. Unfortunately, his talent in martial arts was far too poor. Despite decades of practice, he had only reached the peak of the early inner strength stage, not even the middle stage. Failing to ascend to the summit of martial arts and behold the scenery, there was the greatest regret of his life. Of course, in Emo Zhongting's eyes, the pinnacle of martial arts was merely the transformation realm grandmaster. This was naturally due to the limitations of his perspective. Over the years, Emo Zhongting had always hoped to receive guidance from a renowned master to achieve a breakthrough in martial arts. Yet, even within Huaxiao, martial grandmasters were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, and most of them lived in seclusion. Given his status, it was extremely difficult to seek guidance from a grandmaster. Now, witnessing such a young youth become a grandmaster, Emo Zhongting suddenly felt that all his years had been lived in vain. Alas! Comparing people can be maddening, comparing goods can be disheartening. Emo Zhongting lamented inwardly. This was the second time Qin Feng had heard the term grandmaster. The first time was at East Scenic Mountain from Hezhong's lips. But that time, due to various reasons, he only learned the name with barely any additional information. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and then asked, Master Emo, the martial grandmasters you speak of, can they all release true Qi externally? Hearing this, Emo Zhongting was slightly taken aback, somewhat surprised. After all, which martial grandmaster would ask such a question? Wouldn't they know themselves? But having lived for decades, he had become shrewd with age and chose not to pry further. Instead, he nodded and replied, naturally. Releasing true Qi externally is the hallmark of a transformation realm grandmaster. With the ability to project true chi, killing someone with a mere gesture is hardly difficult. Hence, they stand at the apex of the martial world. To a certain extent, they can be said to have transcended ordinary mortals. Upon hearing Mo Zongting's response, Qin Feng merely nodded slightly, his mind preoccupied with other matters. Emitting true chi externally was originally an ability reserved for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. However, because Qin Feng cultivated the unparalleled miraculous art, the creation reincarnation art, and had been reborn once his cultivation foundation was exceptionally solid. This resulted in the quality of his internal true chi being immensely profound. Even in the late chi refining stage, he was not much inferior to foundation establishment cultivators. Hence, he could barely manage to project his true chi externally. Could it be that the martial grandmasters on Earth are equivalent to foundation establishment cultivators in the cultivation world? Qin Feng speculated silently in his heart. In an environment as depleted of spiritual energy as Earth, even a peerless genius would find it extremely difficult to reach the foundation establishment stage. When I get the chance, I'll go and test it myself. Naturally, Mo Zongting, standing nearby, was unaware of Qin Feng's thoughts. If he had known that Qin Feng was contemplating using a grandmaster as a sparring partner, who knew what he would have felt? Elder Mo, roughly how many grandmasters are there in the entire country? Qin Feng asked curiously. After all, he was going to live in this world, and knowing more would be beneficial. Mo Zongting slowly shook his head. As for the exact number, I truly don't know, and no one has made a careful count. Moreover, many grandmasters have not shown themselves for decades. Therefore, people don't know whether they are still alive. So the number of grandmasters has always been a mystery. But those famous figures on the grandmaster ranking definitely exist. The grandmaster ranking. What is that? Qin Feng asked again. Mo Zongting had already come to terms with Qin Feng's ignorance, so he didn't question further and directly replied. As the saying goes in literature, there is no first in martial arts, there is no second. Since grandmasters are the pinnacle of martial arts, some busybodies created a ranking for them. This practice has been passed down, and now it has formed a relatively fair and objective grandmaster ranking. Of course, all the grandmasters on this ranking are from our Huaxia, not foreigners. Hence, it is also called the Huaxia Grandmaster Ranking. Oh, I see. Who are the figures on this grandmaster ranking? Qin Feng nodded slightly, a hint of curiosity in his heart. In his past life, although he had lived in this world for 28 years, he never had the chance to access such secrets. Therefore, these matters were indeed very fresh to him. When it came to the topic of grandmasters, Mo Zongting as a martial artist was also quite interested. Thus, he was very willing to explain to Qin Feng, the Huaxia Grandmaster ranking only includes 30 people. And these 30 must be confirmed to be alive. If a grandmaster has no news for many years, they will be automatically removed from the ranking. If a grandmaster is confirmed dead, they will also be automatically removed. The rankings are based on each grandmaster's past combat records. Generally, the grandmaster ranking is updated every 3 years. This is because it is difficult for most grandmasters to change significantly within 3 years. Unless some special circumstances occur, such as a grandmaster's sudden death or a legitimate and effective challenge. So there are at least 30 grandmasters in Huaxia. Qin Feng said calmly. Yes, all 30 on the grandmaster ranking are alive. Mo Zongting nodded. Then who is the number 1 grandmaster on the ranking? Qin Feng turned his head to look at Mo Zongting. Hearing this question, Mo Zongting straightened up slightly, his eyes suddenly gleaming as he slowly uttered 3 words. Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian. The top of the master ranking. Qin Feng murmured to himself, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Mo Zongting, unable to discern Qin Feng's thoughts, continued his introduction. Mr. Qin, I've heard that Yan Nantian was born into a martial arts family exceptionally gifted. He began practicing martial arts at 3 and started chi cultivation at 8. By 12, he had reached the early stage of inner strength, at 18 the middle stage, and at 24 the late stage. At 32, he broke through inner strength to reach the transformative realm, becoming the youngest grandmaster in China's history. Now in his 40s, he has held the top spot on the master ranking for over a decade, his position unshakable. So he is indeed very powerful. Qin Feng asked with a smile. On this matter, Mo Zongting nodded earnestly. There is no doubt about it. His most recent public record was 5 years ago. At that time, Lu Sheng Qianlong, hailed as the top grandmaster of Japan, crossed the sea and challenged numerous Chinese experts. From inner strength martial artists to grandmasters, over a dozen challengers were all defeated. Finally, Lu Sheng Qianlang challenged Yan Nantian, the top of the master ranking, only to be defeated in 3 punches. The outcome of that battle shook the entire martial world. It is said that Lu Qingfeng II on the master ranking lamented after watching the battle that he too could not withstand those 3 punches. Since then, no one has dared to challenge Yin Nanshan's supremacy on the master ranking. Pausing here, Mo Zhongting suddenly turned to look at Qin Feng, saying with a smile, though Yin Nantian is formidable, Mr. Qin has become a martial grandmaster at such a young age, truly making you the youngest grandmaster in history. I believe that in the near future, Mr. Qin will also secure a place on China's master ranking. Mo Zhongting now held Qin Feng in high regard. He assumed Qin Feng had just recently broken through and was likely not strong enough to compete for a spot on the master ranking. After all, Qin Feng was far too young. Nevertheless, Mo Zhongting had great confidence in Qin Feng's potential. Yet no matter how perceptive he was, he could never fathom the true extent of Qin Feng's potential. What he saw was merely the tip of the iceberg. You flatter me, Elder Mo. My humble skills are not yet worthy of the stage. Qin Feng replied modestly. Though humble, these were his true feelings. Compared to his past life, his current abilities were indeed utterly insignificant. Hearing this, Mo Zhongting couldn't help but wonder. I wonder which martial arts master trained such an astonishing young grandmaster. Highly skilled, yet able to maintain his integrity, neither arrogant nor impatient. Remarkable. Finally, he decided to stop pondering. Regardless of who Qin Feng's master was, the identity of a young grandmaster alone was worth the effort to win him over. Seeing Qin Feng's young and handsome face, Mo Zhongting couldn't help but fall into a common old man's habit. He suddenly thought of his own beautiful granddaughter. Wouldn't it be wonderful to match Qingqing with Mr. Qin? Mo Zhongting, struck by this thought, suddenly reacted and asked with a beaming smile, judging by Mr. Qin's accent, you're not from Jiangnan province, are you? That's right. I'm from Wudong County, Lingnan province. I lived there for 18 years and came to Zhonghai for university. Qin Feng nodded, answering truthfully. Besides, there was nothing to hide about this matter. Mo Qingqing and her brother had known for a long time. Then, after a moment's thought, Qin Feng spoke softly. Elder Mo, there's no need to address me as Mr. You can just call me Qin Feng. Oh, and my master bestowed upon me a courtesy named Jiuchen. So you may also call me Qin Jiuchen. Qin Feng, Qin Jiuchen. Mo Zhongting was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Who still used such a name in modern times? Was this some relic from how many years ago? Without dwelling on it further, he spoke with a smile. You are a grandmaster, so it is only fitting to address you as master. When your name as a grandmaster resounds throughout Huaxia one day, it will be our honor as well. Seeing Mo Zhongting's insistence, Qin Feng said no more. A title was trivial after all. Besides, given Qin Feng's status, he was entirely worthy of it. After all, in his past life, his title, Jiuchen Celestial Emperor, was renowned throughout the cultivation realm. Someone like Mo Zhongting, an ordinary mortal, wouldn't even have been qualified to meet him. Mo Zhongting's discernment and respect left a favorable impression on Qin Feng. Thus, Qin Feng released his divine sense to examine him thoroughly. Mediocre talent, inferior cultivation art, aging and frail, on the verge of collapse. That was Qin Feng's assessment of Mo Zhongting after his inspection. He knew well that Mo Zhongting had endured immense hardship to reach his current realm. Now at such an advanced age, progressing further was nearly impossible. As Mo Zhongting aged, the hidden injuries within his body gradually surfaced. According to Qin Feng's estimation, even without any unforeseen accidents, Mo Zhongting likely had only about 5 years of life left. Though this old man had challenged him to a fight upon their first meeting, he had treated him well throughout. Therefore, after some thought, Qin Feng spoke calmly. Old Mo, run through your cultivation art for me to see. Hearing this, Mo Zhongting's heart was filled with joy. As someone seasoned with age, he naturally understood that Qin Feng intended to offer guidance. Though the other was young, he was still a grandmaster. Experience in martial arts was not absolutely tied to age, but more closely linked to cultivation level. Thank you, master. Mo Zhongting quickly bowed in gratitude. Thereupon, he proceeded to circulate his family's inherited cultivation technique from beginning to end. During this process, the Mo siblings and Mo Zhongting's driver Chen Kuan also approached the two. However, they could tell that Mo Zhongting and the other were engaged in serious matters, so they voluntarily kept their distance. Half an hour later, Mo Zhongting slowly concluded his practice. Qin Feng had remained silent throughout, simply observing. Seeing the technique Mo Zhongting cultivated, he was genuinely disappointed. Such a low-level cultivation art would likely be scorned even by ordinary mortals in the cultivation realm. After all, the cultivation realm had endured for eons. Over the ages, those inferior techniques had proliferated, while not exactly commonplace, obtaining them was not overly difficult. Thus, even the most mediocre cultivators in the cultivation realm practiced arts far superior to what Mo Zhongting was using. As a celestial emperor at the tribulation transcendent stage in his past life, Qin Feng's memory held countless cultivation techniques. Even a trash art he casually tossed out could stir a bloody storm in the cultivation realm. In truth, he could directly offer a technique to Zhongting, but he chose not to. Qin Feng understood the principle of an innocent man harboring a gem becomes a target. His current strength was insufficient to act with impunity. Certain rules still had to be observed. Therefore, he would not put himself in danger for insignificant people. Even if the risk was minimal, he was unwilling. Moreover, while Zhongting had left a decent impression, he was far from deserving Qin Feng's active bestowal of a cultivation technique. Elder Mo, there are too many flaws in this cultivation art. I cannot enumerate them all at once. Qin Feng looked at Zhongting and spoke in a relatively euphemistic manner. How about this? After I return, I'll take some time to organize it properly and discuss it with you in detail in a few days. In truth, if he were truly determined to revise this art, it would not take him much time at all. With his experience from the tribulation transcendent stage in his past life, modifying such a rudimentary art was no challenge. Even creating a new one on the spot would be a trivial matter. He simply did not wish to let Zhongting regard this task as too simple, nor did he want others to know of his extraordinary abilities. That was precisely why he said he would discuss it in a few days. Naturally, Zhongting was unaware of Qin Feng's intentions. Upon hearing his agreement, his heart surged with excitement. Mr. Qin, I am truly grateful. Zhongting bowed deeply, his sincerity profound. Well, save your thanks for another time. Qin Feng spoke calmly. Those over there have been waiting for a while. As he said this, he cast his gaze toward Qingcheng and the other two not far away. Only then did Zhongting notice their presence and wave them over. Grandfather, Mr. Qin, I apologize for the interruption. Qingcheng nodded slightly in apology. Miss Mo, you're too kind, it's nothing serious. Qin Feng replied unconcerned. Even the matter of revising Zhongting's art did not weigh on his mind. Qingcheng, is something the matter? Zhongting turned and asked with a smile. Grandfather, uncle left early this morning and flew to Yanjing. Qingcheng spoke softly, her eyes fixed on Zhongting as if gauging his reaction. Let him go then. Now that this old bones has finally caught a breath, he must be overjoyed. Shouldn't that be considered filial piety? Zhongting sighed faintly and replied with a bitter smile. From his tone, Qin Feng sensed profound disappointment and regret. He guessed this was related to why Jianya had been so eager to cure Zhongting. Yet this was the Mo family's private affair, and he felt it inappropriate to pry deeply. In truth, the matter was quite simple. The Commerce Department where Jianya worked had suddenly undergone significant personnel changes. He wished to leverage these changes to elevate his own position. Unfortunately, neither he nor his elder brother Jianjun possessed the influence to do so. In fact, his current position was at risk of being stripped away. After all, relying solely on his own abilities, he would never have secured this post. It was all due to Zhongting's former influence. That was why he had suddenly become so desperate to cure the old man. As long as Zhongting remained standing, the Mo family would still have a pillar. Amidst these personnel changes, even if he didn't gain much, he could at least hold on to his current status. Now that the old master had awakened, Jianya naturally rushed back to Yanjing in a flurry. He intended to discreetly leak the news to maximize his gains. Perhaps he might even advance further in this power shift. Such schemes could not escape the worldly wise Zhongting, caring only for his own future devoid of any father-son bond. This was why Zhongting felt such profound disappointment in his son. Grandfather, you. Qingcheng, a woman of keen perception, naturally saw through everything clearly. She was about to offer words of comfort, but Zhongting raised his hand to stop her. All right, Qingcheng, let's not talk about him. Tell me about the matter I asked you to investigate. Clearly, he had nothing more to say about Jianya. Qingcheng understood this and did not insist. After a moment of thought, she replied, Grandfather, based on preliminary investigations, it's certain that you fell victim to a villain's scheme during your trip to Qianin last year. However, who exactly plotted against you remains unknown for now and requires further investigation. The matter she referred to was naturally Zhongting's poisoning. Although over a year had passed, the mastermind behind it all had yet to reveal any trace. It must be said that the Mo family was facing an unusually formidable opponent this time. However, these matters had nothing to do with Qin Feng, and he had no interest in getting involved. Seeing that Qin Feng was left out, Zhongting immediately sensed the awkwardness and quickly said, Let's discuss these matters slowly later. Mr. Qin, breakfast is ready at home. Please this way. He even made a very respectful gesture. Seeing this, Qingcheng and the other two were greatly astonished. Having arrived late, they were naturally unaware of what had transpired between the two earlier, nor did they know that Zhongting now regarded Qin Feng as a youthful grandmaster. In their minds, regardless of Qin Feng's background, Zhongting was still an elder. As a junior, even if Qin Feng possessed some martial skills, he should at least show basic respect to Zhongting. Yet judging by the current situation, the relationship between the two had completely reversed. Instead, Mo Zhongting showed great deference to Qin Feng, while Qin Feng remained utterly composed. No matter how one looked at it, this scene was bizarre. The three exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock and confusion. Nevertheless, they suppressed their curiosity and said nothing, following the two into the main hall of the Mo residence. During the meal, Mo Zhongting directly offered 10 million as compensation for Qin Feng's assistance. This was 10 times the fee Mo Qingchang had initially promised. Qin Feng did not decline, it was what he deserved. Truth be told, this price was low. However, Qin Feng did not place much importance on material wealth at this point, so he did not mind. In his past life, as an immortal emperor, he had witnessed countless celestial treasures. Countless people had gone to great lengths to offer him all kinds of precious items. Most of the time, Qin Feng dismissed them with disdain. Because of this, he now valued people's attitudes toward him more. Old man Mo Zhongting, though somewhat scheming, had treated him quite well. Thus, Qin Feng was willing to lend him a hand when convenient. Since he had school the next day, he did not linger at the Mo residence. After finishing the meal, he took his leave. After several attempts to persuade him to stay, Mo Zhongting eventually had Chen Kuan drive Qin Feng back to Zhonghai University. Mo Qingsheng had wanted to escort Qin Feng personally, but since Mo Zhongting had just awakened and needed her close care, she could not leave immediately. However, as Qin Feng departed, the lingering look in Mo Qingsheng's eyes was completely noticed by the silent Mo Zhongting. Alas, my granddaughter, I fear she has fallen for him. Mo Zhongting sighed inwardly. Having lived to such an age, he saw through these matters with clarity. As for Qin Feng, was he even aware of Mo Qingsheng's affections now? At Zhonghai University, Qin Feng and Ouyang Jing strolled along the tree-lined path, chatting and laughing, appearing quite joyful. Ouyang Jing held an English textbook in her hands, looking at Qin Feng with great interest as she smiled and said, "Qin Feng, you haven't finished the story about the carefree Immortal Emperor and the Crescent Moon Immortal that you mentioned last time. After they traveled together to Starfate Lake, what happened next? Do tell me." Hearing this, Qin Feng paused and did not answer immediately. "What's wrong? Don't tell me you haven't thought of the rest of the story yet." Ouyang Jing looked at him with a smile. She had always believed that these tales were merely products of Qin Feng's imagination. She thought he made it up as he went along with no complete story in mind. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then turned around, fixed his gaze on Ouyang Jing, and said slowly, "Xiao Jing, I think you'd better not hear the rest of the story." "Why not? I think it's quite enjoyable. The story is very fascinating." Ouyang Jing was perplexed. "Because what comes after?" Qin Feng looked away, raised his head to the sky, a complex glint flashing in his eyes, and finally uttered 3 words. "Is very bleak." "Bleak?" Ouyang Jing was taken aback, also noticing the change in Qin Feng's expression, and couldn't help asking, "Qin Feng, is this cultivation romance story you're telling a tragedy?" Qin Feng slowly nodded, a complex look in his eyes. Due to the brief moment, Ouyang Jing beside him didn't notice. "No, I don't want that." Unexpectedly, Ouyang Jing suddenly said in a raised voice, "Qin Feng, I don't want such a beautiful and touching love story to end as a tragedy. You are the author of this story, so surely you can change the ending. Wouldn't a perfect conclusion be wonderful? Why must it be a tragedy? Because some things are already destined, even have already happened, and simply cannot be changed." Qin Feng turned back, gazing at Ouyang Jing with deep affection. Then he looked down at his slowly clenching hands and said softly, "What I can change are the things that are yet to happen, and I must change them." As he finished, Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes resolute. Seeing this sudden change, Ouyang Jing felt that the young man before her had become strangely unfamiliar. It seemed as if an inexplicable aura had emerged from him. It was a determination to look down upon the world and press forward without hesitation. Most terrifying of all, Ouyang Jing felt her heart race, the surrounding temperature suddenly plummet, and an invisible pressure bearing down upon her. She felt as if she were being stared at by a primordial beast. In her decade of life, she had never experienced such a sensation. Qin Feng, are you all right?" Ouyang Jing asked softly. Hearing her voice, Qin Feng snapped back to reality and offered a strained smile. "I'm fine. But you suddenly became so strange. It was as if you were a completely different person, someone I didn't recognize." Ouyang Jing spoke timidly. "I'm sorry for scaring you." Qin Feng quickly apologized. He had been so moved by his own thoughts that he had neglected Ouyang Jing beside him. At that moment, he truly felt sorry for Ouyang Jing. After all, the Ouyang Jing of now was merely an ordinary mortal girl. The slight aura Qin Feng had inadvertently revealed, though not even a millionth of his former self's power, was still too much for an ordinary person to bear. The trace he had unconsciously exposed had likely left a shadow of fear in Ouyang Jing's heart. To break the awkward atmosphere, Ouyang Jing deliberately changed the subject. It's nothing, maybe I just misread the situation. By the way, Qin Feng, to improve my spoken English, I joined an English club. We have a social gathering later, come with me to check it out. In truth, joining the English club was also on Qin Feng's advice. He had suggested she converse more with others in English to accelerate her progress. Sure, Qin Feng naturally agreed. After they finished their meal, they went together to the English club. Generally, there were two types of people in the club. The first were those with excellent English. They came mostly to showcase their linguistic prowess to peers, more bluntly to show off. The second were those who struggled with English and sought improvement. These individuals were ambitious, resorting to various methods to enhance their language skills. Ouyang Jing clearly belonged to the latter group. Wang Xuebin kept a watchful eye on their every move, and their visit to the English club was no exception. Upon learning of this, Wang Xuebin immediately set his next plan in motion. Leveraging his influence, he had already tipped off the key figures in the club. They intended to humiliate the boy accompanying Ouyang Jing. What they failed to realize, however, was that Qin Feng was not someone they could easily manipulate. But that was a story for later. When Qin Feng and Ouyang Jing arrived at the English club, everything seemed as usual. Yet with his divine sense, Qin Feng naturally sensed that most of the attendees were casting furtive glances his way. Some even exchanged hushed whispers. This kid is our target today. He doesn't look like much. Who knows? All I heard was we need to embarrass the guy who came with Ouyang Jing. Well, he's in for a rough time. Our club leader even made a rare personal appearance. Embarrassment is inevitable. Maybe. Their whispers were faint, but they could not escape Qin Feng's spiritual perception. So that's it. They're setting a trap for me here, Qin Feng mused with a faint, composed smile. Though he hadn't overheard who orchestrated the scheme, he deduced it was undoubtedly tied to Wang Xuebin. After all, at Zhonghai University, Wang Xuebin was his only adversary. Even though he hadn't yet formally crossed paths with Wang Xuebin, Qin Feng was confident his guess was spot on. Just then a young man and woman approached them. The man bespectacled was quite handsome. The woman, dressed in a pure white gown, was tall and sweet-faced. They seemed like a perfect match. Welcome, Ouyang. I'm Xiao Chongyang, the club president, and this is Wu Mei, the vice president. The bespectacled man smiled warmly as he introduced himself and the girl beside him. Such a gesture. Even Ouyang Jing, a rather innocent girl, found it slightly off-putting, let alone Qin Feng, a veteran of 1,000 years. After all, in the few days since joining the club, she had only exchanged a few words with other members. As for the president and vice president, who were they? She had no idea and didn't care. Yet these two strangers, upon their first meeting, displayed an excessive show of concern. At that moment, Ouyang Jing felt not flattered, but rather uncomfortable. President, vice president, you are too kind. I just joined the English club, and I hope to receive your guidance. Ouyang Jing was a cultured and sensible girl. Although she felt somewhat uncomfortable inside, she maintained a very composed exterior. Xiao Chongyang chuckled softly and said, hee. It's a pleasure to have you join our English club family. We are all one big family here. We learn together, progress together, and improve together. That is the original intention and purpose of our club. Yes, Ouyang Jr., we are all girls, so we can communicate more and learn from each other in the future. Wang Mei also chimed in with a smile. This classmate is. At that moment, Xiao Chongyang suddenly turned his head to look at Qin Feng and smiled as he asked. In fact, he already knew who Qin Feng was. He only asked for the sake of his plan. His name is Qin Feng, my friend. Before Qin Feng could respond, Ouyang Jing quickly introduced him. Friend. Upon hearing this word, the others nearby began to think a little more. Friend. Perhaps it's a boyfriend. In college, dating was very common, and people were no longer surprised by it. The others only thought about it in their hearts and did not voice their thoughts. At this moment, a student with dyed blonde hair suddenly spoke up and asked, this classmate Qin Feng is probably not a member of our English club, right? Upon hearing this question, Qin Feng knew that the attack was coming. No, he replied, lightly shaking his head. This event was organized by the members of our English club. I wonder if classmate Qin Feng received an invitation. The blonde student continued to press. No, Qin Feng maintained his indifferent attitude. Seeing Qin Feng's calm demeanor, the blonde student felt displeased and coldly asked, oh really? Classmate Qin Feng, you are neither a member of our English club, nor did you receive an invitation. So what right do you have to participate in this event? Before Qin Feng could respond, Ouyang Jing proactively spoke up to help. Qin Feng is my friend and also my English tutor. He came with me this time. She also noticed that the people here seemed to be deliberately targeting Qin Feng, although she did not know why. She could roughly guess that it had something to do with her. Oh, a tutor for English, then classmate Qin Feng must be very good at English. The blonde student stared at Qin Feng with a strange tone. Immediately after, he said with a mocking smile, Since that's the case, why not have a friendly competition in this event? It could be a way for us to communicate and improve together. He did not wait for Qin Feng to respond and decided the matter himself. Moreover, from his tone and attitude, it was clear that the blonde student was very confident. Hearing his words, some people nearby began to whisper among themselves. Isn't that guy Huang Tao bullying others? He has studied abroad since he was young and speaks authentic English better than a teacher. Yes, he is actually a true foreigner. If that kid really competes with him, he might never dare to speak English again after being crushed. Who can deny that? Huang Tao has relied on his overseas studies and doesn't know how many self-proclaimed good English speakers he has overshadowed. This time it was the turn of this kid named Qin Feng to be unlucky. All of these remarks were not in favor of Qin Feng. Although they spoke softly, Qin Feng heard every word clearly. Huang Tao's words drew the attention of those around, who exchanged whispers while adopting a spectator's attitude. Such a scene was rare, even within the English club. Thus everyone grew intrigued. Senior, how can you do this? We're just freshmen. At this moment, Ouyang Jing sensed trouble and quickly turned to the club president, Xiao Chongyang, speaking, President, please stop this meaningless contest. In Ouyang Jing's view, Qin Feng's English might suffice for exams, but using it in real spoken competition was likely far beyond his reach. She knew that Qin Feng came from a very ordinary rural background and had not even taken an oral English exam during the college entrance tests. This was why when they spent time together, they only discussed problem-solving techniques and knowledge points, never conversing in English. Ouyang Jing now sought Xiao Chongyang's help, hoping he would use his authority as president to forcibly stop this so-called sparring match. Unfortunately, she was unaware that Xiao Chongyang had orchestrated this very scenario. Why would he intervene to halt this spectacle? As expected, Xiao Chongyang wore a harmless smile and said softly, Ouyang, please calm down. Huang Tao is also a freshman just like you. Since fate has brought you together, it's good to learn from each other and improve together. This was the original vision of our English club. If we only learn mute English, joining the club would be a waste. Hearing Xiao Chongyang, the surrounding students began to chant, compete. Spar. Don't back down. Seeing this, Ouyang Jing felt a sinking dread. She turned to Qin Feng, her eyes filled with deep apology. At that moment, she was truly remorseful. She thought if she hadn't brought Qin Feng, he wouldn't face such an awkward situation. It was all her fault. Just as she was blaming herself, Qin Feng gave her a reassuring smile. From that smile, Ouyang Jing could clearly read the meaning. It's okay, trust me. I've got this. Seeing that comforting smile, for some reason, Ouyang Jing felt the anxiety in her heart instantly settle. Unconsciously, she began to develop an inexplicable confidence in him. All right, how shall we compete? Qin Feng turned to face the blonde-haired youth before him. Hearing Qin Feng's reply, Huang Tao was overjoyed and laid out his premeditated plan. Since this is an English club, we'll naturally compete in English. But we can't make it too low level. Let's take turns asking questions in English and answering them. We'll see who speaks better and answers more. What do you think of this format? To any discerning observer, this method was clearly skewed in his favor. Having studied abroad since childhood, Huang Tao's experiences and knowledge of foreign lands naturally far surpassed Qin Feng's. Hearing this, Ouyang Jing also caught the underhandedness. Just as she was about to object, a voice rang out. Sure, no problem at all, Qin Feng replied calmly. Hearing this, despite her faith in him, Ouyang Jing still felt a twinge of worry. Good, refreshingly straightforward. Since that's the case, I won't take advantage of you. You may ask first, Huang Tao said with a light laugh, feigning magnanimity. There's no need for that, you go ahead and ask first. Let me see how this works. To everyone's surprise, Qin Feng directly yielded the opportunity to go first. Is this guy an idiot? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, this was likely the thought in the minds of everyone present. Yielding the first move advantage could mean Qin Feng might fail to answer the very first question. Wasn't he just setting himself up for embarrassment? Not to mention Ouyang Jing and the others nearby, even the party involved Huang Tao was the most astonished. You actually want me to go first? Are you sure? As if to confirm he hadn't misheard, Huang Tao asked again. If your ears are working fine, then yes. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to banter, and his tone was blunt. After all, since others had already plotted against him, he wouldn't repay malice with kindness. If the occasion weren't so inappropriate, Qin Feng would have simply flipped the table to end it. Simple. Brutal. But this was after all a school, and he wanted to experience this college life to make up for the regrets of his past life. Fine. Since that's the case, I'll ask first. At this moment, Huang Tao's anger had no outlet, and he was determined to humiliate Qin Feng thoroughly. After a moment's thought, he posed the first question in English. When did the Western Renaissance occur, and what were its impacts? Though Huang Tao loved to show off, his English speaking was indeed very authentic. This was naturally due to his years of studying abroad since childhood. The question he asked was particularly tricky and difficult. Such a question would stump not only ordinary Chinese people, but probably even most Europeans. Perhaps only those who studied history could answer it. Huang Tao did this to seize the initiative and make Qin Feng look foolish from the start. Unfortunately for him, he didn't know that Qin Feng's knowledge of history was exceptional. In high school, he had even ranked first in history. Those topics were points of great interest to him, and he had even memorized them. Naturally, Qin Feng could answer this question. Originally, Qin Feng had planned to secretly use some means to make Huang Tao's scheme backfire if he couldn't answer. That would have been easy for him now. Unexpectedly, the question the other party asked played right into his hands. As for English, it was even more trivial. With his current abilities, mastering a language was incredibly simple. In the cultivation world, Qin Feng could even effortlessly understand the languages of other life forms across species. Thus, the English of this world posed no challenge to him. However, only Qin Feng knew this, and no one else had a clue. They also thought Huang Tao's question was difficult. At least they couldn't answer it. Some with poor English skills couldn't even understand what the question was asking. A few whispered among themselves, "Haha, Huang Tao is so cunning. That kid Qin Feng must be completely bewildered, right?" No doubt about it. This kind of question is really tricky. Unless someone has specifically studied it, they definitely can't answer. Ouyang Jing, overhearing this, was completely lost. Given her current English level, she truly hadn't understood what Huang Tao was asking. But seeing the expressions of those around her, she could guess the question was far from simple. "Classmate Qin Feng, if you think the question is too hard, why not switch to the next one? Or you could ask instead," Xiao Chongyang suggested gently. Though his tone was kind, Qin Feng could clearly sense the malice in it. "Yeah, classmate Qin Feng, aren't you Ouyang's English tutor? If you can't answer, we suppose we could understand." Huh. Some people nearby who knew the situation in advance seized the chance to jeer and mock him. Glancing at the faces around him, Qin Feng cast a faint look and began speaking slowly in English. The Renaissance was an ideological and cultural movement reflecting the demands of the emerging bourgeoisie spanning from the 14th to the 16th century. Spoken in English, his pace was moderate, his tone rounded and pure without the slightest hesitation. This was the English Qin Feng spoke at that moment. Even compared to Huang Tao earlier, it was in no way inferior. It was as if Qin Feng too were a foreigner who had grown up abroad. As he continued, many in the audience could no longer keep up with what Qin Feng was saying. Ouyang Jing, for instance, had been unable to understand a word from the start. Yet she could guess from the expressions of those around her that Qin Feng must have answered exceptionally well. Her joy was evident on her face. Therefore, the Renaissance was essentially a new cultural movement of the bourgeoisie against feudalism. Spoken in English, as the last word fell, there was dead silence. Silence. The scene was enveloped in utter stillness. Everyone stared at Qin Feng, eyes vacant, faces etched with an expression of disbelief. Xiao Chongyang and Wang Mei were likewise stunned, gazing at Qin Feng in astonishment. As the president and vice president of the English club, their proficiency in the language went without saying. What Qin Feng had said might have been difficult for others to grasp, but the two of them could understand it with perfect clarity. They desperately wanted to point out a host of errors in his answer. Yet they found that not only were there no errors to speak of, but they couldn't even find a single flaw. After all, they themselves couldn't have answered the question. But they were certain that what Qin Feng had said was absolutely correct, and that he hadn't fabricated anything. This was further corroborated by the dazed expression on Huang Tao's face beside them. Qin Feng's performance could only be described as a total showstopper. "All right, I've finished my answer. Do you have any objections to it?" Qin Feng looked at Huang Tao and spoke calmly. Hearing this, Huang Tao snapped out of his stupor. Truth be told, he desperately wanted to have objections. But faced with such an answer, he simply couldn't find a single fault. Even he himself couldn't have produced such a complete answer. He had originally planned that even if Qin Feng could answer the question, he could still find fault with his spoken English. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Qin Feng's spoken English was in no way inferior to his own. In fact, he vaguely felt that even he, a lifelong student abroad, might not be as good as Qin Feng. This feeling, though strange, was undeniably real. And so after a moment's thought, Huang Tao replied softly, "No. No objections. Since you have no objections, it's my turn to ask a question, isn't it?" Qin Feng smiled and asked. Huang Tao glanced at Xiao Chongyang and the crowd around him, but receiving no response, he could only nod. Seeing this, Qin Feng took a couple of steps forward until he stood before Huang Tao and said calmly, "Good. I see you're very fond of this kind of movement, so let me ask a related question. Could you tell me the time of the May 4th movement, as well as its significance and impact?" Hearing this question, Huang Tao was utterly dumbfounded. He knew nothing about the subject of the question. Having studied abroad since childhood, where would he have learned about the May 4th movement? Now, apart from his skin being that of a Chinese person, even his hair had been dyed yellow like a foreigner's. As for his heart, the vast majority of what it contained was also foreign. His knowledge of domestic affairs was less than that of a primary school student, or one could even say he was utterly ignorant. Huang Tao racked his brain, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall a single relevant memory. After all, he had never learned it in the first place. His mind was a complete blank. Forced to look around, he cast a pleading gaze for help. Yet wherever his eyes landed, the students deliberately looked away. Even Xiao Chongyang and Wang Mei were the same. Perhaps they could recall the date of the May 4th movement, but its significance and impact largely eluded their memory. And even if they could remember, they would never dare to reveal the answer to Huang Tao in such a public setting. In the end, they could only offer him a look of helpless sympathy. In truth, from the moment Qin Feng had spoken, they were well aware that their plan to embarrass him in the English club had completely fallen apart. With Qin Feng's impeccable English proficiency, even if he failed to answer subsequent questions, others would only assume he lacked knowledge of foreign trivia, not that his English was poor. Thus, Qin Feng had already secured an unassailable position. After a short while, noticing a faint sheen of sweat on Huang Tao's forehead and his continued silence, Qin Feng slowly stepped forward. He paced around Huang Tao twice, let out a soft chuckle, and said, "What's the matter?" "Can't answer." Huang Tao wanted to deny it, but he couldn't find a plausible excuse. At that moment, he was utterly mortified, and a deep-seated hatred for Qin Feng began to brew within him. He could clearly sense that the gazes of the surrounding classmates had shifted from admiration and envy to mockery. Previously, his English club had stood out as a beacon of excellence. Having studied abroad since childhood, he naturally considered himself superior and looked down on everyone else. Now this stark contrast was something he found hard to come to terms with. Yet his nightmare was far from over. Qin Feng suddenly halted before him, staring straight into his eyes, and said coldly, "A Chinese person who abandons his own ancestors, wholeheartedly worshipping foreigners and yearning to throw himself into their embrace. And you ask me what qualifies me to attend this event? What right do you have to speak so arrogantly here? A person who betrays his country and his ancestors. How can you hold your head high between heaven and earth? To be honest, my coming here was a mistake, for standing alongside you is nothing short of a disgrace." In his past life, Qin Feng harbored an intense loathing for those who fawned over foreign things and betrayed their own heritage. They believed that merely sipping some foreign knowledge made the West akin to paradise, and they would often belittle their own country to elevate their sense of superiority. To Qin Feng, such people were nothing but a different breed of traitors, betrayers. And betrayal was what he despised most. "You?" Huang Tao's eyes widened, but the words died in his throat. The onlookers were similarly struck, realizing that what Qin Feng had just said was in fact the truth. They had once admired and envied Huang Tao's English skills, but upon reflection, they saw him as nothing more than a counterfeit foreigner. Having studied abroad from a young age, the education he received was entirely different from that in China, and his sense of belonging to the nation was virtually non-existent. This realization caused the gazes directed at Huang Tao to grow increasingly strange. At this point, the leader Xiao Chongyang could no longer stand by, and quickly interjected, "Qin Feng, your words are a bit too harsh. Our English club is meant to bring everyone together to learn and improve. What you've just said seems deliberately provocative, harming the friendship among classmates." "Exactly," added Vice President Wang Mei. "Our English club is solely focused on improving everyone's English scores. Let's not discuss other matters." "Get lost." Qin Feng burst out with a curse. "Those willing to be dogs for foreigners have no right to speak." Suddenly, his aura erupted like an active volcano, causing everyone around to instinctively step back. He then took Ouyang Jing by the hand and said with a smile, "Xiao Jing, let's not come to this place anymore. It only dirties our eyes." "All right," Ouyang Jing replied with a single word and a smile. Hand in hand, the two left the English club. The remaining crowd stared blankly at one another. At that moment, most of them felt that what Qin Feng had said made perfect sense. Thus, each harbored their own different thoughts. Meanwhile, Xiao Chongyang, Huang Tao, and Wang Mei were fuming with anger. Unfortunately, they had no outlet for their rage. After leaving the English club, Qin Feng felt a surge of relief in his chest. In his past life, he had encountered countless sycophants who fawned over foreign things. Yet back then, he could only watch in silence and endure, powerless against such people. Now he could openly refute all those words with his own strength. This feeling was incredibly satisfying. "Qin Feng, your performance just now was absolutely amazing. I loved it," Ouyang Jing exclaimed excitedly after coming out. But after saying those words, she sensed something amiss. Her face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head. However, she suddenly realized that her left hand was still firmly held by Qin Feng's right hand. This made her blush even deeper. "You?" You're still holding my hand. Ouyang Jing murmured softly. Hearing this, Qin Feng raised the hand clasping hers and said, then let's walk like this. With that, he gave Ouyang Jing a gentle smile, released her hand, and they walked side by side. Though still blushing, a spark lit up her eyes, and she smiled back without a word. Thus their figures gradually faded into the shadows of the tree-lined path. That evening, after parting with Ouyang Jing, Qin Feng had just returned to his rented apartment when his phone rang. He answered, and Mo Zongting's voice came through. Mr. Qin, good evening. I'm terribly sorry to disturb you. Mo Zongting's tone was exceedingly respectful. It's fine, I'm not busy right now. What's the matter? Qin Feng said indifferently. Well, Mr. Qin, I'd like to ask if the revised Mo family heart method is complete. It'll be coming to Zhonghai tomorrow. May I come to collect it? Mo Zongting inquired tentatively. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng recalled that it had been 4 or 5 days since he returned from the Mo family, yet he had completely forgotten about this matter. In truth, he had never taken the revision of the Mo family heart method to heart. Conversely, Mo Zongting had been constantly mindful of it. After seeing that 4 or 5 days had passed, he finally called to inquire. Fearing that Qin Feng might resent the matter, he maintained a very deferential attitude. Oh, Elder Mo, I've already revised your family's heart method. Come pick it up tomorrow. Just call me then. Qin Feng replied promptly. He could revise the Mo family's heart method with a mere gesture, so he naturally agreed on the spot. Hearing Qin Feng's answer, Mo Zongting was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. That's wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Tomorrow I'll host a banquet at Donglai International Grand Hotel to properly entertain you. Qin Feng said nothing to this. To him, an international grand hotel was no different from a street stall. He cared nothing for such things. After hanging up that night in a lavish hotel private room, Huang San was respectfully reporting to Huang Tianba, who sat at the head of the table, Boss Ba, I've gathered the brothers, 50 of them the toughest among our hundreds. Huang Tianba lounged in his chair squinting at Huang San and said coolly, oh, the toughest? Just how tough are they? You've seen that kid's skills. Ordinary men can't handle him. Hearing this, Huang San smiled mysteriously, brimming with confidence. Don't worry, Boss Ba. To ensure success this time, I've even spent a fortune to recruit an internal energy expert. With this master's help, dealing with that Qin Feng will be a piece of cake. Having navigated the underworld for so many years, Huang Tianba had naturally heard of inner strength experts. Those who had cultivated inner strength had transcended ordinary men, capable of exerting hundreds of gene of force with every move. Moreover, they were as swift as leopards, their physical power ceaseless, akin to war machines. Huang Tianba had only been fortunate enough to witness such experts in combat once. That single encounter left an indelible impression on him. In truth, he had long harbored the desire to have such an inner strength expert under his command. Unfortunately, inner strength experts were all proud and aloof. How could they ever submit to an ordinary man like Huang Tianba? It was precisely for this reason that Huang Tianba's wish remained unfulfilled to this day. Upon hearing that Huang San had hired an inner strength expert, Huang Tianba's eyes lit up instantly. An inner strength expert? Saner, are you telling the truth? Boss, how would I dare deceive you? This man is named Hong Chun, a genuine inner strength expert. I have already verified this fact. Huang San hastily explained. Hearing this, Huang Tianba threw back his head and laughed heartily. Ha! Good. Saner, you have done well this time. With one inner strength expert and my 50 strongest brothers, I refuse to believe we can't handle a mere college brat. Having said this, Huang Tianba suddenly thought of something else. He turned to Huang San and asked, Saner, where is this inner strength expert named Hong Chun now? Huang San lowered his head and quickly replied, Boss, I have arranged for him to stay at the Donglai International Grand Hotel. After all, it's our territory, and we can ensure he is comfortably attended to. Very good. Huang Tianba nodded, satisfied with the arrangement. Huang San, from now on you must track that kid's movements. Once he leaves the school, we will take action. Understood, boss. He'll make the arrangements immediately. Huang San acknowledged and departed. The next day, it was already Friday. After school, let out, Qin Feng said a brief farewell to Ouyang Jing and left the campus. No sooner had he stepped out of the school gate than his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but Qin Feng answered it anyway. A man's voice came through the receiver. Mr. Qin, this is Mo Qingchen. I have arrived at Zhonghai University. May I ask where you are? South gate of Zhonghai University. Qin Feng replied. All right, they'll be there shortly. Mo Qingchen hung up the phone. Before long, Mo Qingchen arrived in a rather understated Audi, picked up Qin Feng, and they headed towards the Donglai International Grand Hotel. This scene was clearly observed by the men Huang Tianba had secretly deployed. They immediately reported the matter to Huang San, who was in charge of this operation. Huang San's order was to continue the tale and not to blow their cover. Ultimately, when the Audi slowly pulled into the Donglai International Grand Hotel, Huang San received the news immediately. Upon hearing this, he was momentarily stunned. For at that very moment, Huang Tianba and their men were all staying at the Donglai International Grand Hotel. Such a coincidence left Huang San utterly incredulous. However, after a moment's deliberation, he still promptly reported the matter to Huang Tianba. Hearing Huang San's report, Huang Tianba was also taken aback for a moment, but then he burst into joyful laughter. Ha! Excellent. Heaven has a road, but he refuses to walk it. Hell has no door, yet he barges right in. This is truly heaven's help for me. I was originally worried that deploying so many men outside would cause a big commotion and draw public attention and unrest. But now there's no need to worry about any of that. That brat is practically begging for death. This time I'll grant him his wish. Boss Ba then, how do you intend to arrange things? Huang San asked, his eyes flickering with a probing gaze. Oomph. Huang Tianba let out a cold snort, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, as he said viciously, once he enters the restaurant, have the server take him to the underground hall. Everyone, there is our man. No matter what happens, no one will notice. But, shouldn't we first investigate why he's come to our restaurant? Huang San considered for a moment, then offered his suggestion. After all, a college student wouldn't just wander into a star-rated hotel like theirs for no reason. Perhaps there really was some specific purpose. However, Huang Tianba had no interest in hearing any of this and said coldly, humph. Coming to our place is either for a meal or to book a room for a date. There's no need to bother with any of that. Since he set foot on my turf, I call the shots. Even if the Jade Emperor himself came, there'd be nothing he could do. Besides, someone driving a beat-up Audi can't be much of a big shot. If he pisses me off, I'll take him down too. This time I'm going to repay the grudge from last time tenfold, 100-fold. Yes, sir. Huang San could only bow his head in compliance. Meanwhile, Mo Qingchen drove Qin Feng directly to the entrance of Donglai International Grand Restaurant. He stepped on the brake, stopped the car, then got out and opened the door, saying respectfully to Qin Feng, Mr. Qin, please go on ahead. They'll park the car and be right there. All right, Qin Feng said after a moment's thought and stepped out of the car. Mo Qingchen then restarted the vehicle and headed towards the underground parking lot. Qin Feng glanced around casually, then lifted his foot and walked into the Donglai International Grand Restaurant. No sooner had he entered the lobby than a sweet-looking waitress approached him wearing a professional smile and said softly, "Good evening, sir. Right this way, please. They'll show you to your table." Qin Feng nodded slightly, suspecting nothing, and followed her. He assumed this was part of Mo Qingchen's prior arrangements, so he didn't think much of it. But after following the waitress for a short while, he suddenly sensed something was off. The elevator was going down, not up. That was highly unusual. Who hosts a dinner party in the basement? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced sideways at the waitress beside him. It was only then that he noticed that although the waitress appeared calm on the surface, she was extremely nervous inside. Qin Feng extended his divine sense and could clearly perceive her rapid breathing and racing heartbeat. Oh, how interesting. Qin Feng smiled to himself, thinking. He didn't believe Mo Zhoning would be foolish enough to make a move against him now at this juncture. After all, he had personally agreed to bring the Mo family's secret manual and had made no demands. Mo Zhoning, having lived to such an age, surely couldn't be so short-sighted. Though Qin Feng had misjudged people before, he trusted his assessment of Mo Zhoning. After all, Mo Zhoning still regarded him as a youthful grandmaster. The wrath of a grandmaster was something Mo Zhoning dared not provoke. Despite all these thoughts running through his mind, Qin Feng made no other move, appearing as if nothing was amiss. Soon the elevator stopped, and the pretty waitress made a gesture of invitation. Sir, just go straight ahead after exiting the elevator. There will be someone there to receive you. Qin Feng glanced at her, smiled, and said meaningfully, "Thank you, beautiful miss. I think we'll meet again very soon." With that, he didn't wait for her reaction and stepped out of the elevator. The waitress, however, felt a sudden unease, her heart beating even faster. This strange sensation made her extremely uncomfortable. She took 2 deep breaths, dismissed the thought, and rode the elevator back up. Qin Feng's crisp footsteps echoed slowly through the corridor. After stepping off the elevator, he walked about 20 meters before arriving before a double door. At that moment, a burly man stood on each side of the door. Seeing Qin Feng approach, they each pulled open a door and said coldly, "Please enter." Having come this far, Qin Feng naturally wanted to see who was behind this. Without a word, he strode toward the door. Meanwhile, his divine sense silently radiated outward from his mind. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters. A radius of 50 meters was the maximum range his divine sense could currently cover. Such a range was typically only achievable by cultivators who had just broken through to Foundation establishment. Yet now Qin Feng had accomplished this at merely the 7th layer of Qi refining. It must be said that his divine sense was far stronger than that of ordinary people. Through his divine sense probe, he naturally discerned Huang Tianba and his motley crew. When he saw Huang Tianba, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of killing intent flashing within them. Though he had long known that a man as formidable as Huang Tianba would not let the grudge go so easily, it still made Qin Feng deeply uncomfortable to see him actually come. After all, being constantly thought of by someone was hardly a pleasant matter. Shortly after Qin Feng stepped through the door, the surrounding lights blazed on. Huang Tianba sat high at the far end of the hall. Before him stood a group of burly men wielding cleavers. Their fierce expressions made it clear these were men accustomed to living by the blade. Among them, one man caught Qin Feng's attention. He was a middle-aged man around 40, wearing an ill-fitting suit, seated below Huang Tianba's left hand. This man was none other than Hong Chun, the inner strength expert Huang San had hired at great expense. Qin Feng noticed him because he sensed faint fluctuations of true qi within Hong Chun's body. However, that aura was truly weak, likely no stronger than the Hezhong he had first encountered. In other words, this Hong Chun was merely an early-stage inner-strength martial artist. Though far stronger than the average person, he was still only a beginner in martial arts, hardly a true master. Kid, didn't expect to see me, did you? Dare to mess with Master Ba, and you'd better prepare for hell. Huh? Huang Tianba finished with a hearty laugh. Hearing this, Qin Feng shook his head slightly and replied in a regretful tone, "Indeed, I really didn't expect that in just a few days you'd be so eager to court death." Seeing Qin Feng's attitude, Huang Tianba flew into a rage. "Brat, with death staring you in the face, you're still so stubborn. To deal with you, I've made thorough preparations this time. And even heaven has favored me. You were foolish enough to walk right into my territory. If that isn't asking for death, what is? Is that so? Perhaps the outcome won't be what you expect." Qin Feng spread his hands. "To be honest, if you're relying on this bunch of trash before you, then you might not see the sun tomorrow." As he finished, killing intent radiated from Qin Feng. At that moment, he had already decided to eliminate Huang Tianba completely. He truly hated having someone like that constantly thinking about him. Though he himself was not afraid of such schemes. There was still Ouyang Jing at school and his parents and family at home. If Huang Tianba were to lose his mind and strike at them, Qin Feng would have no time for regret. Qin Feng could see that Huang Tianba had chosen a good place to deal with him. Killing someone here would likely not be exposed. Moreover, after breaking through to the 7th layer of qi refining, Qin Feng discovered that there were ways to kill someone without leaving a trace. However, that method required some effort and time. But to eliminate the root of trouble forever, Qin Feng deemed it worthwhile after some thought. "Young man, I've heard you're quite formidable. Let me, Hong Chun, test your skills." At that moment, the inner strength martial artist Hong Chun rose to his feet. He had been hired by Huang Tianba at a hefty price, so naturally he couldn't take the money for nothing. Seeing how young Qin Feng was, he didn't hold him in high regard. Gazing at Hong Chun before him, Qin Feng felt not a ripple of emotion. The reason was simple: too weak. Hong Chun, sensing that Qin Feng seemed utterly dismissive of him, burned with anger. "Boy, prepare to take this." Without another word, Hong Chun channeled the true energy within his body and thrust a punch toward Qin Feng. The strike was like a Vajra pestle brimming with immense power. Facing this blow, Qin Feng barely glanced at it and waved his hand. Whoosh! A fleeting afterimage passed. Crack! Then a crisp sound rang out. In the next instant, Hong Chun, who had been charging at Qin Feng, abruptly changed direction, his body hurtling high into the air to the side. Bang! With a heavy thud, his body smashed directly into a nearby table, shattering it. Hong Chun spat out a mouthful of blood, coughing and unable to rise. The onlookers were all stunned by the scene. Huang Tianba in particular knew that Hong Chun was a genuine inner strength martial artist. Yet such an expert had been defeated by Qin Feng in a single move. How could he not be shaken? Just then, Qin Feng slowly turned his gaze toward him. A wave of profound terror washed over Huang Tianba. Just as Qin Feng was about to deliver the killing blow, the ringtone of his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He furrowed his brows, slightly, a hint of irritation stirring within him. Still, he retrieved the phone and glanced at the screen. It was a familiar number. This was the call from Mo Qingchen, who had driven him here earlier. After a moment's deliberation, Qin Feng prepared to answer, but he looked up at Huang Tianba and said with a faint smile, "You don't mind if I take this call, do you?" Huang Tianba, however, could not utter a single word. Qin Feng didn't wait for a reply and answered the call. "Hello, Mr. Qin, where are you? After I parked the car, I searched everywhere, but couldn't find you, so I called to ask." On the other end, Mo Qingchen's voice was filled with deference. Having learned that Qin Feng was a young grandmaster, Mo Qingchen naturally treated him with great respect. Though he harbored some doubts about Qin Feng's grandmaster status, seeing how seriously his grandfather Mo Zhongning took it, he set aside his misgivings and simply followed orders. I suppose I'm underground right now. Qin Feng glanced around and replied calmly. Underground? What do you mean? Has something happened? Mo Qingchun was taken aback, surprised by the answer. Qin Feng cast a look at Huang Tianba, who sat there composed, watching him talk on the phone with keen interest and no intention of stopping him. He replied, how should I put it? Some reckless fool specially invited me to gather underground. I was just about to send him to hell when your call came in. A reckless fool? Mr. Qin, may I ask who would be so bold as to offend you? Mo Qingchun's voice flared with anger upon hearing this. He wasn't foolish, he could clearly detect the fury in Qin Feng's tone. Clearly someone had provoked him. Most importantly, Qin Feng was someone he had personally driven here. Mo Zhongning had arranged for his own grandson to chauffeur Qin Feng as a mark of respect. Now for someone else to make a sneak attack first, it almost made it seem like Mo Qingchun had colluded with others to set Qin Feng up. Thus, as soon as Mo Qingchun heard this, he immediately declared his stance to prevent Qin Feng from misunderstanding him and the Mo family. So he quickly explained, Mr. Qin, let me handle everything. I will ensure you get a satisfactory resolution. May I ask which blind fool dares to offend you? A man who calls himself Boss Ba? I'm wondering how to make him die. Qin Feng set his tone flat and unreadable. Hearing the words from Qin Feng's mouth, Huang Tianba couldn't help but shudder inwardly. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingchun immediately searched his mind for someone called Boss Ba. In a flash, he asked tentatively, Boss Ba. Huang Tianba. That seems to be his name. Do you know him? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise crossing his face. After all, one was a scion of privilege from a prestigious Chinese family, and the other was an underworld boss in Zhonghai. There seemed to be no connection between the two. Are you in the underground hall at Donglai International? You'll be there right away, Mo Qingchun said urgently. Please, Mr. Qin, stay your hand and spare his life for now. He'll be there shortly. Hanging up, Qin Feng wore a contemplative expression. He pondered his next move. From the conversation, it was clear that Mo Qingchun knew Huang Tianba, and there seemed to be more to it than that. Otherwise, how would he know about the underground hall at Donglai International Grand Hotel? For now, Qin Feng decided to wait and see. After all, dealing with the aftermath of a killing was for him at this moment quite a troublesome affair. To be honest, Qin Feng didn't care for trouble. Qin Feng let out a soft chuckle and said, someone asked me to spare your life for now, saying he will arrive shortly. To Qin Feng, if Mo Qingchun could resolve this matter, it would be a good thing. After all, this was a modern society, and unless absolutely necessary, it was better not to resort to killing. It wasn't that Qin Feng didn't want to, but he couldn't. At least not yet. What? Spare my life? Huang Tianba's mind was reeling at that moment, utterly unable to comprehend how things had taken such a turn. He had already steeled himself for a desperate fight. Having roamed the underworld for so many years, Huang Tianba had long anticipated such an outcome in his heart. As for the others around, their hearts were also filled with trepidation. They all knew of Qin Feng's combat prowess, having witnessed how he had effortlessly disabled over 30 men like slicing through vegetables. They had initially hoped to rely on the martial arts expert to coast through, but they never expected that even the expert they hired would be instantly defeated. Their fear of Qin Feng only deepened, and they dared not make any rash moves. About 3 minutes passed, and a series of crisp footsteps echoed from the entrance of the underground hall. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythm was steady, and from the sound of the footsteps alone one could tell the arrival was no ordinary person. Everyone present looked toward the sound and saw a handsome young man striding in. This person was none other than Mo Qingchun, who had just parted ways with Qin Feng. Upon entering the hall, Mo Qingchun swept his gaze around, taking in the dozens of thugs wielding cleavers stationed about the room, yet his expression remained unchanged. When he spotted Qin Feng, his pace quickened. Stopping about a meter in front of him, he bowed slightly and spoke respectfully, MMR. Qin, are you all right? What do you think? Qin Feng turned around, spreading his hands with a smile. My apologies, I misspoke. Mo Qingchun quickly bowed again in apology. Then he slowly straightened up, turned to face Huang Tianba, and roared angrily. Huang Tianba, have you lost your mind? How dare you show disrespect to Mr. Qin? At that moment, Mo Qingchun's heart was blazing with fury, and he even felt the urge to strangle the man on the spot. In truth, Huang Tianba was already stunned when he saw Mo Qingchun walk in. He never expected to see Mo Qingchun here, and naturally he realized that the person Qin Feng had called on the phone was none other than Mo Qingchun. Now seeing Mo Qingchun so enraged, he trembled and stammered in reply, Master Mo, how is it you? Huang Tianba was all too familiar with Mo Qingchun, that spoiled young master. In the past, he had served Mo Qingchun, tirelessly attending to his every need with utmost care. Now with Mo Qingshan suddenly appearing before him, he was utterly shocked. Umph. Mo Qingshan let out a cold snort and said sternly, "If it weren't for me, your head would have already been separated from your neck. How dare you lay a hand on a friend of my grandfather? You must be tired of living." With that, Mo Qingshan delivered a resounding slap across Huang Tianba's face. Slap. Mo Qingshan was far from being a man of good temper. He was a spoiled young master who had dabbled in brawls and fights more than a few times. What? Huang Tianba felt a burning sting on his cheek and stared at Qin Feng in utter disbelief, exclaiming in shock, "What? A friend of old Master Mo's?" At this moment, Huang Tianba was completely baffled. This kid named Qin Feng is just a college freshman. Although he's quite a fighter, he's far too young. The gap between him and Mo Zhongting is immense. How could this kid possibly be a friend of the old master? At that moment, Huang Tianba was thrown into utter confusion. No matter how much he racked his brain, he couldn't make sense of it. "My grandfather is in the private room upstairs right now." Mo Qingshan sneered coldly, his eyes turning icy as he said, "Would you like to go up and ask him yourself?" "No. I dare not, I dare not." Huang Tianba broke out in a cold sweat, bowing repeatedly in apology. He was utterly terrified of Mo Qingshan. It was not merely due to Mo Qingshan's status. He had witnessed with his own eyes the young master's ruthless methods, which were nothing short of merciless. From that day onward, he had placed this profligate scion of the Mo family on his list of those not to be provoked. At that moment, he suddenly recalled his subordinate's report that an Audi had carried Qin Feng to Donglai International Grand Hotel. And old Master Mo's personal car was just an ordinary Audi, exceedingly understated. Except for Mo Zhongting, almost no one else was qualified to ride in it. The old master had sent Mo Qingshan personally to invite someone. Such an extraordinary honor was something Huang Tianba had never encountered before. Realizing this, Huang Tianba, no fool, immediately understood the gravity of the situation. He hurried over to Qin Feng, bowed, and said, "So Brother Qin is the old master's honored guest. I failed to recognize you. Everything before was my fault. I deserve to be struck." Slap. With that, Huang Tianba delivered a heavy slap to his own face, the sound piercingly loud. Witnessing this, everyone was stunned. The dozens of thugs watched their boss, who ruled supreme in Zhonghai, bow an apology to a mere youth, and even slap himself. It all felt utterly surreal. Who on earth was this young man? How could he be so formidable? Just as they were quietly speculating, a crisp sound suddenly rang out in the scene. Slap. Everyone turned to look. They realized it was the sound of a slap landing on Huang Tianba's face. The one who struck him was not Qin Feng, but Mo Qingshan, who had just walked in. After slapping Huang Tianba, he said in a chilling tone, "Huang Tianba, I see you still haven't found your proper place. How dare you address Mr. Qin as brother? Let me tell you, even my grandfather calls him Mr. Qin. Could it be that you rank higher than my grandfather?" As he spoke, a thick, murderous intent seeped into Mo Qingshan's voice. Hearing this, the utterly bewildered Huang Tianba quickly straightened up, dropped to his knees with a thud, and hurriedly apologized, "Sorry, Master Mo, I absolutely didn't mean it." "Idiot, don't apologize to me. Do I even need to say who you should apologize to?" Mo Qingshan barked sternly. At this, Huang Tianba naturally turned around and kowtowed repeatedly to Qin Feng, begging forgiveness. "MMR. Qin, it's all my fault, all my fault. Please forgive me. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I will accept." Seeing Huang Tianba in such a pathetic state, everyone present fell silent. Though they were all Huang Tianba underlings at this moment, even witnessing their boss humiliated, they dared not make a move. They were not foolish. Although most did not recognize the newcomer Mo Qingshan from the way their boss Huang Tianba treated him, it was clear this was an enormously formidable figure. Such a person was beyond even their boss' capacity to offend, let alone small fry like them. Among them, only Ma San, who held a higher status, recognized Mo Qingshan's identity. His expression shifted and terror gripped his heart. I never expected he could summon the very patriarch behind boss Huang's backer, old Master Mo. From the very beginning, Ma San had sensed that Qin Feng's arrival at Donglai International Grand Hotel at this time was far from ordinary. That was why he had urged Huang Tianba to investigate thoroughly. Unfortunately, Huang Tianba's arrogance and rage had clouded his judgment at the time, and he had utterly dismissed Ma San's advice. Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, observing the once arrogant underworld boss of Zhonghai now groveling in apology. He stepped forward twice, closing in on Huang Tianba, and said in a calm tone, "Huang Tianba, I recall mentioning last time that if you came looking for trouble again, I would send you to hell. Yet today you not only sought trouble, but also aimed to take my life. Tell me, how should I deal with you?" Hearing this, cold sweat poured down Huang Tianba's face as a chill shot through his mind. He had previously assumed Qin Feng was merely an ordinary college student with no background, which led him to utter those arrogant words without restraint. Now those very words had become a deadly poison threatening his life. Suddenly, Mo Qingqing kicked Huang Tianba in the forehead. Huang Tianba's massive body flew backward, crashing to the ground with a thud. At the same time, Mo Qingqing's furious voice rang out, "You're truly asking for death. How dare you offend Mr. Qin so gravely?" The thugs around witnessed this scene. Though rage simmered within them, fear dominated their hearts. Thus none dared to make a move, all stepping back. At that moment, Huang Tianba, sprawled on the ground, scrambled frantically to kneel before Qin Feng. Kowtowing repeatedly, he apologized incessantly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. This is all my fault. I apologize to you, please forgive me." Blood trickled down from Huang Tianba's forehead. Clearly this was the wound inflicted by Mo Qingqing's earlier kick. "Mr. Qin, how would you like to handle this matter?" Mo Qingqing asked cautiously. "This fellow is practically a dog raised by my Mo family. Since he has offended you, it is my family's fault. Kill him or flay him, either is acceptable." In truth, his immediate rebuke of Huang Tianba and his harsh strike upon hearing those disrespectful words were partly driven by a desire to protect. After all, Huang Tianba was considered a dog of the Mo family. Though his direct patron was Mo Jianhai, the third master of the Mo family, he still counted as part of the family's peripheral forces. Now Huang Tianba had clashed with Qin Feng. If Mo Qingqing did not take the initiative to act, he risked offending Qin Feng, and Qin Feng might have slain Huang Tianba on the spot. Neither outcome was desirable to Mo Qingqing. Once such a rift formed, Qin Feng and the Mo family would always be at odds. Moreover, Huang Tianba had served him diligently for years, attending to his every need. Thus Mo Qingqing struck first with such severity, hoping to save Huang Tianba's life. Qin Feng, after some thought, grasped Mo Qingqing's intent roughly. Yet this millennia-old monster showed no expression on his face, merely stating, "Since it involves young Master Mo, let this matter rest." To him, the conflict with Huang Tianba had yielded no gain. Instead, dozens of Huang's men had been crippled. Therefore, Qin Feng had no objection to giving Mo Zhongting face by resolving the issue. "Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin." Huang Tianba kowtowed repeatedly in gratitude. But Qin Feng's tone shifted coldly. "However, I must warn you, if you dare come looking for trouble again, you will never see the sun tomorrow." "No, I wouldn't dare. I won't, absolutely not." Huang Tianba waved his hands frantically, not even bothering to wipe the blood from his forehead. At this moment, terror consumed his heart. How could he still think of troubling Qin Feng? "By the way, about that scoundrel who bullied my classmate last time, I hope you handle him properly." Qin Feng seemed to recall something suddenly. "Rest assured, Mr. Qin, he'll break that bastard's legs and throw him out of Zhonghai," Huang Tianba declared with utmost reverence. After Qin Feng and Mo Qingqing left, Huang Tianba finally stood up, trembling. Glaring at his stunned subordinates standing around, he roared angrily, "What are you staring at? Can't you see I'm injured? Why aren't you coming over to help me up?" "All right." Ma San was the first to react, jogging over to support Huang Tianba. Only after Huang Tianba sat back down on the sofa did he let out a long sigh, slowly straightening his back. "Boss, should I take you to the hospital right away?" Ma San suggested. Huang Tianba turned his head and glared at him, asking coldly, "Old Master Mo is right here in our hotel. If I go to the hospital now, do you think that's appropriate? Also, how do you handle your daily hotel operations? Old Master Mo arrives at the hotel, and not a single person knows about it. How do you do your jobs?" "Boss, I'm sorry, this was our oversight. We'll rectify it immediately right away," the hotel manager replied tremblingly from the side. This man was Ma San's subordinate, naturally more distant from Huang Tianba. He was truly afraid that Huang Tianba, in a fit of rage, would have him chopped up and fed to the dogs. "What's the use of just nodding? Can't you see my head is bleeding? Why aren't you finding someone to bandage me?" Huang Tianba bellowed again. "And bring that lecher Huang Chong out of the hospital, break his legs, and kick him out of Zhonghai." "Yes, yes." The hotel manager scurried away in disgrace. Soon a pretty nurse arrived with a medical kit to bandage Huang Tianba. Just then Hong Chun, who had been lying on the ground for a while, gritted his teeth and slowly stood up, asking with a puzzled expression, "Mr. Huang, if I may ask, who are they?" Huang Tianba smiled bitterly and sighed softly, "Alas. Master Hong, I originally invited you here today to lend a hand, but I never expected it to come to this." As he spoke, Huang Tianba spread his hands, his expression pained. In response, Hong Chun merely twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling a lingering fear, and continued asking, "I wonder what background they have that they dare to disregard you so. Moreover, that young man's martial arts cultivation is terrifying. I suspect he has at least reached the late stage of internal strength." Huang Tianba did not answer immediately, but signaled with his eyes. Huang Sen naturally understood his intent and quickly said to the surrounding crowd, "All right, it's over. Everyone disperse. Remember the usual rule, anyone who dares to gossip will be dealt with." The subordinates immediately acknowledged and withdrew. Even the pretty nurse in white, after finishing bandaging Huang Tianba, picked up her medical kit and left. Finally, in the underground hall, only Huang Tianba, Huang San, and Hong Chun remained. Huang Tianba lounged on the sofa, relit a cigar, and slowly began. "That kid named Qin Feng, I've investigated him thoroughly. He's just an ordinary college student from the countryside. As for why he's such a good fighter, I'm not entirely sure. The person who attacked me just now has a very significant background. He's the nephew of my patron." "Oh, I see." Hong Chun nodded, then cautiously asked, "May I know where exactly he comes from? Do tell so I can broaden my horizons." At this moment, he was genuinely eager to know, not just out of curiosity, but also to avoid offending such people in the future. Huang Tianba exhaled a puff of smoke, pondered for a moment, and said slowly, "The Mo family." Hong Chun's mind raced as he recalled something, then his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Could it be from Jiangzhou? It's the Jiangzhou Mo family you're thinking of." Huang Tianba nodded, slightly a hint of lingering fear on his face, and said, "The one who just came is called Mo Qingchen, the third-generation heir of the Jiangzhou Mo family. I absolutely dare not offend him." Upon hearing this, Hong Chun felt a chill run down his spine, silently thanking his luck. "Thank goodness I didn't make a move against him just now." The Jiangzhou Mo family. Not only in Jiangnan province, but across several southern provinces of Huaxiao, they were a top-tier, wealthy, and powerful clan with influence spanning military, political, and commercial sectors. Especially in places like Zhonghai and Jiangzhou, it was essentially the Mo family's stronghold with extremely deep roots. Hong Chun was well aware that although he had reached the early stage of internal strength far surpassing ordinary people and was just a fledgling in the martial arts world. However, compared to a behemoth like the Mo family, he still appeared utterly insignificant. Qin Feng and Mo Qingchun took the elevator to the first floor, preparing to switch to the high-rise elevator in the lobby to reach the private room directly. As they stepped out of the elevator, the female attendant who had previously led Qin Feng down to the underground hall happened to be walking toward them. When she saw Qin Feng, her expression shifted dramatically. Having been the one to guide him downstairs, she was well aware of what kind of place that was. That location was where the boss handled personal matters, and no outsider who had been taken down there had ever emerged unscathed. Yet now this young man had come back up perfectly fine in less than 10 minutes. How could this not astonish her? Seeing the incredulous look on the female attendant's face, Qin Feng offered a slight smile and spoke. "I told you we would meet again soon, didn't I?" After saying this, he slowly walked past her. Although Qin Feng's expression remained gentle, for some reason the female attendant felt a chill run through her heart at that moment. But Qin Feng was who he was, and he certainly wouldn't lose his temper with the female attendant over what had happened earlier, nor would he seek any revenge. Soon Mo Qingchen led Qin Feng to private room 1111. By then Mo Zhongting was already waiting inside. Seeing Qin Feng enter, he quickly stood up, walked a few steps toward the door, and said with a smile, "It's truly troublesome for you to make this trip, Mr. Qin. Due to certain reasons, this old man finds it inconvenient to show up at Zhonghai University. I hope you can forgive me, Mr. Qin." Mo Zhongting's words were extremely respectful, and his attitude was sincere. Qin Feng had never placed much importance on such formalities and waved his hand casually. "You're too kind, Elder Mo. I dislike these empty rituals as well. Mr. Qin, your refined taste far surpasses that of ordinary men like us. Please take the seat of honor." Mo Zhongting quickly offered him the main seat. Qin Feng did not stand on ceremony and directly took the seat of honor at the table. Afterward, Mo Zhongting sat beside Qin Feng while Mo Qingchen stood to the side without uttering a word. Although he had previously looked down on Qin Feng, that was only because he was unaware of Qin Feng's true identity. Now he held great admiration for Qin Feng, a martial arts grandmaster. This was the lifelong dream Mo Qingchen aspired to achieve. After sitting down, Qin Feng wasted no time and directly instructed Mo Zhongting to circulate his cultivation art, offering continuous guidance and corrections. At first the effect was not very apparent, but as time passed the look of surprise on Mo Zhongting's face grew. By the end it had turned into sheer shock and disbelief. This? Wonderful. Exquisite. Absolutely miraculous. As Mo Zhongting channeled his qi, he involuntarily murmured a few words. During this time, aside from offering verbal guidance, Qin Feng sat silently sipping tea without any intention of interrupting him. Mo Qingchen, standing by, was curious but suppressed his doubts deeply in his heart. After a long while, Mo Zhongting finally finished circulating his cultivation art. He closed his eyes for a moment to ponder, then let out a long breath. Then he slowly stood up and bowed deeply to Qin Feng with great solemnity. Thank you, Mr. Qin. You are the greatest benefactor of our Mo family. Hearing this, Mo Qingchen was even more astonished. He knew that the phrase, greatest benefactor, carried immense weight. He was now extremely curious about what improvements Qin Feng had made to the qi circulation technique and why his grandfather would utter such a sentiment after seeing it. It's nothing. You elder Mo have shown such courtesy to a junior like me. Consider this my return of respect for your kindness. Qin Feng accepted the bow calmly and spoke lightly. Treat others with the respect they show you and repay kindness with greater kindness. This was one of Qin Feng's guiding principles. Mo Zhongting slowly straightened his back and said with utmost sincerity, Sir, this gift of yours is so profound that this old man finds himself at a loss for words. In short, the doors of my Mo family shall forever remain open to you. Mo Zhongting was so stirred because he realized that the cultivation technique refined under Qin Feng's guidance could surely lead one to the Grandmaster realm. Why are there so few Grandmasters in this world? On one hand, it is because there are not enough prodigies in cultivation. Reaching the Grandmaster realm is exceedingly difficult. On the other hand, it is because exceptional cultivation techniques are incredibly rare. For two individuals with identical talent, the quality of the technique they practice has a monumental impact on their progress. In the current martial world, truly superior techniques are monopolized by the great sects and hidden families. Outsiders can never hope to learn them. As for the techniques that have leaked out, they are almost all incomplete and severely diminished in power. Even if someone stumbles upon a way to reach the Grandmaster realm through them, it is an arduous journey and they may never advance a single step further. Now in just a few days, Qin Feng had improved the Mo family's original technique manifold. Such skill was nothing short of divine. If Mo Zhongting ever learned that Qin Feng had spent no time at all merely modifying the technique on a whim based on his insight, what expression would he wear then? Afterward, the two chatted casually with Qin Feng, inquiring specifically about matters of the martial world. Naturally, this was accompanied by a lavish feast. Just as their conversation grew lively, a knock came at the private room door. Mo Zhongting frowned slightly, somewhat displeased, as he was hosting Qin Feng at this very moment. He tilted his head, signaling Mo Qingchen to check. Mo Qingchen nodded lightly, turned, and walked over. When he opened the door, he saw Huang Tianba, his head wrapped in bandages, standing at the entrance. At that moment, Huang Tianba forced a smile uglier than tears and spoke softly, Mo. Master Mo, I have come specially to pay respects to the elder and to apologize to Mr. Qin. As he spoke, he gently pressed a card into Mo Qingchen's hand. Mo Qingchen cast a cold glance at him and pushed the card back. Let me ask. Then turning to Mo Zhongting and Qin Feng, he said, Grandfather Mr. Qin, it is Huang Tianba. He claims to have come to pay respects to you, grandfather, and to apologize to Mr. Qin. Shall I let him in? At this moment, Huang Tianba was deeply frustrated. This hotel was his territory, yet he could not even enter a private room without permission. But he dared not voice any complaint. After all, the person inside the room was the true master of his benefactor, someone he could never hope to rival in this lifetime. Thus, even if Huang Tianba harbored 100,000 grievances, he could only greet them with a smile, showing not the slightest hint of discontent. Apologize? For what? Mo Zhongting frowned, slightly puzzled. Since they had exchanged pleasantries upon entering, Mo Qingchen had not found the right moment to report the earlier incident. He had intended to wait until Qin Feng left before informing Mo Zhongting, but unexpectedly Huang Tianba had come knocking on his own. Grandfather. Huang Tianba inadvertently offended Mr. Qin earlier. I was about to report it to you afterward, Mo Qingchen answered truthfully. Oomph. Hearing this, Mo Zhongting let out a cold snort and said with a dark expression, Huang Tianba has quite the audacity daring to offend Mr. Qin. Tell him to crawl in here and apologize to Mr. Qin at once. Having learned that Qin Feng was a grandmaster, he held him in great reverence. Now with the improved technique for the Mo family obtained from Qin Feng, his admiration and gratitude knew no bounds. Thus, upon hearing that Huang Tianba had dared to offend Qin Feng, he was naturally consumed with fury. Yes. Mo Qingchen nodded and ushered Huang Tianba in from outside the room. Greetings, Elder Mo Mr. Qin. Huang Tianba entered the private room and bowed respectfully to the two men. At this moment, his heart was filled with trepidation. Old Master Mo Zhongting of the Mo family could decide his fate with a single word. I recall you are a subordinate of the third master, aren't you? What is this? Do you think that by relying on the third master you can act with impunity? And now you even dare to lay a hand on Mr. Qin. Mo Zhongting's voice was slow. However, anyone with a hint of understanding could clearly discern the thick, murderous intent concealed within his words. He was a man who had walked through the smoke and fire of battlefields, by no means soft-hearted. The imposing aura of a hardened soldier, even when deliberately suppressed, exerted an invisible pressure on Huang Tianba. With a thud, Huang Tianba immediately knelt on both knees. Slap, slap, slap. With a few crisp sounds, he dealt himself several heavy slaps across the face. Old master, this is all my fault. I was unaware of Mr. Qin's identity, which led to my offense. I beg your punishment. Huang Tianba knew well that only by adopting the humblest posture could he possibly navigate this crisis with minimal consequences. Mr. Qin, how would you like to handle this matter? Mo Zhongting glanced aside, then turned his gaze towards Qin Feng. To him, an insignificant figure like Huang Tianba was of no concern. Qin Feng's attitude was the only thing Mo Zhongting needed to care about. The root of this matter does not lie with him. As I said before, let it end here. I will not pursue it further. Qin Feng replied calmly. Oh, Mr. Qin is so magnanimous. Mo Zhongting was somewhat surprised. He turned his head to look at Huang Tianba and said, since Mr. Qin is unwilling to pursue this, then conduct yourself well from now on. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Elder Mo. Huang Tianba quickly expressed his gratitude. Then he produced a card from his pocket with both hands, placed it on the table before him, and said cautiously, this is my apology for offending Mr. Qin. I earnestly hope Mr. Qin will not refuse it. It was a bank card. Huang Tianba did not disclose the exact amount of money within, but one could well imagine that the sum was no small figure. Qin Feng cast a faint glance at the bank card, then raised his head to look at Huang Tianba, saying indifferently, all right, you may leave now. Remember the words I spoke earlier. Yes, I shall bear them firmly in mind. Huang Tianba nodded promptly, then looked towards Mo Zhongting. Then you may take your leave. Do not disturb me again. Mo Zhongting waved his hand. Yes, please feel free to call upon me for anything you need. Huang Tianba rose slowly and retreated from the private room. Only after he had completely exited the room did he let out a long, relieved breath. Huang Tianba knew well that he had for the moment passed this ordeal. Inside the private room, Mo Zhongting took a key from his pocket, placed it on the table, and slid it slowly before Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, I understand you are studying at Zhonghai University, and living on campus may be inconvenient. Our Mo family owns a villa by the East Scenic Lake, which fortunately is not too far from the university. I hope it can be of use, and I sincerely ask you not to decline. A villa? That is unnecessary, I have already rented a house outside. Qin Feng glanced at the key on the table, his expression remarkably composed. It seemed that the immensely valuable villa held no more significance in his eyes than the flowers and grass by the roadside. Mo Zhongting was not surprised by Qin Feng's attitude. In his mind, such bearing was only fitting for Qin Feng, a grandmaster. A villa in Zhonghai might be an unattainable dream for an ordinary person in a lifetime. But to a grandmaster it was indeed nothing of great importance. Mr. Qin, renting a house is always inconvenient. Having your own home is a more permanent solution. Moreover, the place is tranquil and secluded. You will encounter far fewer troubles living there. Mo Zhongting persisted. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. Very well, I will accept this house. Having his own property was indeed far more convenient than renting. Besides, Qin Feng had bestowed an incomparably immense favor upon the Mo family. Therefore, he accepted the villa with a clear conscience. Seeing that Qin Feng had accepted it, Mo Zhongting could not help but reveal a faint smile. At Zhonghai University, Qin Feng's life seemed to settle back into tranquility once more. He attended his classes punctually each day, savoring the essence of university life to its fullest. After school, he would date Ouyang Jing, and their affection for each other grew increasingly profound. For some unknown reason, since the incident with the English club, Wang Shuabin had ceased his provocations. Qin Feng paid this no heed, nor did he fear any covert schemes Wang Shuabin might devise. The reason he had yet to strike against Wang Shuabin was simply that he deemed the moment not yet ripe. Wang Shuabin was his great nemesis from his past life. Dealing with him required more than mere physical annihilation, it demanded a complete spiritual destruction. On this point, Qin Feng had already formulated a rough plan in his mind, the implementation of which would depend on the specific circumstances. On Friday evening, after parting ways with Ouyang Jing at the school, Qin Feng returned to his rented room. As he stepped onto the second floor, he found his neighbor across the hall, Su Ying, rushing out with a look of anxiety. What's wrong? You seem terribly worried. Has something happened? Due to his favorable impression of Su Ying, Qin Feng took the initiative to inquire. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Su Ying was momentarily startled, but her expression quickly shifted to great joy. She hurried over and asked Qin Feng, "You're back. Do you have some free time now?" "Nothing urgent, I suppose I'm free." Qin Feng silently added to himself, "I was just about to cultivate." "Really?" Su Ying's expression transformed from joy to pleasant surprise as she continued, "Then Could you do me a favor, please? I have an urgent matter and must go home, but am on duty tonight. I'd like to ask you to cover for me. Since it's urgent, couldn't you ask your supervisor for leave? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, slightly a hint of confusion in his voice. Due to some special circumstances, I can't ask for leave from my supervisor, Su Ying said, a troubled expression crossing her face. Then with an urgent look she continued, if I don't show up for my shift, I might lose this job. But I can't afford to lose it. That's why I'm asking for your help. Gazing at Su Ying's pleading eyes, Qin Feng couldn't help but recall the time she had treated him to a meal. Even if I want to help, I don't know how. What do I need to do for the shift? Completely in the dark, Qin Feng said, willing to assist, but helplessly spreading his hands. Su Ying thought for a moment and said urgently, it's simple. They'll call my colleague Xiaowen and ask her to teach you the basics. You can learn in just a few minutes. If you really get stuck, call me and he'll guide you. All right, I'm willing to help. But what if a supervisor comes to check and finds out? Qin Feng voiced his last lingering doubt. To this, Su Ying replied confidently, don't worry. What high-level supervisor would be on duty at night? My direct supervisor isn't working tonight, and the supervisors from other departments wouldn't recognize me even if they were. Of course I'm not worried. Even if I'm caught, it's not me who'll be disciplined, Qin Feng said, with a smile spreading his hands. He spoke the truth. He himself had nothing to lose. His real concern was that Su Ying might suffer repercussions if discovered. Since she herself was so assured, he felt his last worry dissolve. Thank you. The shift handover is at 9 o'clock. You can go a bit early. With Qin Feng's agreement, Su Ying expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Then she hurriedly grabbed her backpack and rushed downstairs, already dialing her phone as she went. Seeing the tension in her brow, Qin Feng guessed she must have encountered some urgent and troublesome matter. Yet their relationship was not so deep. Since she hadn't volunteered the information, he felt it inappropriate to probe further. They'll just cover her shift as a favor, he thought to himself, turning back into his room. Since she hadn't volunteered the information, he felt it inappropriate to probe further. They'll just cover her shift as a favor, he thought to himself, turning back into his room. Since she hadn't volunteered the information, he felt it inappropriate to probe further. They'll just cover her shift as a favor, he thought to himself, turning back into his room. Since she hadn't volunteered the information, he felt it inappropriate to probe further. They'll just cover her shift as a favor, he thought to himself, turning back into his room. At approximately 8:45, Qin Feng arrived at Jincheng Hospital. As he stepped into the ground floor duty room, a female nurse approached, pulled down her mask, and said to him, "Are you Qin Feng? Xiaowen, Su Ying's colleague?" "Yes, I am," Qin Feng nodded. Seeing that he was the right person, the nurse named Xiaowen took a white coat from a nearby locker and said, "This is Su Ying's coat. Put it on first. Fortunately, you're slender, otherwise I'd have a hard time finding a men's coat for you." As she spoke, Xiaowen looked Qin Feng up and down. Qin Feng said nothing in response. After all, by standard measures, his current physique was indeed somewhat thin. Qin Feng took the coat and caught a faint, pleasant fragrance from it. This somewhat eased his inner reluctance. After Qin Feng changed his outerwear, Xiaowen led him to the computer. The duty here is actually quite simple. First, you register patients who come for nighttime medication changes. The nurses collecting the medicine will do the registration themselves. You just supervise. Second, you man the emergency hotline, deliver necessary medicines and equipment to the relevant departments, and then complete the registration. Such situations are rare. Remember one thing, every time you go out, lock the door. Erase a map with the specific locations of each department, including room numbers. Just follow the markings. As she spoke, Xiaowen pointed to a large hospital map hanging nearby. "I understand," Qin Feng nodded. It was indeed very simple, and he figured there wouldn't be many patients seeking treatment at night. Thus, this duty shift would be quite leisurely. "I'm on duty in the imaging room tonight. If anything urgent comes up and you're unsure, you can come ask me. I'm in room 1003. Xiaowen added. It was clear she was a very meticulous person and likely had a good relationship with Su Ying. "All right," Qin Feng replied with a smile. Admittedly, the night shift was very idle. To put it another way, it was downright boring. From 9 p.m. to midnight, Qin Feng only registered medicines for 3 patients. Even then, he merely watched the nurses collecting the medication did all the registration themselves. If not for the poor environment of this place, he would have practiced cultivation here. Eventually bored beyond measure, Qin Feng sat aside and feigned sleep. But before long, the landline in the duty room rang. "Didn't they say the emergency hotline rarely rings?" Qin Feng muttered. He picked up the phone and an urgent female voice came through. "Hello, quickly send a set of medical to the emergency room 1011. As she listed a slew of items, Qin Feng committed them swiftly to memory. Afterward, following the location Xiaowen had indicated, he gathered all the necessary supplies, put on a medical mask himself, locked the door, and left. At that moment in emergency room 1011, an elderly man lay on the hospital bed pale-faced, breathing rapidly, with occasional spasms coursing through his body. Beside him a young girl with a delicate and pretty face anxiously addressed the nurse. "Doctor, please check on my grandfather right away." The nurse, though equally anxious, tried her best to soothe her. "Miss, please don't worry. I've called the attending doctor. He'll be here shortly." Seeing this, the girl could only turn back, grasp her grandfather's hands, her face etched with urgency. Just then another nurse rushed and leaned close to the first nurse and whispered, "Xiaoling, it's bad. Dr. Zhang isn't in the duty room, and he's not answering my calls. I don't know where he's gone." "What?" exclaimed the nurse named Xiaoling, sensing something amiss. She glanced at the young girl beside the bed and quickly pulled the nurse who had just entered out of the emergency room. She even turned into the corner of another corridor and lowered her voice to ask, "Xiaohui, did Dr. Zhang come to work today?" "Yes, he did. I saw him this afternoon." Nurse Xiaohui nodded. "Then what should we do? This patient is critically ill and Dr. Zhang, who handles emergencies, is not here." Xiaoling began pacing anxiously. After all, it was their shift today, and if anything happened to the patient, they would have to bear some responsibility. Though it might not be a major primary responsibility, their benefits would certainly be forfeited. Worse yet, they might even be dismissed. Dr. Zhang has an unusual relationship with that new female colleague. I wonder if they went out together. Xiaohui thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "I heard that last time Dr. Zhang was on night shift, he went out to dinner and booked a room with that new female colleague. If that's the case, we're in big trouble. Shall we go look for him first? If you can't find him, find a doctor on duty from another department. They'll watch over the patient and the family first." Xiaoling frowned and urged urgently. She knew exactly what kind of person Dr. Zhang was. He was nothing but a lecher, married with a son, yet he constantly tried to seduce female colleagues, utterly repulsive. For Dr. Zhang, taking night shifts at the hospital was a legitimate excuse not to go home, allowing him to fool around outside without his wife knowing. These matters were an open secret in the hospital. Even Xiaoling and Xiaohui had received subtle or overt invitations from Dr. Zhang. They had, of course, sternly refused. As a result, they had offended Dr. Zhang, and he often created obstacles for them at work. For instance, they were assigned more night shifts than others. Yet, relying on his status as the director's nephew, Dr. Zhang made their complaints futile, leaving them no choice but to endure. Now they knew that reporting the situation to the hospital leadership would be useless. Under these helpless circumstances, they could only try to mitigate the damage. "By the way, if we really can't find Dr. Zhang," later called Director Yang and reported specifically, "we need to cover ourselves." Xiaoling added. This was crucial. If something did go wrong, even if an investigation ensued, they wouldn't bear the primary responsibility. Of course, this was just Xiaoling's wishful thinking. Whether it would actually help, only time would tell. "All right, I understand. They'll go now." Xiaohui knew the urgency and didn't delay. Seeing Xiaohui disappear down the corridor, Xiaoling took a deep breath to calm her anxious mind and quickly turned back to the emergency room. As Xiaoling entered, the old man's granddaughter asked urgently, "Doctor, where's the doctor? Please, save my grandfather. He can't hold on much longer." "Miss, the doctor will be here soon. I've already sent a colleague to fetch him." Xiaoling forced herself to remain calm, betraying no sign of concern. But my grandfather really can't last much longer." The young girl was about to say more when her phone suddenly rang. She quickly answered, sobbing, "Brother, hurry up. Grandpa is dying." As the two anxiously awaited, the elderly man on the hospital bed grew increasingly worse. His breathing became heavier, the convulsions of his body grew more frequent, and eventually, he even began to foam at the mouth. By this point, even the young girl, who knew nothing of medicine, could tell that her grandfather was at a critical juncture between life and death. "Where is the doctor? Where on earth is your doctor? You've wasted enough time already." The girl turned and glared angrily at Nurse Xiaoling. At this moment, Xiaoling was also panicking. She too could see that the old man was hanging by a thread. Although the fault for this entire situation did not lie with her, watching an elderly man die before her eyes was a sight too painful to bear. Just as Xiaoling was about to say something, the door swung open. In walked Qin Feng, dressed in a white coat and wearing a face mask. His hands were pushing a small cart laden with emergency equipment and medicine. Seeing Qin Feng in such attire, the young girl was overjoyed, believing that the emergency doctor had finally arrived. Without a second thought, she rushed over, grabbed Qin Feng's hand, and said urgently, "Doctor, hurry. Hurry, my grandfather is fading fast. Please save him now." Standing to one side, Xiaoling was momentarily stunned. She was certain that the person who had entered was not Dr. Zhang, who was on duty, but a complete stranger she had never seen before. Of course, the hospital was vast with many doctors, and she didn't know everyone from other departments. So at that moment, she assumed Qin Feng was a colleague Xiaohui had urgently summoned from another department. Before Qin Feng could speak, Nurse Xiao Ling also said to him urgently, "Doctor, please check on this elderly man quickly. He's unconscious, convulsing, and has started foaming at the mouth." Hearing the two women's words, Qin Feng swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and looked up at the hospital bed. The old man lying on the bed had now turned from pale to a faint bluish-green, a sign of extreme danger. Based on his assessment, Qin Feng deduced it was an organ-related disease. If left unattended, the old man would not survive more than 5 minutes. Qin Feng glanced at the anxious nurse and the even more frantic young girl. Before he could speak, the girl said in a tearful voice, "Doctor, please, I beg you to save my grandfather. Our Du family will forever remember your great kindness." As she spoke, she began to kneel before him. Seeing this, Qin Feng frowned and pulled the girl up. To be honest, he had no intention of meddling in such matters. After all, as Qin Jiuqian, he had witnessed countless births and deaths over a millennium of cultivation in the immortal realm. He truly cared little for the life or death of a stranger. But now the situation was different. He was covering Su Ying's shift. If this old man died here, the hospital staff on duty tonight would certainly be investigated. This could potentially expose the fact that Su Ying had skipped work without permission and that he was covering for her. Qin Feng might not care about this matter, but the impact on Su Ying would be significant. Therefore, for her sake, no accident like a death could happen tonight. Otherwise, his help would have been in vain, or worse, it could have backfired. These thoughts flashed rapidly through Qin Feng's mind. Once he made up his mind, Qin Feng wasted no time. He strode quickly to the bedside, ignoring the medical instruments on the cart. He slowly raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers. Then he lightly tapped the old man's chest a few times, and in an instant true qi flowed into him. Finally, turning his fingers into a palm, Qin Feng pressed his right hand flat against the old man's chest, channeling true qi into his body. This entire series of movements was executed by Qin Feng in one fluid motion, without a single pause, leaving the two women standing nearby utterly dumbfounded. What astonished the two women most was that with each of Qin Feng's movements, the old man's complexion steadily improved, from a faint bluish hue to a pallid white, and then gradually to a healthy rosy flush. This miraculous sight left them dumbfounded, utterly unable to speak. The young girl in particular felt not only shock, but also an overwhelming sense of joy. At the moment when her grandfather's life hung by a thread, Qin Feng's intervention had literally pulled him back from the jaws of death. Witnessing such an astonishing skill, she couldn't help but shift her gaze from her grandfather's face to Qin Feng's. Unfortunately, Qin Feng wore a mask revealing only a pair of bright, spirited eyes, leaving the girl utterly unable to discern his features. From his eyes, eyebrows, skin, and hairstyle, the girl could only infer that the doctor before her was likely quite young. Yet at that moment, she had no mind to dwell on this matter. After a while, Qin Feng slowly withdrew his palms. The old man on the bed had resumed calm breathing, his complexion returning to normal, as if he were merely in a deep slumber. But only Qin Feng knew that the old man's physical condition was far from good. This attempt to transfer true qi was merely a temporary fix, not a cure. The old man likely suffered from heart disease compounded by age-related decline in the function of his organs. Such ailments stem from the bogus metabolic mechanisms which modern medical science can scarcely reverse. By channeling some true qi through several major acupoints, Qin Feng had essentially infused the old man with a measure of vitality. Yet the deterioration of his organs remained unchanged. Even so, this was enough to grant the old man 3 months of comfortable life. After those 3 months, he would likely end up in the ICU again. But that was no longer Qin Feng's concern. He had intervened today merely to avoid causing trouble for Su Ying. Whether the old man lived or died 3 months later was up to his own fate. Seeing Qin Feng withdraw and approach, Nurse Xiao Ling finally snapped out of her shock and asked, Doctor, aren't you using any medical equipment?" At that moment, her eyes were fixed on Qin Feng, her mind racing with questions. Where on earth did Xiao Hui find this doctor? Could it be from the Chinese medicine department? But even among Chinese medicine practitioners, such a mysterious and unfathomable technique had never been seen. Qin Feng, naturally unaware of the nurse's thoughts, simply said indifferently, "Leave those things for other doctors." Those were the first words he had spoken since arriving, and also the last. For after uttering them, he pushed open the door and walked out directly. Doctor, how is my grandfather?" The young girl suddenly came to her senses and chased after him. But Qin Feng, unwilling to invite further trouble, strode away without pausing. By the time the girl emerged, he had already vanished down the corridor. Nurse Xiao Ling in the emergency room was taken aback by his words, then chuckled softly to herself, muttering, "Quite domineering, isn't he?" She thought to herself that she must ask Xiao Hui later who this doctor really was. "Nurse, what happened to that doctor just now?" the young girl asked upon returning to the emergency room. Well, Xiao Ling was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, she had never seen this doctor before. Just as Xiao Ling was pondering how to respond, a man and a woman hurriedly rushed into the emergency room. The woman was Nurse Xiao Hui, who had left earlier. The man wearing rimmed glasses was panting heavily. This was Dr. Zhang, whom they had been unable to locate. Bursting into the emergency room, Dr. Zhang immediately asked, "How is the patient?" As he spoke, he approached the hospital bed. But when he saw the elderly man on the bed breathing steadily with a normal complexion, showing no signs of illness, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could the patient be in an unexplained coma? Dr. Zhang speculated silently. Just then the young girl asked in confusion, "Didn't a doctor come in earlier to treat my grandfather? And who are you?" The last question was naturally directed at the newly arrived Dr. Zhang. Before Dr. Zhang could respond, Nurse Xiao Hui interjected, "This is Dr. Zhang, our hospital's emergency physician." However, her explanation only deepened the young girl's confusion. If he's the emergency doctor, then who was that young doctor who came in earlier and cured my grandfather? The young girl pointed at Dr. Zhang as she spoke. Upon hearing this, the newly arrived Dr. Zhang and Nurse Xiao Hui both looked blankly at Xiao Ling. At this moment, Xiao Ling had no choice but to briefly recount what Qin Feng had done earlier. Naturally, she concealed her speculations about Qin Feng's identity. If the patient's family were to learn that the hospital had merely fetched a doctor from another department to fill in, they would surely cause a scene on the spot. Thus, she simply stated that a new doctor had come to treat the patient. After listening to Xiao Ling's summary, Dr. Zhang grasped the situation immediately. A scheme formed in his mind, and he said with a smile, "That young doctor is my intern assistant, newly arrived, so his face isn't familiar yet. I was occupied with something earlier, so I sent him to take a look first and stabilize the patient's condition. It seems he did well. The patient's condition is now largely under control. Miss, please rest assured. They'll handle the patient's subsequent care. Now I need to perform a full examination, so I must ask you to wait outside the emergency room." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling and Xiao Hui felt nothing but contempt. With just a few words, he had brazenly claimed credit for another's work, and he spoke as if it were the truth. Without a flush of shame or a racing heart, his shamelessness knew no bounds. The young girl, unaware of the truth, believed Dr. Zhang's words. Thus, without further thought, she nodded and turned to leave the emergency room. She reasoned that if an assistant could be so skilled, the actual doctor must be even more capable. Could this doctor's skill fully cure her grandfather? The young girl's mind was filled with such thoughts. The one thing she never considered was that everything Dr. Zhang had said was a lie. After she left the emergency room, Dr. Zhang glanced coldly at Xiao Hui and Xiao Ling and said, "You heard what I said. Just remember this one thing: tonight I was on duty and saved an elderly man's life in the emergency room. Understand? You?" Xiao Ling tried to speak, but Xiao Hui tugged at her and interrupted. "Dr. Zhang is right. It was you who saved this elderly man tonight." Xiao Hui knew well that given Dr. Zhang's connections, even if they reported the night's events truthfully to the superiors, it would be futile. Furthermore, it would certainly invite Dr. Zhang's malicious retaliation, something she desperately wanted to avoid. Xiao Ling pondered this and understood the implication. She swallowed hard and remained silent. "Excellent. You won't have to take night shifts next month," Dr. Zhang said with a nod and a smile. Next, Dr. Zhang began a leisurely series of so-called examinations in the emergency room, with Xiao Ling and Xiao Wen only occasionally lending a hand, dragging the process on for 3 to 4 hours. He did this deliberately, of course, because the longer it took, the more effort he appeared to have exerted and the more money he could charge. During this time, a young man in his 20s also rushed into the hospital. "Brother, you're here." The young girl hurriedly greeted him as he entered. If Qin Feng were here, he would surely recognize this person, for this was none other than Du Cheng, whom he had met once and even fought with. Last time at East Scenic Hill Park, Qin Feng had flung him into East Scenic Lake with a single move, leaving him utterly humiliated. But this time there was no chance he would see Qin Feng. Even if they crossed paths face to face with Qin Feng, now garbed as a doctor, he would never recognize him. "Xiao Xiao, how is grandfather?" Du Cheng asked, panting with anxiety. The young girl was Du Cheng's own sister, Du Xiao Xiao, and the patient lying inside was their grandfather, Du Yunling. "Grandfather's condition has stabilized and the doctor is treating him inside," Du Xiao Xiao answered truthfully, without suspicion. "That's good, that's good." Du Cheng patted his chest. This wasn't the first time he had encountered such a situation, so he wasn't particularly surprised. He assumed this emergency was just like the previous ones. "Brother, I'm sorry I called you back, even though you were about to return to the army," Du Xiao Xiao said apologetically. "Silly sister, what are you saying? Mom and Dad aren't in Zhonghai right now. If not you, who else would I call?" Du Cheng ruffled Du Xiao Xiao's hair. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't come home so late, playing grandfather would never have had a heart attack." Du Xiao Xiao was filled with self-reproach. Seeing his once cheerful sister in such a state, Du Cheng felt deeply pained and comforted her. Xiao, don't be like this. Grandfather won't blame you. Besides, his illness is far from simple. Don't overthink it. After several hours, the emergency room door finally opened again. Dr. Zhang directly announced, although the patient's condition has stabilized, he hasn't fully recovered and still requires hospitalization for further observation. This was their hospital's standard procedure. Whether ill or not, minor or major ailments, everyone was admitted for observation first. Upon hearing this, most family members would grow anxious, worrying about the patient's safety, and naturally wouldn't refuse the doctor's suggestion. But this time Dr. Zhang happened to encounter someone who was far from ordinary. Du Cheng looked up at him and said calmly, "Doctor, you've worked hard. There's an urgent matter at home, so we can't be hospitalized today. Please settle the bill for this treatment, and we'll be discharged immediately." Du Cheng knew well that his grandfather's illness had always been managed with medication. Hospitalization wouldn't solve it. Over the years, they had visited major hospitals, both domestically and abroad. Unfortunately, nothing had worked. After all, human power has its limits. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural laws of the Tao. How could mere mortals possibly defy fate and change their destiny? Seeing his easy prey slipping away, Dr. Zhang was unwilling to let go. Putting on a compassionate expression, he said, "Young man, your relative's condition can't be delayed. Hospitalization is responsible for his health. As younger family members, you should fully support it." Little did Dr. Zhang know the Du siblings had seen such a facade countless times over the years. Hearing these pointless words, Du Cheng raised his hand to interrupt. "Enough. Thank you for saving our grandfather this time. Settle the bill quickly, we need to be discharged as soon as possible." Seeing Du Cheng's resolute refusal, Dr. Zhang was left with no recourse, though a profound displeasure simmered within him. After all, admitting a critically ill patient for hospital treatment would have secured him a substantial commission. As a handsome sum of money was about to slip through his fingers, he silently schemed, "Since this brat is so ungrateful, I'll make them pay dearly this time." "Very well then, please wait. Given the patient's complex condition, we've used a considerable amount of medical equipment and medication. After a thorough calculation, I will inform you both." Having said this, Dr. Zhang walked away with a distinctly hostile expression. "Brother," Du Xiao gestured towards Dr. Zhang's retreating figure, about to speak, but Du Cheng raised his hand to stop her. "Enough, Xiao. We've encountered plenty of such petty individuals. There's no need to waste words on him. However, here in Zhonghai City, if he dares to overstep his bounds, our Du family will make him understand who truly holds sway in this city." As he finished, a cold glint flashed in Du Cheng's eyes. Du Xiao pondered for a moment, then suddenly spoke again. "But brother, the skill of that doctor just now was truly miraculous. When grandfather had attacks before, I've seen many doctors perform emergency treatment, but none were as awe-inspiring as this." Since Du Xiaoxiao's words were not explicit, Du Cheng mistakenly assumed the doctor she referred to was the recently departed Dr. Zhang. Having no favorable impression of this greedy, petty-minded Dr. Zhang, Du Cheng said flatly, "Everyone has their own set of skills. Some may appear flashy on the surface, but in the end they are much the same, with no real difference. Let's drop the matter here. Settle the bill quickly and take grandfather home to rest." Yet leaving was not to be so simple. Bearing a grudge from Du Cheng's stern rejection, Dr. Zhang ensured the subsequent procedures were deliberately slow and tedious. The staff at the counters would frequently step away for urgent matters, leaving the Du siblings waiting for an extended period. Completing the billing process took over an hour. Throughout this ordeal, had it not been for his sister Du Xiaoxiao's constant persuasion, Du Cheng would have long sought out Dr. Zhang to settle the score. He was fully aware this was Dr. Zhang's doing. Yet this was not the most despicable part. The most outrageous was that Du Yunling's emergency treatment had cost over 100,000 yuan. When Du Cheng received the bill, his eyes blazed with fury, nearly spitting fire. How was this exorbitant fee calculated? Du Cheng's explosive anger terrified the young nurse at the billing window, who trembled as she spoke. I don't know either. The system shows this amount, and I'm just following the standard billing procedure." The nurse was not lying. She was merely a low-level employee strictly adhering to hospital regulations and lacked the authority to alter the bill. Du Cheng suppressed his rage, realizing that his initial outburst had been rash. It was indeed not the nurse's fault. With a chilling glare, he gripped the bill and turned to confront Dr. Zhang. This time he was determined to ensure that this unscrupulous doctor would spend a good few months convalescing in his own hospital. In the military, his comrades revered him as the war god. This time he would teach the unscrupulous doctor a lesson: the war god is not to be insulted. You enjoy making others stay in the hospital, don't you? Now it's your turn to experience it, Du Cheng thought coldly. Just as Du Cheng turned around, he saw Du Xiaoxiao helping their grandfather, Du Yunling, walk out. Judging by his complexion, it seemed he was no longer in danger. Grandfather, you're awake. How do you feel? Du Cheng hurried over to ask. I feel excellent. Du Yunling replied with a smile and a nod. His words were genuine. He felt as though his body had returned to its state from 20 years ago. This refreshing sensation felt almost surreal. Brother, let's settle the bill and leave quickly, Du Xiaoxiao urged. But that doctor was too unscrupulous. I need to confront him. Du Cheng handed over the bill. So much, Du Xiaoxiao exclaimed as she took it. Though the Du family was wealthy, they were not fools. She immediately realized the doctor had overcharged them. So, I need to teach him a lesson. Du Cheng said, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he prepared to stride forward. Unexpectedly, his grandfather, Du Yunling, suddenly interrupted him, speaking calmly. Chinger, enough. Pay the bill, and let's go. With that, he walked slowly toward the hospital entrance without offering any explanation. No one knew what was on his mind. Seeing this, Du Xiaoxiao shook her head at Du Cheng and quickly caught up to support Du Yunling. Though deeply reluctant, Du Cheng could only sigh inwardly. He had no choice but to heed his grandfather's words. He paid the bill and followed the two out of the hospital. Naturally, Qin Feng was unaware of the events that later befell Du Cheng and his family. Nor did he know that Xiao Ling and Xiao Hui had searched for all the doctors on duty, but none matched the one who had intervened earlier. Eventually, Nurse Xiao Hui began to suspect that Xiao Ling might have been seeing things. After all, they had combed the entire hospital without finding the young doctor Xiao Ling had described. Even Xiao Ling herself started to wonder if she had been dreaming. Who was that person? Could it be a ghost? She pondered with a furrowed brow. In truth, they had fallen into a misconception. Subconsciously, they both assumed the young man who treated Du Yunling must have been a doctor. This was why, even though Qin Feng had pushed a card into the emergency room, it never occurred to them that he was actually a nurse on duty. As for Dr. Zhang, he dismissed the young new doctor Xiao Ling mentioned. After taking over the patient, he had ample reason to claim the credit for the treatment. Even if a doctor from another department had intervened earlier, he could simply ignore it. He was utterly confident in this regard. After all, he was related to the hospital director. So once he finished handling Du Yunling's case, he went out to continue flirting with a new female colleague. Qin Feng had covered Su Ying's shift as a nurse, so no one would come looking for him in that duty room. This saved him a lot of trouble and spared Su Ying from potential blame. Thus, Qin Feng quietly spent the night in that cramped room. At 8 in the morning, Nurse Xiao, when a friend of Su Ying came to tell him he could leave. Without lingering, Qin Feng changed his clothes and departed immediately. After returning home, he received a thank you call from Su Ying. They didn't say much. The conversation was brief before they hung up. Qin Feng could sense the heaviness in Su Ying's voice, suggesting she was facing some difficult issues. But since she didn't mention it, he didn't press. The world was vast, and everyone had their own way of living. Qin Feng was no savior. He couldn't help everyone. Though he and Su Ying were neighbors, they were in truth little more than slightly familiar strangers. If Su Ying asked for his help and circumstances permitted, he wouldn't refuse, just as he had agreed to cover her shift this time. But for Qin Feng to proactively offer his assistance, their relationship was far from that point. Not long after Qin Feng returned to his own room, his phone rang once more. This furrowed his brow, but he still took out his phone to check. The caller ID displayed Zhang Yun. Seeing it was his best buddy calling, Qin Feng's expression relaxed as he answered the call. Hey Zhang Yun, what's up? Well, today's my birthday, and I plan to invite some classmates who are still on campus this weekend for a dinner gathering. I was wondering if you're free. Zhang Yun's gentle voice came through the phone. Hearing this, Qin Feng suddenly remembered that today was indeed Zhang Yun's birthday. He still recalled that in his past life, when Zhang Yun celebrated his birthday, he was the first to be invited. No wonder he was calling Qin Feng so early in the morning. Qin Feng also remembered that every time he embarrassed himself at the birthday banquet, it was Zhang Yun who stepped in to shield and defuse the situation. Recalling this, a warmth filled Qin Feng's heart. Sure. What time? And where? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Tonight at 6 at the Shu Liuxiang restaurant just outside the school's west gate. Zhang Yun replied. Hearing this, a familiar feeling surged within Qin Feng. 6 in the evening, Shu Liuxiang. Got it, Qin Feng responded calmly. In his heart, he thought that everything still seemed unchanged. All right, I'll leave it at that. I need to call a few other classmates. With that, Zhang Yun hung up. Time passed quickly. At a little past 5, Qin Feng arrived alone at the Shu Liuxiang restaurant. The unique aroma of Sichuan cuisine wafted around, truly whetting one's appetite. Zhang Yun was already waiting at the restaurant entrance. Seeing Qin Feng approach, he greeted him. Qin Feng, you're here. It's room 3 on the second floor. All right. Qin Feng nodded with a smile. As he entered room 3, he couldn't help but pause slightly. He noticed that the scene inside seemed different from his past life. More precisely, there were more people in the room now than there had been back then. Qin Feng clearly remembered that in his freshman year of his past life, due to Zhang Yun's reserved nature and it being a weekend, many classmates were not on campus. As a result, his first college birthday banquet had only a handful of attendees. But now there were already 12 or 13 people seated at the table. Qin Feng swept his gaze across the room and noticed that 6 female guests had arrived. In his past life, only 2 girls had attended Zhang Yun's first birthday banquet. Most intriguingly, 2 of the male attendees weren't even from English Class 5, yet Qin Feng recognized them. Ma Zhongkai and Liao Tingjie. Those 2 were Wang Zubin's most loyal lackeys. In his past life, Qin Feng had suffered countless losses at their hands. He had endured endless humiliation and ridicule. So that's how it is. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold thought forming in his mind. He had previously wondered why Wang Shuabin had suddenly stopped. Little did he expect that after just a few days of respite, his new moves were beginning to emerge again. However, what Wang Shuabin didn't know was that this was exactly what Qin Feng was anticipating. He wanted to see Wang Shuabin slowly play all his cards, yet still be powerless against him. He wanted Wang Shuabin and the entire Wang family to descend into hell and repent for all they had done. Just as Qin Feng was lost in these thoughts, Fang Qing stood up beside him and took the initiative to greet him. "Qin Feng, you're here. Please take a seat." The chair she pushed out was the one to his left. This gesture instantly stirred envy among the surrounding male students, who all turned to look at Qin Feng. They were eager to see what choice Qin Feng would make under these circumstances. Everyone present was well aware that Qin Feng now had a girlfriend, although he and Ouyang Jing had not yet formally confirmed their relationship. Nevertheless, they all regarded Ouyang Jing as Qin Feng's girlfriend. Yet now, seeing the class monitor Fang Qing's actions, it was evident that she had developed a crush on Qin Feng. This was truly a juicy piece of gossip. Consequently, the male students present, torn between envy and jealousy, were eager to see what choice Qin Feng would make. Faced with a beautiful woman's invitation, would he accept or decline? Gazing at Fang Qing, Qin Feng returned the courtesy with a slight smile. "Thank you." Then, with an air of nonchalance, he sat down beside her. Witnessing Qin Feng's decision, everyone present was taken aback, their thoughts diverging. He actually accepted? Doesn't he have a girlfriend? Oh my god. Will his girlfriend beat him like a dog when he goes back tonight? How enviable. Such were the thoughts of the ordinary male students. Jerk. Although he's handsome and quite capable in a fight, having a girlfriend and still trying to charm Qing Qing. That's too heartless, isn't it? Men are indeed never any good, always coveting what's in the bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. This Qin Feng is no exception. These were the sentiments of the girls sitting near Fang Qing. Damn, this kid actually dares to snatch a woman from our boss. He's got some nerve, alright. TCH. A weakling like him is so popular with beautiful women, it's like the heavens are blind. The boss is right, we can't let that kid off. Tonight we have to make a fool of him. This was the plan forming in Ma Zhongkai and Liao Tingjie's minds. Meanwhile, Fang Qing, noticing the expressions of those around her, suddenly remembered that Qin Feng had a girlfriend. A flush crept across her face, and she lowered her head deeply. In truth, her earlier gesture had been born from gratitude toward Qin Feng. After all, he had saved her once before. Moreover, she had attended Zhang Yun's birthday banquet only out of consideration for Qin Feng. Fang Qing knew very well that Zhang Yun and Qin Feng were best friends, and that Qin Feng would surely be at Zhang Yun's birthday celebration. Thus, upon receiving Zhang Yun's invitation, she immediately abandoned her pre-existing plans and accepted the birthday invitation. She even brought along the other girls from her dormitory. This was why Zhang Yun's birthday banquet this time had 4 more girls than the same event in his past life. In the end, only 15 people attended Zhang Yun's birthday banquet. That was double the number from his past life. Shortly after the banquet began, Ma Chang, a classmate, stood up first and, pointing to the 2 beside him, said, "Zhang Yun, today's your birthday, so I brought my cousin and his friend along. I hope you don't mind." Zhang Yun, being an honest soul, was oblivious to the underlying implications and genuinely believed Ma Chang had brought his cousin and friend to celebrate his birthday. Thus he replied with a cordial smile, "You're too kind, too kind. I'm truly delighted that 2 senior students could spare the time to attend my birthday banquet. You are most welcome." Huh, how straightforward. Allow me to introduce everyone. Ma Chang laughed heartily and began the introductions. "This is my cousin Ma Zhongkai, and beside him is his friend Liao Tingjie." Upon hearing the introductions, Ma Zhongkai and Liao Tingjie both stood up to greet everyone. "We apologize for the intrusion and hope everyone has a wonderful time." "Good. Welcome." Everyone present erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers of welcome. Yet amid the crowd, one person remained seated completely still. That person was, of course, Qin Feng. His current demeanor stood out conspicuously amidst the lively banquet. "Qin Feng, what do you mean by this?" Seeing Qin Feng sitting there without moving a muscle, Ma Chong couldn't help but frown, asking in a cold tone. Though he had witnessed Qin Feng's formidable combat prowess at the Royal KTV last time and felt a lingering dread, this time he had no fear, knowing full well that his cousin and friend had come specifically to trouble Qin Feng. His cousin Ma Zhongkai had naturally revealed their backing, Wang Zubin's identity. The son of the wealthiest man in Zhonghai with a web of connections in the city and province. Once Ma Chong learned of Wang Zubin's status, he no longer feared Qin Feng, whom he dismissed as merely possessing some rudimentary martial skills. What's wrong? Hearing Ma Chong's words, Qin Feng slowly lifted his head and gazed at him. Witnessing this, everyone was puzzled. Did Qin Feng have a grudge against Ma Chong, or some enmity with those two? Even Zhang Yun was taken aback, wondering if Qin Feng was displeased with them. At that moment, he wasn't concerned about whether his birthday banquet could proceed smoothly. Instead, he was considering Qin Feng's feelings. Undeniably, Zhang Yun was a true and loyal friend, no doubt about it. You ask what's wrong? From the way you acted, it seems you don't welcome my cousin and his friend. Ma Chong confronted him directly. What way did I act? Qin Feng picked up his teacup and took a calm sip. You didn't. Ma Chong was about to say, you didn't applaud to welcome us, but realized that sounded off, so he pointed at Qin Feng, his face flushed red, unable to utter a word. Qin Feng slowly set down his teacup, raised his head to look at Ma Chong across from him, and asked indifferently, I wonder what grand figures are your cousin and friend that they require a round of applause from all of us. Had it not been for Zhang Yun's birthday banquet, Qin Feng would have turned hostile long ago rather than wasting words with them. But now this single remark left Ma Chong and the two beside him blushing with embarrassment. Chong, enough, sit down. Seeing Ma Chong about to stubbornly retort, Ma Zhongkai could no longer bear it and pulled him down. He then looked up at Qin Feng and asked with a smile, may I ask how this junior should be addressed? If we seniors have offended in any way, please point it out, and we will surely mend our ways. This was of course a feigned ignorance. They had long known Qin Feng's name from Wang Xuabing. But at this moment, they had to pretend otherwise, since they were here deliberately to provoke him. Before Qin Feng could answer, the host Zhang Yun stood up to smooth things over. His name is Qin Feng, and he is my friend. Today is my birthday, and I thank you all for coming. Let me toast to everyone. With that, he raised his glass in a gesture of respect and drank it down first. He did this to prevent any conflict between Qin Feng and the three men. In Zhang Yun's mind, Qin Feng was alone and a freshman. If he clashed with senior students now, it would likely invite unnecessary trouble. Thus, he stepped forward to diffuse the awkward atmosphere. Seeing Zhang Yun drink, the others followed suit, raising their glasses and taking a sip. Oomph! Ma Chong snorted coldly and sat down without another word. But after this incident, the banquet's harmony was shattered. Qin Feng felt a pang of guilt toward Zhang Yun. After all, this whole affair was sparked by him, yet forcing himself to smile and pretend with the enemies from his past life. That he simply could not do. After roaming the cultivation world for a millennium, enduring countless battles, he had never once stooped to flattering others. Moreover, he was well aware that these people had come specifically to cause him trouble. Even if he treated them with the utmost courtesy, they would still deliberately pick a fight, utterly disregarding that this was Zhang Yun's birthday banquet. As expected, within just a few minutes, Liao Tingjie, who had remained silent until now, stood up, raised a wine glass, and offered a toast to Qin Feng. With a smile, he asked, Junior Qin Feng, this is our first meeting. May I ask which city you hail from? Are your parents in politics or business? Dressed in an exceedingly luxurious outfit, his gesture exuded an air of nobility. His question was of course deliberate. Before arriving, he had already looked into Qin Feng's background, discovering that he came from an obscure little mountain village. His origins were exceedingly humble, utterly incomparable to their own status as scions of wealthy families. Moreover, he had heard from Ma Chong that when Qin Feng first arrived at school and dined with his roommates, he had bluntly stated, I come from the countryside. At this moment, he was merely waiting for Qin Feng to utter those very words. Once he did, he had a string of insults and humiliations prepared to unleash upon him. Thus, he deliberately chose this moment to pose the question and provoke Qin Feng. Do I know you well? Qin Feng replied coldly, then continued, eating, not even deigning to glance at Liao Tingjie across the table. At that moment, Liao Tingjie, still holding his glass aloft, felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment and a strange sense of having thrown a punch into empty air, utterly powerless. Qin Feng's response rendered all his meticulously prepared remarks useless, wasting his efforts entirely. You? Liao Tingjie was naturally furious and was about to say something when Fang Qing, seated beside Qin Feng, interrupted him. Senior, today's birthday celebrant is Zhang Yun. It seems you've chosen the wrong target, haven't you? Fang Qing's tone was decidedly blunt, her protective intent unmistakable. The others seated at the table also began to sense the unusual tension in the birthday banquet's atmosphere. Though Fang Qing's words defended Qin Feng, they also offered Liao Tingjie a graceful way out. He took a deep breath, suppressed his rage, turned to Zhang Yun, and offered a toast. Junior Zhang Yun, happy birthday. Without waiting for a reply, he drained his glass and sat back down. At this point, Ma Zhongkai, sitting beside Liao Tingjie, extended his left hand to gently nudge him, then raised 2 fingers, making a slight bending gesture. Liao Tingjie saw this, pondered for a moment, and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Their movements were subtle, and since they were seated closely together, no one else at the table noticed their exchange. However, what others failed to notice did not escape Qin Feng. Under his formidable spiritual sense, every covert move by Ma Zhongkai and Liao Tingjie was under his surveillance. Interesting. It seems there's more to come. Then I'll have to find a chance to have some fun with you all, Qin Feng mused coldly to himself. Time passed swiftly, and by a little past 7, everyone had nearly finished eating. Seeing that the gathering was about to break up, Ma Zhongkai covertly signaled Ma Chong with a glance. Ma Chong immediately understood the cue and stood up, smiling. Today is Zhang Yun's birthday. I think just having a meal together is too dull. How about we go to a bar for some fun? I've heard that the Dream Bar nearby is excellent with reasonable prices and very popular among college students. Best of all, it's close to the school, so many students go there and safety is guaranteed. No incidents at all. What does everyone think? By now everyone was a bit tipsy and excited. At the suggestion, most stood up, enthusiastically shouting in agreement. Going to a bar sounds great. Yes. I'm in for the bar. Me too. Zhang Yun had originally planned for everyone to go their separate ways after the dinner. After all, he could see that Qin Feng and Ma Chong's group of 3 were not on good terms. It was fair to say that Ma Chong and his companions had been constantly picking on Qin Feng. Thus, he set aside any concern for how well his birthday banquet was proceeding, wishing only to bring it to a swift close. He wanted to prevent Qin Feng from clashing with the 3 of them. However, seeing everyone's high spirits, Zhang Yun had no choice but to swallow the words he had in mind. After all, he was the one celebrating his birthday tonight, and nearly everyone present had been invited by him. Since the guests had not yet enjoyed themselves to the fullest, calling for an inn now would be far too dampening to the mood. At this moment, Zhang Yun turned his head to look at Qin Feng beside him and asked in a consultative tone, Qin Feng, what do you think? As he spoke, he secretly shot Qin Feng a meaningful glance. His intention was for Qin Feng to voice opposition, which would be far more effective than if he, the host, said it himself. Once Qin Feng objected, Zhang Yun could then seize the opportunity to suggest that everyone head home and gather another day. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng merely smiled and replied, sure, since everyone's so enthusiastic, let's go. Hearing this answer, Zhang Yun could hardly believe his ears. These people were clearly trying to stir up trouble for Qin Feng. Couldn't he see that? Zhang Yun absolutely refused to believe that. Great. Since everyone is in such high spirits, let's all head to the bar. Liao Tingjie seized the moment to make the final decision. This naturally drew cheers from everyone present. Qin Feng, they. Zhang Yun leaned closer to Qin Feng, casting a furtive glance at Ma Chong and his 2 companions. His meaning was clear. He was warning Qin Feng not to fall into their trap. It's fine, let's go together. Qin Feng looked at Zhang Yun, patted him on the shoulder, and replied with a smile. Seeing Qin Feng's relaxed and composed demeanor, Zhang Yun seemed to put his worries to rest. And so their group of over a dozen people headed toward the Dream Bar not far from the school. In those days, the bar industry had just begun to rise and was immensely popular among the masses in the country. Many young men and women, friends and colleagues, after gatherings and dinners, would come here to eat, drink, and indulge in that unbridled feeling. Upon entering the bar, it felt as if they had stepped into a different world. Thump, thump. The booming sound of the speakers drowned out all other noises around. On the elevated stage and the dance floor, there were women in revealing attire, some dancing with abandon, others laughing as they drank. The moment they stepped into the hall, Fang Qing and the other girls immediately drew everyone's attention. Especially Fang Qing, with her beautiful appearance and curvaceous figure, stood out among the group of wanton, scantily clad women like a crane among chickens. And the classmates accompanying her were equally captivating, exuding a pure youthful aura that set them apart from most of the women present. Standing together, the few girls instantly became the focal point of the entire bar. Were it not for the several young men surrounding them, the men there would have undoubtedly approached to strike up a conversation. But while the men held back, the women did not. Oh my! Such a large group of handsome young men tonight. What a rare sight. A voluptuous woman with a seductive expression deliberately sidled up to them and warmly greeted the young men at the front. You handsome lads and pretty ladies look unfamiliar. First time here, I presume. I, Sister Hong, am somewhat of a host here. Today it's on me. Everything you order will be half price. Hello, Sister Hong. It's indeed our first time here. We heard that Dream Bar is quite remarkable, so we brought our junior and senior schoolmates to broaden their horizons. Ma Zhongkai stepped forward first, speaking on behalf of everyone. His words were perfectly appropriate, and no one detected anything amiss. However, Qin Feng, standing aside, keenly noticed that when Ma Zhongkai spoke, his eyes exchanged a fleeting glance with Sister Hong across from him. The moment was extremely brief and subtle, so no one present paid it any attention. Yet from that instantaneous exchange, Qin Feng was certain they knew each other, and quite well at that. How else could they have understood each other's intentions with just a single look? So that's why they wanted to come to the bar? Qin Feng mused silently, though he said nothing. At this moment, he was curious to see how Ma Zhongkai and his group would deal with him here. After all, this was no longer Zhang Yun's birthday banquet, which meant Qin Feng could act without any restraint. Since it's your first time, you must all enjoy yourselves thoroughly, Sister Hong said, with a slight smile, gesturing for them to follow. Please come to the VIP seats over here. Thank you. Ma Zhongkai nodded with a smile. Thus the group of over a dozen people followed Sister Hong to the VIP area. Since they were many, they occupied 2 tables. Tucked in a corner, the spot was relatively quieter than other areas, allowing for easy conversation among them. No sooner had they sat down than 2 waiters each brought over a large crate of liquor. We haven't ordered yet. What's all this? A girl beside Fong Qing asked. Since you handsome young men and lovely young ladies are here for the first time, consider these drinks a gift from me. Please enjoy yourselves. Sister Hong explained with a smile. With that, she turned and left, followed by the waiters. At that moment, Fong Qing leaned close to Qin Feng and whispered, Qin Feng, I feel like Sister Hong has ulterior motives. What do you think? Oh, why is that? Qin Feng turned to her curiously. Well, how should I put it? Despite her warm smile and enthusiasm, she gives me a very unsettling feeling. Fong Qing thought for a moment before speaking solemnly. Hearing this, Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. Was this women's intuition? He had to admit it was indeed formidable. Sister Hong had behaved perfectly normally throughout, and ordinary people could never detect anything amiss. If not for Qin Feng's powerful divine sense, he too might have missed the anomaly. The others, for instance, still believed that Sister Hong was simply going out of her way to impress these new guests with such generous hospitality. Humph. Qin Feng smiled faintly and comforted her lightly. Don't worry, there are plenty of people here. Naturally, he wouldn't reveal the truth. After all, doing so would only heighten Fong Qing's anxiety without serving any purpose. Hearing this, Fong Qing lifted her head and glanced around at the lively crowd, which helped calm her nerves somewhat. Taking a deep breath, she forced a relatively relaxed smile and said, All right, maybe I'm just overly sensitive after what happened last time. Qin Feng smiled again, but said nothing, simply picking up a glass of wine from the table and taking a gentle sip. As Qin Feng set his glass down on the table and glanced around, his gaze suddenly fell upon a familiar, yet distant silhouette. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he found himself unable to look away. In a nearby VIP seat sat a young woman with an icy, exquisite face. She wore a white cropped t-shirt that bared her midriff, her lustrous black hair cascading freely down her back. Her chest was proud and full, her waist supple and slender. Below, a tight white mini-skirt revealed a pair of breathtakingly long legs, her fair skin shimmering even more translucently under the seductive lights of the bar. Her feet were adorned with stylish white high heels, accentuating the allure and charm of her delicate steps. Though her attire was not from any luxurious brand, it lent her an aura akin to an international supermodel. Shen Qingwan. In his past life, she was the one who made his heart flutter again, second only to his first love, Ouyang Jing. Indeed, the feeling even surpassed the ethereal fairy he encountered later. In his previous existence, Qin Feng's attraction to Shen Qingwan was not merely due to her beauty. Rather, it was because she was the first woman to help him after Ouyang Jing left. Though a millennium had passed since then, Qin Feng could still recall it vividly. On that freezing night, having lost his wallet, he was penniless and anxiously sought help from passers-by outside the station. Regrettably, no matter how he begged, no one extended a helping hand. This was, of course, understandable. After all, in those days, the area around the station was teeming with people asking for money. Some even used young girls and boys as props under the guise of charity to scam others. Over time, this created a pernicious influence, making people unwilling to trust easily, and their kindness was deeply buried within. At that time, with his father gravely ill at home, Qin Feng had to return as quickly as possible. This forced him to set aside all male pride, almost groveling as he desperately sought assistance. Yet all he received were cold, indifferent stares. Just as he was on the verge of despair, several 100 yuan notes suddenly appeared before him. At the same time, a melodious voice rang out, "Young man, where is your home? Is 500 yuan enough?" To Qin Feng's ears, that voice was like celestial music from the heavens, the most beautiful sound he had ever heard. Qin Feng followed the delicate hand holding the notes and saw a stunningly beautiful girl in a pure white dress standing calmly before him. Her gentle smile and shallow dimples were intoxicating. Her waist-length hair cascaded behind her, making her seem like a fairy stepping out of a painting. That was Qin Feng's first impression of Shen Qingwan. Before he could answer, a girl in purple about the same age quickly stepped up beside her. Though not as beautiful as Shen Qingwan, the girl in purple was still a delicate, charming beauty. The girl in purple blocked Shen Qingwan and stared at Qin Feng, saying, "Qingwan, you're too naive. How can you believe someone like this? There are so many scammers around the train station." Shen Qingwan shook her head, stepped forward again, and said firmly, "No, he's not a scammer. He's a student from Zhonghai University. The school badge is on his backpack. He looks really anxious, so something must have happened. Let's help if we can." He's a student from Zhonghai University. The school badge is on his backpack. He looks really anxious, so something must have happened. So let's lend a hand if we can. Then Shen Qingwan turned to Qin Feng and continued asking, "Classmate, is 500 yuan enough?" "Thank you. 200 yuan will suffice." Qin Feng bowed in gratitude, extracting only 2 of the bills. Witnessing this gesture, Shen Qingwan was momentarily taken aback. Even the girl in purple standing beside her was astonished. Someone actually pushing money away. Is this person foolish? "Leave a phone number and I will return the money to you as soon as possible," Qin Feng said, taking out paper and pen from his bag. His words carried no pretense. He disliked taking advantage of others. "My name is Shen Qingwan. You don't need to repay this small amount." With that, she offered a gentle smile and turned to leave. Gazing at that fleeting smile, Qin Feng felt it was the smile of an angel. That smile was etched into his memory, unforgettable for 1,000 years. Later, upon returning to school, Qin Feng learned Shen Qingwan's name with little effort. This was because her reputation at Zhonghai University was exceedingly prominent. The campus beauty of Zhonghai. At that time, Qin Feng was a sophomore, while Shen Qingwan was a junior. It was said that she had been hailed as the campus beauty since her freshman year. However, many had not seen her then, so the title was not widely acknowledged. But in her sophomore year, her fame grew and more people saw her, leading the majority of Zhonghai University students to crown her as the campus beauty of Zhonghai. This made her name particularly renowned at Zhonghai University. Shen Qingwan's family background was mysterious, known to almost no one. Yet one thing was certain: her family wielded significant influence and power. Thus, despite bearing the title of campus beauty, she remained free from unwanted harassment. As a graduate of the music department in the School of Arts, she smoothly entered the entertainment industry. With her stunning appearance and melodious voice, she amassed a large fan base and earned the title Little Music Diva. Filled with gratitude, Qin Feng often followed her updates, remembering everything clearly. Even during university, they had crossed paths several times, though it was always Shen Qingwan helping Qin Feng resolve minor troubles. But not long after, Shen Qingwan suddenly vanished from the entertainment industry, never to reappear. Some gossip claimed she had succumbed to a terminal illness. Other rumors suggested that her beauty was a curse, that she had been forcibly taken by powerful figures and hidden away forever. The rumors varied widely, but they all shared one common thread: Shen Qingwan's fate was tragic. At that time, under relentless pressure from Wang Xuebin, Qin Feng's family struggled to hold on. Even if he had wanted to investigate, he lacked the energy to uncover the truth behind Shen Qingwan's sudden disappearance. At this moment, Qin Feng's mind involuntarily recalled all the details about Shen Qingwan from his past life. A tumult of emotions surged within him. Though the expression on Qin Feng's brow was subtle, it was keenly noticed by Fang Qing, who sat beside him. Following his gaze, she also turned her head and naturally spotted Shen Qingwan sitting nearby. Although Fang Qing was a very beautiful girl, she paled slightly in comparison to Shen Qingwan, the renowned campus beauty. The moment Fang Qing saw Shen Qingwan, she sensed that Qin Feng shared an extraordinary connection with this beautiful woman. It was a woman's intuition without any evidence. Shortly after the group had been conversing, a crowd of gaudily dressed men and women appeared beside the VIP seats, chatting and laughing. Behind them trailed over a dozen black-clad individuals resembling security guards. The leader among them had dyed yellow hair, a gold chain around his neck, and a Rolex on his left wrist. With a voluptuous woman clinging to each arm, the group swaggered toward the tables occupied by Qin Feng and his companions. Fang Kuan, Wang Zubin's chief enforcer outside the school, and one of Qin Feng's greatest nemesis in his past life. In his previous life, Qin Feng remembered that during his relationship with Ouyang Jing, many thugs from outside the school had come to cause trouble, almost all of them orchestrated by Fang Kuan. Moreover, the covert attacks on Qin Feng's father were also inextricably linked to Fang Kuan. Even Qin Feng's eventual demise, his car plunging into the sea, pointed to Fang Kuan as the prime suspect. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. Seeing his greatest foe from a past life before him, even with his impeccable composure, Qin Feng couldn't help but clench his fists, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. This aura radiated from him involuntarily, causing the temperature around him to drop several degrees. Fang Qing, seated beside him, felt it most acutely. A sudden chill enveloped her, as if she had stepped into the dead of winter, and she couldn't help but shiver. Turning her head to look at Qin Feng, she saw the flames of murderous rage blazing in his eyes. Seeing Qin Feng in such a state, Fang Qing gently extended her right hand and placed it softly on his left, asking with deep concern, "Qin Feng, what's wrong?" Feeling the smooth touch of her skin on the back of his hand, Qin Feng snapped out of his fury. He took a couple of deep breaths, temporarily suppressing the murderous intent deep within his heart. "It's nothing, thank you." Qin Feng turned to her, offering a forced smile. But as he looked away, his smile twisted into a cold sneer. He thought to himself, "Since you want to play, I'll give you a game worth playing. Today I'll make an example of Fang Kuan, my greatest enemy from a past life, and use him as a sacrifice to mark my beginning." As Fang Kuan and his entourage reached their tables, he deliberately asked, "I'm Fang Kuan. This dream bar is practically mine. I heard you're all newcomers, so I came to put faces to names." "Oh, so you're Boss Fang. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Ma Zhongkai. I've long heard of your reputation. To our first encounter, I raise a glass to you." Ma Zhongkai, seated at the outermost edge, stood up, promptly responding with a cheerful laugh. He even raised a glass to toast Fang Kuan, then downed it in one clean gulp. Everything seemed perfectly natural. No one suspected a thing. But Qin Feng alone knew that the two were already acquainted. For they were both nothing more than lackeys under Wang Shuabin's command. "Easy, easy. Do me the honor of calling me Brother Kuan." "Welcome to my turf," Fang Kuan said, making a pretense of taking a sip of his drink. Fang Kuan also made a show of drinking a little. Just then a young man from behind Fang Kuan stepped forward, exclaiming in feigned surprise, "Ah, if it isn't Brother Kai, I never expected to run into you here at Dream Bar. And Brother Jie is here too." He then shifted his gaze to Liao Tingjie, who was standing nearby. Hearing this, Ma Zhongkai also turned his head in feigned surprise, looking at the young man and calling out, "Aren't you Zhou Ming from Class 3 of Manufacturing? You're at Dream Bar too?" "Yeah, I'm about to step into society, so I'm tagging along with Brother Kuan to learn the ropes. After graduation, I plan to start my own company," the young man, named Zhou Ming, replied with evident self-satisfaction. That young man, called Zhou Ming, answered with a very complacent air. Watching the group flattering one another surrounded by beautiful women, the other young men present could hardly contain their excitement. In their eyes, individuals like Ma Zhongkai, Liao Tingjie, and Zhou Ming possessed exceptional social connections. Even before graduating from university, they had already begun building networks in society. Though they ran a bar at scale, suggested an investment of tens of millions at the very least. Fang Kuan, seemingly not much older, had already achieved what could be considered success. Thus, not only the young men, but even a few young women gazed starry-eyed at the group. "Xiaozhou, do you know all these friends?" At that moment, Fang Kuan, standing at the front, deliberately asked. "Oh, I know some of them, Brother Kuan, let me introduce you." Zhou Ming quickly made a gesture, as if a realization had dawned upon him. He first pointed at Ma Zhongkai and said, "Ma Zhongkai, the Rongxing Garment Factory, one of the top 3 in Zhonghai City, is run by his family. I reckon after Brother Kai graduates, the company's scale will expand even further." "You flatter me, you flatter me." Though Ma Zhongkai spoke these modest words, the smugness on his face was unmistakable. "Not bad." Fang Kuan nodded with a smile. Zhou Ming then extended his hand toward Liao Tingjie and introduced Liao Tingjie, a top student from the management department of Zhonghai University. His family runs a restaurant, the Shengshi Grand Hotel in Zhongxing District. Fang Kuan deliberately stepped forward, placing his left hand on Liao Tingjie's shoulder. "Oh, is that so? Manager Liao of the Shengshi Grand Hotel. We've dined together before, remember to come by often." "Heh, Brother Kuan is too kind. When you have time, we'd be honored to host you at our hotel for a gathering." Of course. Fang Kuan nodded and replied with a smile. Watching them play their parts in unison, a flicker of disdain passed through Qin Feng's eyes. He had thought they might devise some new tactic against him. Little did he expect it to be the same tired old trick, flaunting wealth and family background. Just then, the seductive young woman in Fang Kun's embrace lifted her head to look at Qin Feng and spoke in a coquettish tone, "And who might this young gentleman be? Just now you wore such a disdainful expression. Could it be you're a big shot from some prominent family? Do tell, so we can broaden our horizons." Upon hearing this, everyone present was puzzled. Some wondered why Qin Feng had shown such scorn, while the more perceptive among them questioned why these people were targeting him. Everyone present knew full well what Qin Feng's family background was. Yet at that moment that woman was asking him to compare his family with theirs. Wasn't that just a way to embarrass him? Zhou Ming, who is this young friend? Fang Kuan, with his arm around the woman, looked at Zhou Ming and asked in a peculiar tone. Brother Kuan, I really don't know. I'm afraid you'll have to ask Brother Kai and the others. Zhou Ming replied with a feigned, awkward expression. As Zhou Ming finished, Ma Zhongkai's eyes darted around, and he chuckled. His name is Qin Feng. He came along with us to have some fun. As for where he's from, we have no idea. Perhaps he hails from some illustrious clan that we lowly ones are unworthy to know. This statement was dripping with malice. He knew perfectly well that Qin Feng came from a remote mountain village with no notable background. Yet he deliberately exaggerated Qin Feng's family standing. Clearly this was a ploy to trample his dignity before the crowd. As the saying goes, the higher you lift, the harder the fall.